Thanks, man.
Anybody else?
The only thing I ask guys, you can put your chips a little bit further
It would
out.
have been beeping the hell out of the hand. I was blind on blind with right at the end, though. Kings against aces.
Can we right there?
I might have sworn a little there.
You have the aces?
I had the king, and I turned the king. That would have been.
Yeah, yours is fast. You pass that line.
Anyone else want to see a He was classy. I would have been a beep fest.
Just so you guys know, over here, oh, it's way over there now. I have a clock over there, but pretty much every hand on it now.
Can I put my marker, my chip, my marker on the table?
Yeah, I don't know if I told you it's level 25 or 11.
Yeah, what? That just put it there.
Is there a clock? Turn my clock.
See that? It's on the laptop right there. But he said he'll announce how much time is left after every hand.
Oh, we got 8 minutes on this round.
8 minutes level 25.
So no tournament clock, Jeremy?
And I'll announce it pretty much every hand. Yeah, we're going to play 8 minutes of race off the other. All right, we'll do player introductions here. Let's give our final 9 players a round of applause. Nice job, guys. In the 1C, we have Lance Donnell from Reno, Nevada. He's actually in through a $350 satellite. Let's give Lance in the 1C a round of applause. In the 2C, we have Blair Hinkle with 590,000 in chips from Kansas City, Missouri. Blair, the best he's done is in 12th place with HBT. Let's give Blair in the 2C a round of applause. And in the 3C, we have Derek Giliberte with 2,694,000 chips from Elk Grove, California. Let's give Derek in the 3C a round of applause.
You got it, huh?
Hometown player there. And in the 4th seats, we have Marty Vertigot with 1,117,000 chips from Hanford, California. Let's give Marty a round of applause in the 4th seat. Marty is also in from a $350 qualifier. And in the 5C, we have SK Patel with 1,423,000 chips from San Jose, California. Let's give SK in the 5C a round of applause. And in the 6th seat, we have Ian Kalman with 1,232,000 in chips from San Francisco, California. Let's give Ian a round of applause in the 6th seat. And in the 7th seat, we have Johnny Sheehan with 3,153,000 chips. Johnny is our chip leader in the 7th seat from Nevada, California. Let's give Johnny a round of applause in the 7th seat. Johnny is also in from a qualifier. And in the 7th seat, we have Dragon Vang with 815,000 chips from Fresno, California. Let's give Dragon a round of applause. And in the 9th seat, we have Dan Mayor with 1,544,000 in chips. Dan's from San Jose, California. Let's give Dan a round of applause in the 9th seat.
Just an observation. Dragon didn't clap.
That is correct, right? 3-6.
That was pretty. That was deliberate.
Now?
We'll get shuffled and ready to go.
Where's the thing here? How come we don't see the structure?
Oh. Yeah, I know. Laptop. See, yeah.
I should have watched some more of this before.
Hello everyone, we're here at the HBT final table at the Thunder Valley Casino and Resort. We had 437 players, we're down to our final 9. Let's get the cards in the air. All right, we're at a 4,000, 15,000, 30,000 on the blinds. Go ahead, Lydia. That one says nope.
They're slippery now.
And Ian's going to be first act here in the 6 seats. 30,000 is our big blind. Ian folds. Over to Johnny in the 7th seat. 30,000 is our big blind. Johnny announces raise.
65,000.
65,000 is the raise by Johnny. 65,000 over to Dragon in the 8th seat. Dragon folds. Over to Dan in the 9th seat. 65,000 is the current bet. Dan folds. Over to Lance in the 1 seat. Lance folds over to Blair in the 2 seat. Blair folds as well. Over to Derek down the 3 seat, 65,000 is the current bet. Derek's going to fold. Over to Marty down the small blind. Marty folds over to SK down the big blind, 65,000 is the current bet. And SK is going to make the call. 65,000 and a call.
Put the pot right over the middle of the logo. Ready?
All right, going to be heads up to the flop here. Let's see the flop.
Wait, you didn't burn.
Flop is 6 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds, 8 of spades. SK is going to be first to act. Checks over to Johnny. Johnny's going to bet.
85,000.
85,000 is the bet by Johnny. Action's back to SK in the 5 seat.
Pull the low denomination chip out. Pull the low denomination chip out and put on top of it.
And SK is going to make the call. 85,000 and a call. Still heads up here. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is a 7 of hearts. SK is going to be first to act. Checks over to Johnny. Johnny's going to bet.
100,000.
100,000 is the bet by Johnny. 100,000. Action's back to SK in the 5 seat. And SK is going to make the call. 100,000 and a call. Still heads up here. Let's see the river card. River card is a 6 of clubs. SK is going to be first to act. Checks over to Johnny. Johnny checks as well. Both players check the river. Let's see a winner. SK shows Ace Jack. And Johnny's going to fold. And SK is going to win our first pot to 5 seed.
Nice hands.
You guys can cheer for him. It's all right.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's James Larson alongside Kenneth James. We are here in just outside of Sacramento, California, here at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort, and we're here to call some 9-handed poker, and it's going to be a fun night, Kenneth.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. You know, I played this event. I finished 31st. It's a dream to have made this final table. Just came up short, but you know, this is second best. Being right here live with these guys, seeing this play out for our championship. Oh, almost $250,000 on the line.
A whole lot of money. The exact payout, $223,411. We have 437 entries. We're going to pay a prize pool of $971,000. So we almost got to that $1 million mark. And we're broadcasting live from Thunder Valley Casino and Resort right outside of Sacramento here in Lincoln, California. Great weather all week. Haven't been around here. The manager always puts on a great show. So looks like the cards are heating up here. John, he's got pocket keys.
Johnny's going to be first actor in the 7th.
You know, this is the second hand off the deck. Before we went live, there was the first hand just missed. John lost to a marginal hand versus a marginal hand pot. So to come back with a big premium hand like this with pocket kings and kind of right the ship. And look at this. Look at this. Look at who's walked up.
Wow, Daniel with pocket queens. Wow, second hand of the night, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man.
We call this the buzzsaw. I call it the buzzsaw. Daniel thinking he's going to win, but he has no idea. John's got the kings, and now over the lands with ace 5. It's $165,000 for action.
Goes around to Marty the 4th seat now. 165 is the bet. Marty holds over to SK in the small ones.
Now, the interesting part is whether Johnny is going to try and slow play this and decept it, or is he going to format it and try and get all the chips in. I believe that the correct strategy is to just go ahead and re-raise and try and get as many chips in pre-flop as you can when you have the best hand. Let's see what he likes to do.
good position here. Just see what he decides to do. He's grabbing some chips. We know obviously he's going to make the call. It's just a matter of
No, he made raise. What do you mean?
That's what I said. He's obviously, well,
He's obviously going to play.
well, he's obviously going to play the hand. That's what I meant to say, yeah.
And he's going to re-raise here. Total bets.
I like it.
See what that total re-raise amount is.
Now, you know, there is two different ways you can play this. You can deceptively
530,000.
but also control pot size in case it is
$530,000 track. Is back to Daniel in the 9th seat.
And this is going to put Daniel in a tough spot. I'm sorry if you hear me sucking, it's just these Tic Tacs.
Yeah, they're sponsored here, our webcast, sponsored by Tic Tacs Wintergreen Artificial Flavored Mints. In the 9th seed action here on Daniel. He's 29 years old, professional poker player. 56,000.
Johnny in the 7th seed.
See, I played with this guy. He does solid. And you know what?
We know we can.
Movie once told me early in my career.
Johnny, anyone out there with you watching today from the audience?
Not yet. My brother's on his way.
You have no business winning a major tournament.
So when he gets here, we'll introduce him.
Oh, we say hi to TJ. He's probably watching.
Hey, TJ.
Push the rig. Well, away so he can reach. He cannot reach too far.
Polar concept.
So help out a little bit.
Very nice.
The ladies are dangerous.
The ladies.
But nicer together.
And my mentor said, I'll tell you another funny story while we're done. Where I was playing golf, they have a beautiful golf course. It's absolutely gorgeous. They got deer, and Willow Creek, they have deer running around, wild turkeys. Anyway, I'm coming up to this hole, and it's a beautiful hole. And I say, look at how beautiful this hole is. And it's surrounded by water. And he said, yeah, just like a lot of beautiful things, we're surrounded by danger.
Absolutely.
Especially if they got a hole in the middle of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a par 3, this par 3.
Right, yeah, exactly.
That's what do you think?
I wasn't sure. I was a number of things.
You
know, the broadcast always gets off to a rocky start for me. I have to work my way into it. Have a Tic Tac and get back.
Marty in the 4th seat. Marty's going to fold over SK. Plus 30,000 is the line.
Hey, Zach Howard, I'll take a little less Jeremy. Our action is on SK. Love the shirt. Best dressed guy at the table. Would you say? Would you give him an award?
SK's going to raise.
I'm not a great fan of
76,000.
76,000. Ian folds over Johnny in the big line. 76,000 is the current bet.
Good job. It's a 5.
Johnny now. He
Johnny's going to fold in. SK in the 5 seat.
matches the jacket.
He's kind of got that truck driver. He's got the hat. He's got
All right, guys, we're going to pause the flash. Let's put your yellow suit up. Yeah, yellow.
By the way, we're broadcasting here in the Red Lantern restaurant, and this is a great place for us to be putting on this file.
These things are hard when it bounces off the
So behind, it's just
and it almost reverberates back to
they're
them.
having dinner and they're having a good time. So hopefully we'll get a snack.
It's
here.
a beautiful. It's
First hand I had 8-10. Should have called.
Hello, yellow chips.
Are really nice.
First hand I had
It's
an
nice to play in a nice environment. And I got to tell you, I've been here
8-10. Flop came 8-8.
Yeah, you did. You played a lot of satellites.
And
I was on the
I
buttons.
played 6 satellites. I couldn't get in by 7. So I had to pull it. So it cost me over $5,000 to play this.
Well, it's a good thing you cashed 30 hours.
Yeah, I'm watching it today.
Yeah, exactly.
And you get around and great to play. Beautiful
Spa.
There's food. There's food
Me
on
and you
it.
called over.
But there's really everything you
Yeah.
need. That's right.
There's no way I'm getting away from the
So well, they really treat us well. Benner, when
That's the big one.
poker manager here, I think he manages a lot more. He commands a lot of authority.
2040?
Yeah, he's putting out fires running over here. He even set me up with this shirt, and they ran out of shirts. And he's running
He ran out of shirts because I didn't get
I
it.
know exactly.
But I got the hat.
You got a patch.
I got the
too.
HPT hat.
Patch, but
HPT.
it's just great to be out here. This was our championship open, a $2,500 event. And talk about
First
that.
ever. First ever 2,500,
Yep.
right?
And I think our players, everybody I talked to, enjoyed it. And we also did something a little differently where day 2 was on Monday, as we did day 1 on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And just like Ben told us, it worked out on Sunday. We had a huge field. The biggest field of the weekend was our day 1B on Sunday.
It was. And not only that, HPT is notorious for having great structures. And now in the championship, instead of the first day being 40 minutes and the second day being hours, all levels were an hour long. telling you, players had a tremendous amount of play. And as a player, not just a commentator, I can tell you I really admire and appreciate the HBT for giving the players back such a strong structure to play and award skill. And you should be awarding skill. We're awarding almost $250,000. You know, so it's a wonderful thing. I love the HBT. I love being a part of this team.
Our final 9 players are sitting out at this final table, but unfortunately there's always a bubble person with the cash and a bubble person at the final table. And this week it was a good friend of mine. I got to give a shout out to Roger Campbell. Made it all the way to 10th place. He got knocked out right before we started TV production, but not for nothing. Him and his wife Christy, they've got plans. They booked a Southwest flight ticket to Vegas. They're leaving here in about a half hour, so it's all good. They're going to head over to Vegas. They're going to have a little fun.
It used to be I'm going to Disneyland. Now it's going to Vegas.
And the funny part about it is they live over by Illinois. So he said we're in California. It's closer. It's at least the same direction. So we'll stop in Vegas for a night, and then we'll continue our flight the next day.
Excuse to go to Vegas. I know, right? Marty here opening up with pockets.
Marty's going to raise to 100,000.
Now over to SK.
Now the blinds are. Let's get into the action here a little bit, James. The blinds must be 20 and 40,000.
Small line, 100,000 is the current bet.
Yeah, 20, 40,000 with a 5,000 in here. Looks like it's right. I'm getting a thumbs up for that. Ooh, wow. Ace 9 out of position. This is really here.
100,000
Maybe heads up. 2 overs for John.
Yeah, but no, he does have his opponent out chipped. He's got the 3 stacks. While he's out of table position, he has chip position.
Couple of 4s and a tray, 2 hearts.
And I expect 7s to continue and probably with this spot right here.
John, by the way, just $7.
My wife.
I wonder what that gift for the new wife is going to be. I hope it comes with batteries.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Marty, anyone out there watching the today?
So Marty's going to win.
Wife, right here.
You didn't even cheer for him when he won. All right, there we go. A little
That voice you're hearing behind us is Jeremy Smith, our tournament director. So he's the host with the most out there. I was giving him a hard time. The players are telling me he's using some of the jokes I used to use. I was on the circuit for years. I used to do his job. And what I like about my new job compared to this job, I can sit down now. My feet, that was the biggest thing. Calling poker for 8 hours, my feet would always hurt when the thing was over.
Hey, you know, imitation is the highest form of flattery.
It sure is.
There you go.
A little less Jeremy in my ear, though. A little less Jeremy. Our producer of the broadcast, Zach Howard, running the floor.
All right,
We
Zach.
got our boy Kirk over here handling the video producing part of it. And then our actual producer is Jeff Merkin here alongside, we also have Jeff Casper here, who puts the shows together once everything's done. So the whole crew, this is like an intervention. Waiting for the doctor to walk in.
Merkin, a great Merkin Productions, great work with him for years. I've been doing poker productions. He's a great producer and fairly new to HBT, so you're going to see our shows just get better and better. And, I mean, look at these. Here now, back to the action.
Ian's going to raise it up here with the scarf and
the 4-3 of clubs.
And the 4-3 of clubs. Hey, you know what? Talk about mixing it up. Sometimes you got to mix it up, especially the final table. Talk about just mixing up your play.
Yeah, it is important.
You know it's
so you don't.
I got another ball guy.
I think it's a little early for that because remember we're only,
my beautiful wife.
We're only 5 games into this, except so I don't think he was mixing up as much as playing position here. As you can see, he was in back position. He's in the spot right before the button, which we call the cutoff. And so when you get to the cutoff of the button, as we look at the chip counts there, you want to open up your play for sure.
John up top there with 3 million. Derek, SK, Ian, and Daniel. And you see at the bottom there, Blair and Lance. Blair Hinkle, though, this guy is a survivor, and he's a great poker player. He finished 12th at our Kansas City event this year.
Dragon, Blair, and the last guy there all have less than 20 big blinds, and that's where a specific strategy comes into play whenever you have 20 big blinds or less. and I'm going to be interested to see how they play those short stacks.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we want to keep this interactive, so if you have a question for us, you can visit us on Twitter. Hit me up at HBTJAYMZ, that's at HBTJames. We have a little bit of a 30-minute delay, as right now it's 4:42 Pacific time here out in California. So, and by the way, we got started a little later, rather, because of the fact that we turned 18 today, not 9, because of the huge field. We didn't get done until 3 o'clock in the morning. We sent everybody to sleep. We came back today, and now we're down to the final 9. SK's going to raise it up to 80,000.
And if they have a question for me, they can just send it to you.
They can give them a call, too. Ken is at 555-1212. That's 555-1212.
Dragon Bulls over the hand down the 9th seat.
I like that nickname, Dragon. That's good. It's not Dragon, it's Dragon. Like Dragapot.
Drag 'em.
Is that right, Merkin? Drag 'em? Drag 'em.
Drag 'em.
What's your nickname?
Greatness.
Greatness, that's what I
I don't know.
I loved you.
I used to be called Cowboy. I've retired that nickname.
80,000 in a call here, going to be heads up. 2 o'clock. Let's see the
Scrappy? Scratch 'em. Yeah, that's your nickname, is Scratch 'em. All right, we got to call poker. I'm going to be very upset. The flop is 10-9-8, couple of hearts.
Well, I don't think they're going to be upset. They can see that the flop is 10-9-8. It's what we...
Stephen, Nicky just sent you a friend request.
Steven?
Again, though, follow us here. If you have a question, HBTJAYMZ. Turn card now is the 4 of spades. Not much happened in this hand. Trades
Well,
up against
both players have got marginal hands. Obviously, 3's the favorite now, 77%, but it doesn't look like that when you're looking at all those over cards.
Yeah, they don't feel very good, do they?
And Ace-6 has got the gut shot straight, ace, so
about 115,000.
you know, this bet may not get through because of the additional draws, gut shot straight draw that SK has here. And he's got position and he's got chips, so he may pull one off here. I'm sure Daniel's just begging to get this, to just take this pot right here. And no bet on the flop by either player. 3's may sense that he's good. And it is, so Danny's going to be very happy to drag this pocket 3's.
Don't have a lot of chairs back there, do we?
That's the challenge, you know, when you play these really tiny pairs versus some 5s. If you don't flop the set, you're always staring at overcards. And that makes the hand very difficult to continue.
Okay.
So, you know, that's why, even though all-in pre-flop a pair is better than a non-pair, actually the high cards, king, queen, king, jack, ace, jack, ace, actually better than a tiny pair.
I sure hope you don't get drunk.
Post-flop.
What's it you're watching? James Larson, James, here at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California. So
Mario here like last night.
437
last 3 tables.
Price Mario over $970,000. So it all wraps up tonight here as we pay out our champion $223,411. McKenna, every player is guaranteed 9th place money. That's just under $22,000. Our final table bubble player Roger Campbell won almost $16,610.
You know, another thing after this happened, we got a hand about the.
We do have a hand. We got pocket 4s here. That's a race to 15, and now Marty's got pocket jacks.
Yeah, I expect him to 3-bet here, but he could just flat.
He could flat.
Again, this is for this is controlled deception to protect because jacks is a very difficult to play. Matter of fact, word on the street is right.
Is that the word on the street? Look at this guy. We got somebody peeking through here.
Yeah. That's one of our dealers. He's the coolest dealer I've ever been dealt by. We're trying to figure out. So we've got a.
Yeah, I got to give. I'm trying to plug in a cord here for a cell phone. I wake up, I see Dragon's got pocket kings.
Wow. Yeah. So now he's looking at.
Dragon's going to re-raise.
And this is a great spot. It looks like a squeeze, right? Plus your position.
265.
265,000.
The re-raise actually pulling around back to Derek.
Pulling around now to Derek. So what's going through Derek's mind now with these just in pocket 4s?
Derek's trying to decide if this is going to be worth it to call to try and flop a set with a major pot or not. And usually the rule of thumb here is if it's 10% of your stack or less, you can call. If it's more, it's a fold. So his stack is 2.6 million, and he's facing a bet of 265. So it's right on the number, and that's why he's ringing his hands. You can see it's just so close. Actually, only 50 more to call, so it's actually he'd be okay to call. And it's even a tougher decision for the jacks because it's more than 10%. But jacks is just almost too big to fold because you might be.
And now Marty's all in. It should be a snap call here by Dragon.
Yeah.
Marty's going to see the bad news here. King's going up against jacks.
Marty shows jack of clubs, jack of diamonds. Dragon shows pocket kings, king of spades.
Marty's going to need a fish hook.
He's going to need a fish hook to stay alive here. Just going to get bad timing there for Marty. Wakes up with a good hand.
He's going to need a third fish hook, or he's going to be swimming out inside the rail.
He's just like
random. Still up with a nice payday. The dream of
all right, Dragon is currently in the lead with his pocket kings.
5 cards to go though, so
Is there risk? Dragon has the pocket kings.
I listen sometimes my own
Dragon.
Kings against jacks. And the flop is king, 5, deuce, couple of clubs.
That's the nail in the ball.
Couple of clubs, that's really the only saving grace there for Marty.
Jack.
Of course, Jack.
Yeah, there it is.
And that's going to do it. It's the 8 of diamonds and the tray of spades, so Dragon's going to win that hand, and he's going to double up.
Yep. And he applauds for himself. You got to give yourself some applause, you know?
And Dragon was the one that was at risk, so Marty's not going to leave just yet, but a big dent to his chip stack.
That's the only race there.
Thank you.
Want to welcome everybody who's watching us here on the live stream. Jason Brin just notified that he's watching from Kansas City, so we want to say hi to all the folks in Kansas City. Obviously, Group 9, Mr. Hinkle. We're going to Kansas City here in a few weeks. All the information for that HPT event is on our webpage at hptpoker.com. It's hard to think about another exciting HPT event because we've had so much fun out here. I haven't had a whole lot of sleep. That's been my only issue. It's been California dreaming, and we've had a lot of good times, James. The people out here, I feel like, I'm from the Midwest, and it almost feels like we're in the Midwest. Everybody's just so accommodating and friendly out here. It's been a fun week. It's been fantastic. Hey, there's Ben Irwin right there. There he is. Always looking good, Ben Irwin.
I talked to Ben. I had a chance to spend some time with Ben, talked to him personally at the player appreciation party.
Oh yeah, Thursday.
What a great thing. They put a space in let me tell you,
Get it with the right hand and
about bacon and
Wow.
We're talking about chicken kebabs. We're talking about prime rib sandwiches, wine, beer, all free, courtesy of TV. I'm telling you, man, they treat the players right. But anyway, I'll tell you some stories about Ben Layer. It's pretty fun. I've talked about on the golf course. Another thing we should be talking about coming up is the HPT Player of the Year Championship.
Sure.
Because many people might not be aware that we have a Player of the Year champion that is a very significant prize that you can win, and this is the last event for this year. So starting next week, we start a whole new season. You guys can get out there
very slippery.
Start making your play to be the HPT Player of the Year. And you win what, like 6 buy-ins?
Six buy-ins.
Six buy-ins.
Action over to Blair now. Blair's all in.
It's a significant prize that goes to, as well as the accolades, being the player of the year from HPT. I really like that.
Blair's all in with his queen 7 of clubs here. In a small blind.
Yeah, and Derek now looking, it's about 20% of his stack, it looks like. And that's right.
I wasn't playing, I was trying to make it into an ace. I was trying to turn it into an ace.
Blair, you have anyone out there with you
pretty sure that's well within his range to shove based on his chip stack. If you wait too long, the blinds eat you up, and then you become powerless.
I don't see anything.
While I'm talking, James is figuring out his shoelaces.
The orange chips are 5,000 chips. The green chips are 25,000 chips.
I love the interaction. How do you see the interaction with the people asking those questions?
That's what I'm working on right now, so I'll let you take away the show here. I'll get logged into Twitch, and of course I have to remind everybody that there is a little bit of a delay, obviously, a 30-minute delay to be exact. So just remember that as if we don't get back to you, it's because of the delay.
Just a little comment, that's all. But don't fret, we are here live. It's a 30-minute delay to protect the players and the action.
Well, there we are.
James is bringing up the Twitch so we can see your comments and interact with you, which we love to do, by the way. So good or bad, let us know how you're enjoying the show, what you're thinking. And here, back to the action. We have Lance all in for $335,000.
Going to Derek on the 3 seed. Lance is all in out of the 1 seed.
And Derek is for Marty in the 4 seed. Over to Marty with the 3 deuce. Looks like Ace King is probably
face off. Deuce 3 and Lance in the 1 seed.
Lance, I'm sure you did call.
For real. Rebecca and Jenny.
Rebecca and Jenny cheering Lance on here.
So Lance, you know, any pot you win has these blinds and you get up there.
Yeah, I know.
You want to get the ball in your hand, like to be called, but people just picking up the blinds and annies.
Just over 45 minutes left.
Keeps you alive for another round.
40,000 on the blinds. This is day 3 of our HPT Championship event. With our 2,500 buy-in, this is the first championship event we've had here. We have 1 hour left from day 1. All players do start with 30,000 in chips. This is day 3 of our HPT Championship
Jeremy,
event.
our tournament director, we started with 30,000 in chips. These players now have hundreds of thousands. Obviously, those green chips are 25,000 apiece.
Oh, down there.
They're boss. The green chips are boss. Orange chips are 5,000 apiece. So if you see a stack, usually players stack their stacks in 20s. Except for Johnny there, they're a little high. Those are more like 25 or 30. A stack of 20 orange is 100,000. A stack of green, a 20 stack of green, is $500,000. And so just to, you know, that's what I love about this live show. You can educate a little bit here on how to look at chip stacks and estimate the size. Johnny opens up with 4s here to
Going to raise it up to 85,000. Lance is going to fold now over to Blair Hinkle. He's down at 10-9 of diamonds. You know, I got a chance to talk to Blair on this trip, and what a nice guy. I mean, this guy is just very genuine. And we had a couple beers. Yeah, we had a couple beers after the after day 2, and he was just a nice guy to be around. And I've always heard that about him, but it was cool to actually to spend some time with him. So he really is, and he's had a lot of success.
He's got a big decision here. You know, he can flat. He's got a multi-way hand. He can shove. He's elected to flat. He'll just try and see a flop and see if he connects with the flop. Which should bring Marty in here too as well. Oh no, he's not suited. He's off suit. So
action now. Action over to SK.
SK, not much of a decision here. I guess he is gonna. It looks like he's going to.
Looks like he's going to defend here in the big blind. Is what he's going to do. SK is going to make the call.
So it's King 9, pocket 4s, and 10-9 suited would seem to be the best hand here.
6 of clubs, 10 of hearts. SK is going to be first there.
And it sure does play out that way. This is welcome news for Blair on the short stack. Force is just going to make a C-bet continuation bet.
105, 185,000 over Blair.
Johnny bets 105,000. Action over to Blair.
See, Blair's got a little bit of a decision. He's want to make sure that his opponent doesn't have an overpair, but he's never going to be sure. He's flop top pair, so
Blair makes the call.
He's going to go ahead and call for
flop. In fact, the SK is the 5 seed. He's going to fold.
Now SK is going to get out of the way, so it's heads up now. John and Blair.
To the flop.
Sorry, John and Blair.
Ace or King doesn't.
Turn card is the deuce of diamonds.
Turn card is the deuce of diamonds.
And then this brings a gut shot to Johnny, so it's going to give him some courage to go ahead and continue and fire the turn. Where otherwise, if another overcard came, he might check and give up the lead.
155.
He fires again.
That's 155,000.
This is a decision point for Blair right here. I think he's got to muster up the courage and the strength to just, you know, go with it. He just doesn't have enough of a stack to just keep calling off here. Will he do it? That's the decision he's facing right now. Does my opponent have the overpair? He's a favorite, by the way, not to have the overpair. To have two big cards like ace, king, ace, queen, or an underpair. And Blair should work that out. But his raise pre, his fire on the third, his fire on the turn, he doesn't.
He goes all in, ladies and gentlemen. There you go.
Let me tell you, that takes courage. It really does, James. You're sitting there.
That's for the 155 is to be pulled in.
Now, can Johnny make this call? How much would it be? About I think 240,000 for him to make the call.
Yeah, I don't see how he can call here. His opponent is calling him pre-flop. He's calling him flop. He's going to get down his raising tree. He's got to know that he's beat here. Of course, now he's going to see if he's got value to call because of his gut shot straight or a 4 raising tree. So he actually has 10%. So it's 240,000 to win a pot.
Boy, it looks like he's going to make this call too.
So he's only getting about 4 to 1. He needs to win this 1 out of 5 times, which is 20%. He's only going to win it 10, so it's actually a fold. But he might.
He's going to make the call, and I'm surprised about that. And we're going to flip the cards over, and I think Blair's got to be pretty happy with this situation. But there's still that final card to go, and we all know the river.
But he's made the right play. He's played his cards right. Let's see how it turns out.
All right, we go to the river card. Yeah, Blair's got the diamonds too. We didn't mention that.
Yeah.
And the river card is another 10, ladies and gentlemen. So a huge pot there for Blair, and I think the rest of the players have to know this is not a guy you want to give more chips to. This is a guy you want to finish off and get him out of here. So now Blair Hinkle in good shape here.
You know, when you're short stack, that's what you're just praying. You're praying for that double up to get yourself back into the competition and make yourself a factor, you know, to give yourself influence in the tournament. When you're on short chips, it just seems like you lose influence, you know.
Hey, Zach, I'll take a little less of myself in my ear. Is Zach over there? A little less of myself, please.
Hey, how about James on the Zen train? A less of myself.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. All right, James Larson, Kenna James here, broadcasting live, and we want to thank our broadcast partners, Twitch, here at twitch.tv/HPTCoder. And again, if there's some comments that you would like, we can see them on the side of the screen here with a 30-minute delay, or just check us out on Twitter at HPT JAYMZ. John now with pocket fives. John's been very active because he's had some cards here early on.
Yeah, but they're not great cards.
No, they're fours, they're fives,
multi-way type hands, 4s, 5s, and you don't have to play these.
Yeah, what do you tell your students? You know, when you're waking up with hands like this, say out of position, do you tell your students? And for amateurs, it's hard to muck any pair.
It is, and what I tell them when you get like these Jack 10s, 4s, 5s, 3s is, you know, when you're in sync and things are going and you're steamrolling or you're in position, go ahead and play them.
Of course.
But when things aren't going your way, you're losing some hands like Johnny just has, you know, or you're out of position, find ways not to play them and get away from them so that they don't entice you into the pot. And you submit to your emotions of trying to get even, trying to create something out of something very little. Wait for a better spot. And that's easier said than done after you've lost, you know, hundreds of thousands of chips when you're trying to get back.
Well, look at this. Derek is going to go all in. Action over to SK now with ace queen. Ian's got 6s and Marty's got 7s.
Wow. So we got 3 pairs and 2 big cards here. I expect one of these pairs to take a stand, and this ending up being a classic race, coin flip as they say.
SK's asking for a count.
450,000.
Looks like
Wow, 7s, 6s, and 5s, and then 2 big overcards.
all right. How is let's see. Marty's got 7s. He's all in for 450. SK's got, this is about a third of his stack, so this is a very big decision for him. But I expect he's probably going to call, and I expect the other two to fold. Johnny might find a call just on steam.
Right,
He lost that last pot.
No,
But,
Ian's got a decision. Ian's got pocket 6s, but the action here is on SK with his ace-queen.
You know, SK should actually, if he's going to play this hand, move all in to try and shut the other players out. But it's very difficult because, remember, Johnny's already open for the raise, so he could have a big pair. He could have ace-king, and that's what's going through SK's mind. He's really, as we call in poker, he's in the pickle. He's in the pickle jar.
He's in the pickle. Wow, what a great-looking gallery behind these guys. Look at that. Look at that front row there. And we got Cash Carpenter there rounding out the group. I mean, that's a good-looking gallery.
Cash was in this field, too. I played with him.
And look at this.
He's going to make the call.
That is a call. So now over to Ian. He's got pocket 6s.
He's really hoping these last two just fold like wetsuits.
Ian folds. Johnny had pocket 4s. Now he's got pocket 5s.
Johnny might find a call here.
No, I think he's going to maybe let these guys battle it out. And hopefully SK can take out Marty. So we flip over the cards like we can see on the screen here. It's ace-queen going up against the 2 7s. I always like being in the ace-queen's shoes on hands like this myself.
Well, actually, you know, there's a slight edge to the 7s, but
you see the percentage is 51-49. It's all about the flop, turn, and river, my friend.
Here we go. The walking sticks. Marty's got the walking
sticks. Look at that, right in the window. The 7 of
like
diamonds. Yeah, just like that. Now I'll take the 7s.
Now you take the 7s. You turncoat.
So Marty flops.
You're a little turncoat,
Marty
man.
flops a set. But running diamonds here could help SK. Or running straight cards as well, but that's not one of them.
That's going to do it. That's going to do it.
So that's going to do it.
And here we go. Now we've got a couple of the short stacks. Instead of going out and getting the early exit.
Oh, look at that. A big smooch.
They double up.
A smooch.
Isn't that always the way? They got 6 kids.
Our producer just told us, 6 children,
kids.
Yeah. And they're still kissing after 6 kids. That's fantastic.
Just hugs. But they need money. They need money for diapers.
Right, for diapers.
And education and lots of things.
Yeah, and by the way, of course.
Hey, you know what? Hey, you know, I always kind of come up with these. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You interrupt me all you want,
timing.
It's
this is where I come up with those fun facts about what you can do with the money.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right? Well, I read. Do you know how much it costs to raise a kid from birth to age 18?
I'm going to say $270,000.
That's on the low side.
Are you kidding? No way.
He can win this championship and not raise one of those kids.
Are you kidding me?
Want to take another stab?
I'm going to say 312.
Higher.
360.
Oh, man. You don't have any kids.
I don't have any kids.
Oh, see, this explains $500,000.
Are you serious?
$500,000.
So at 20, let's say 18 years, so that's...
you spent $500,000.
Unbelievable.
And that's probably not including college.
Wow.
So just add another $250,000 on top of that.
Coming up after this, we'll find out who you're voting for this year, too.
So that tells you, you know, what these... We're playing for some serious college money.
Okay, Marty's going to fold. Now over to SK. It's a queen 7. And, of course, the small stack doubled up. That's how it works here on the HBT. And that's why we work until 2 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, you know what? We don't even need birth control anymore. We just need to put out that fact of how much it costs to
You know, really, children. You're exactly right. Just put that out there. Start tweeting that once an hour. All right, so Ian makes the call. And now the option for John in the big with 8-7. 8-7 of clubs, kind of a fun hand to play in the big blind. It's just one of those fun hands. 8-7 suited.
Yeah.
We'll go to the flop. It's Jack, 9 deuce, couple of diamonds. So a gutter ball opportunity here for John.
Now, this is what's important here is playing your position. You know, it's going to be tough because John is trying to steal position in effect here by leading in with nothing and wrestle it away. But Johnny's not. Johnny's going to defend his position. So you see, it's not only just defending your hand; it's defending your position.
Turn card now is the Queen of Clubs.
People might not know. Well, why would you call with nothing? For this reason right here, to keep an opponent from just bluffing you off the pot. Now his opponent shows weakness. Now a bet, which he should bet here now, should win him the pot.
And now a 10 gives John the dummy end of the straight too, right? Because Ian would have a higher straight.
And he is going to. It must be the hat. How do you like that? This is the battle. Look at the HPT hat by Johnny. I like it.
I like the hat. I like the look. Action over to Ian. I think Ian's going to get warm wearing that scarf all day. We're out here in California. It's not chilly.
And it's in the lights. He's got
it's in the lights. And
see,
that's a fold.
This is a very well played hand by Johnny. I got to tell you, I'm going to give him some kudos for that one. He maintained his position. He held his position. He played his position. And with only king high, ends up dragging home the pot. So well done, man. Well done.
Want to welcome everybody that's watching us here online at twitch.tv. And
Who's
somebody says, is that announcer the old Stratosphere poker room manager? I think they're talking about Jeremy. No, that is not. Jeremy never worked at the Stratosphere. I once jumped off the Stratosphere though. The videos on
is that
the
right?
yeah, I jumped off it. I don't know.
We'll talk about that.
I think they were trying to get me rid of the. They were trying to out me from the show. They said, "Hey James, we're going to videotape you jumping off the top of the roof," and it was very interesting. Let me tell you that. Want to welcome in Poker Telegraph. They're watching this online. Poker Telegraph does a great job out reporting at various poker tournaments throughout the country. So special thanks to them for tuning in. Again, it's James Larson and Kenneth James hanging out here. And look at this. The one seat of Lance has got his hood up. The glasses, the hood, and he's all in with his dirty stack. Pushes it right out into the middle.
Lance, he's got the fish hooks once again here.
And now Derek. So Lance with pocket jacks. Derek with pocket threes.
So why is pocket threes really thinking here? It's basically, again, that 10% thing. It's 420,000. This is going to be about 20% of it, almost 20% of his stack.
Is he thinking maybe Lance is just on the shorter stack and he's throwing in his chips with maybe an ace-5, an ace-9, and he's thinking, I've already thrown away a pair or two, which, and you got to talk to me about this. What do you tell your students after you've thrown away one pair, thrown away a second pair? After a while, you want to play a hand.
You do, but you got to wait. You want to have initiative. You don't want to be a trailer, like, not being second into the pot, especially with these very marginal hands. If he calls here, he knows at the very best he can be is 50-50, and at worst he's going to be a 4-to-1 dog. So he rightly folds. That should come a lot easier to him than that one. Same thing here. Same thing here. So when you have these type of hands and you're not the initiator, you're not first in the pot, it's an easy fold because at best you're going to be 50-50, and at worst you're going to be a 4-to-1 dog.
I don't think Lance is going to get any takers on this, and he's going to go ahead and win the hand.
He gets a spattering of applause.
A spattering of applause out there. Lance Daniel, 438,000 is what he started with. He owns a bicycle distribution company. He won 2 satellites, sold one, and he's played one. Put the chip count right over his face. I like that.
Look at this. Look at this. Only Lance now beneath the 20 big blinds.
Look at Blair Hinkle, up to 32 BBs. If I had to make a prediction, I'm going to do it right now. I think Blair Hinkle's going to take this thing down.
Really?
I really do. Who do you think's going to win?
Too early to tell.
You have to say it's part of the Tic Tac. The Tic Tac is our sponsor. They've asked for the Tic Tac prediction of who's going to win this. I'm going to go with Blair Hinkle. I'm going to go with the experience, and not to take anything away from the other players. I have to pick somebody. I'm going to go with Kansas City's own.
You're just trying to get a beer at the end of the night.
I am trying to get a beer at the end of the night.
I'm going to withhold until the next.
Why don't you write it down on a piece of paper so we know that?
Oh, here comes Lance.
Oh yeah, Lance is going to go all in now with his ace queen. He puts the hood on every time he goes all in.
Is that like shooting the bear and then going and running inside the cave?
Yeah, it could be.
Is it like spitballing at the teacher? Oh, wow, look at this.
And look at this now. Ian with ace king of diamonds.
This is an easy call. It's for half his chips. He's got him covered.
No, maybe if Ian goes all in, he can take the scarf and wrap it around his eyes. You you got Lance with the hood. Ian's got the scarf. He can put it around his eyes like a fighter pilot.
Yeah. He could do that. This is going to be bad news for
What is that sticker? I got to see what that sticker is on Ian's jacket. He's going to make the call. The ace, king of diamonds. Now over to Johnny. Johnny likes to play every hand, but he can't play that one.
You can see, interestingly enough, Lance with the ace queen suited is only going to be a 3-to-1 dog.
Okay.
Eights
oh wow.
Make a nice fold. Danny makes a nice
the
fold.
The ace
here.
queen goes all in. Sorry, I missed that. The ace queen goes all in.
Welcome back to reality.
Yeah, welcome back to now.
So that's what's interesting. People think that I did when I started playing that this was a much, like I had no hope with ace queen. You actually got a 30% chance to win here. So
ace queen, ace king.
Begging usually starts about now to the dealer as the flop comes out.
2 sevens and a tray.
Here's why too. Look, now a 3. He splits the pot.
Right.
Any running pair or a queen. That's why he's still got a 26% chance.
And that's why he's smiling. Turn card now is the 5.
5, 3, or a queen, or Lance is singing a lullaby.
5, 3, 7, queen.
Not a 7.
Otherwise, Lance is going to be gonzo. And it's a queen, ladies and gentlemen, the queen of spades, the Black Mariah.
I hate to tell you. Did I tell you? Did I say I kind of felt it when I said it's only 30%? I hate
queen
to tell
of spades.
You. I get vibes from the universe. I'm telling you, those ladies, they're lady killers, those queens. Wow.
Perfect. Unbelievable. The crowd goes wild out there. They're right behind us here. We could hear him screaming as that queen just peeled off the deck. The queen of spades. And Lance, who was all in, doubles up to keep his tournament hopes alive. So, and again, I just have a suspicious feeling here that we're going to be watching poker for a very long time this afternoon / into the evening / in the morning. My flight leaves at 6:30 from the Sacramento airport. So
it does tonight?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow, not tonight. Yeah.
Well, we might still be here tomorrow.
I know, exactly.
Hey, but, you know, now what's going to be interesting is how does Ian recover from that, you know? When the hands you're supposed to win and you don't win them, it's like getting hit in the gut. You know, it's like being gutted. I imagine being a fish and being gutted, that's about what it feels like. So let's see how if it affects his play at all or not.
Again, we like to keep things interactive here, and you can hit us up on Twitter at HPT James.
Saying here, yeah.
I just got a tweet from Jed Hoffman watching the live stream, and you guys are still standing tough. Great job, guys. Go Lance. Hashtag Reno. That's from Jed Hoffman. So again, hit us up at HPTJAYMZ. Anthony from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, checking in, saying, enjoying the feed. I feel bad for you guys. You're going to be there all night long. Well, maybe we can get a 6-pack and put that up in the room for afterwards if we missed the last call.
Why for afterwards? Hey, Poker Telegraph on Twitch says pulling up the hoodie and then making a move is negative EV. I kind of agree with that. Poker Telegraph.
Out there, folks, you probably heard me talking about Kenna being a poker coach, so that's why I keep asking him, what do you tell your students? And I want to ask about sunglasses, hoods, and baseball hats. Are these things that disguising your look at the poker table, is that important? You know, I always wanted to dress up as Robin from Batman and Robin and have the mask and the suit. I always thought that would maybe throw off my opponents.
You mean they would think you're not playing poker and you're instead
they think I'm crazy.
You're being a goofball. I'll talk about that a little
We'll talk
later.
about that tomorrow on the way to the airport.
No, I you know, it's a good question. You notice most of the players here don't have
most of
headphones or glasses or hats.
Marty here with pocket fives.
So there is some practical uses for those things, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But let's look at this hand here as Marty opens with pocket fives.
Action now over to John. John's going to fold. He didn't want to fold. He likes to play.
Drag him here, 85,000 to call with a 1.6 million stack. I think this is going to be a call here, especially in position. He's going to look for set value here. And, you know, and this is a really good position for him to get in cheap, see a flop in position, and try and make a set.
All right. Action over to Blair. Apparently. Oh, all right. Fives against fours. We go to the flop. It's ace, jack, 6, couple of spades.
So now we have two very subpar marginal hands, and this this will be a battle of margin, and this is where initiative is important. The player with initiative usually is going to win this pot, not the player in position. So this is actually a very interesting story of initiative versus position.
By the way, we have Grant Hinkle that has just joined us on the live stream. So Grant Hinkle is a poker player as well with a whole lot of caches and success. So we want to give Grant a heads up. He was up high. I got to get rid of this ad here. Which
the couple pizza of rolls. So
440
or hungry, yeah.
Close ad. So we welcome in Grant to the web stream here at HPTPoker.com.
Hey, Grant.
So he's watching his brother here double up and keep his tournament hopes alive. And I guess we got to make sure, Ken, we're on the. I guess it's less than a 30-minute delay. It's about a 15-minute delay, is what I've been told. So again, welcome in here to Thunder Valley Casino and Resort. Kenna James and James Larson. I want to remind all our Chicago viewers, it's we're coming up on 42 minutes away from our broadcast in Chicago, our TV show, the Heartland Poker Tour. So if you're in the Chicagoland area or parts of Iowa, click on over to click on over to Comcast Sportsnet Chicago to watch our episode of HPT Poker tonight. But I know in Chicago we're going to have the lowest ratings probably ever tonight because there's something else going on. It's a baseball game with the Cubs and the Indians. Oh, they're playing already. I forget we're on the West Coast. So
oh, really? It's already going on?
It's going on right now. The Cubs back in the World Series after many, many moons, ladies and gentlemen. All right, back to the action here. Now over to Blair. He's got pocket trays, $65,000 for him to make the call. Blair's going to make the call now over to Derek. Were you kind of a jerk at the tables this weekend?
I don't know, man. I'm reading some of the comments. It's okay.
You're not supposed to read comments like that. You're supposed to just continue to move on.
It's true. No, it's okay. They say I haven't won anything since 2015. I have some arrogance. Absolutely 100% true.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm one of the most arrogant,
you are an arrogant
people there
guy.
is. All you have to do is ask me.
Yeah. All right, so three-way here. We go to the flop. It's king, queen, six. It's a rainbow. Blair's going to check over to Derek, who paired his queen.
I mean, I think in day two I wore a shirt with my name on it. Who would do that?
Yeah,
you're somebody who's arrogant.
You are very arrogant. Yeah, you put that on your resume.
But people
I'm
don't
very
realize
arrogant.
I do that so I can remember who I am.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes I forget.
Right. He's had a few drinks that night too, so don't beat him up too bad. So now over to
fine.
Blair to make the call. $105,000 is the call. Action is on Blair. What's going through his mind here, Kenneth James?
Let's see. I got distracted reading the comments, so I only watched half this hand, so it's unfair for me to comment.
Now Blair is going to raise. Wow. Up to one. What did he raise to? $265,000.
Wow. What a nice move at this pop by Blair.
Wow. Got to give credit where credit is due there to Mr. Hinkle.
Yeah, I wish I would have, when we go to do the television show, I'll see that better. That's going to be an interesting hand. He picked up a read, I'm sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, to give you the tale of the tape here, it's been an exciting week and a whole lot of action here at the property. 8 players remain now. Started with over 400 entries. And it's just great to be back here at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort, right outside of Sacramento, California. Ben Irwin, the poker room managers, put on a great event. This is part of our Championship Open. So we've been out here all week, and just an unbelievable time. First place.
I missed you on the golf course.
Yeah, it was at another event.
Whitney
I flew
Oaks.
in late. Did you lose any money, or did you make some money?
I lost a little bit.
Up top here, speaking of money, up top here, $223,411. Truly life-changing cash on the HPT. SK is going to fold. Folded around now to Dan in the 9 seat. Haven't seen a whole lot out of Dan. Dan with queen 8 in the hijack. Looks like he's reaching for chips here. He's going to raise it up. $90,000 is the raise amount. Fold it around now to Derek. Derek looks down at King Trey. He's going to fold. Now Marty in the big. And he's going to fold. Dan's going to win the pot. Want to remind everybody, if you want to hit us up on Twitter, you sure can, at HPTJAYMZ. We'll take your questions. And we'll be here until we crown a champion. We're not going anywhere until this thing is over. And we crown our new HPT champion. Roger Campbell was our TV bubble, going out in 10th place. Want to thank our HPT production crew. And you know, I've been on this show for 8 years now, and this having to be able to see the whole cards like this is absolutely phenomenal. It's new technology. I want to thank Kirk for everything that he's done. Kirk works with the Windy City Poker Tour when he's not doing this, and he helps us out with this new technology that we have, and it's just great to be able to call these whole cards live, and it's kind of fun not to have any of the extra production. This is live without a net, as we call it here. So if you hear some mistakes, they're usually going to be coming out of my mouth. But we're happy that we can bring this to you. Over 240 people watching online. Wow, you were getting pretty excited there.
Well, yeah, because now he made a move with this last hand. Now he's got the premium hand. They may put him on a high frequency and not having as premium a hand as he does. And somebody could make a move against him, and he could pick up a huge pot. See, and that's, look, now Derek.
Derek's going to make the call with his 7-5.
And see, that's what people do. They think of the hand. They go, why 7-5? It's not a factor of the hand as it is his position. He's on the button. So say hi to our friends out there. All right. So 7-5 of hearts here is more of a factor of his position than the hand. And so that's why he made the call. And now this looks
Marty.
like a squeeze opportunity for Marty. Oh, Marty also. Ace
Marty
king
with ace
suited.
king.
I think he's gonna he should shove here.
He's going to raise. Hey Zach, if I could get some more player, I don't have any player in my ear. If I could hear what these, it looks like there was some talking going on between the two, and there's a raise now.
This looks like it's probably gonna get back to Blair.
It's a raise to 320,000. 320. SK folds. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great, Merck. Boy, we got great production.
We got the World Series going on here on our right, and we got poker to our left. So make sure you call this game over here, not this game over there.
I'm going to be following both. I'm from Chicago originally. I walked to the Cubs games when I was 7 years old with my brother. So great to see it. It's a dream come true. And these players here on the table are fighting for their dream of an HPT championship. Boy,
not only the title and the bragging rights, but a whole lot of cash too, Kenna.
Yep.
And you know, after this hand, I want to talk about what that was like for you to win your first six-figure score. You know, because that's
great. Yeah.
it's a great feeling for these guys. And you know, the biggest thing for professional poker players is, you know, that's money you can put right back into your bankroll. You know, put that back into your bankroll and keep playing poker.
Yeah.
Now Blair's going to go all in.
Marty's going to call. This is going to end up being anticlimactic.
2 clubs for Marty, 2 diamonds for Blair.
But
ace king and ace king.
The climax really was on Blair on whether to shove or whether to just flat, you know. And I like his decision. And they're both going to be relieved that they're not against a big pair.
It's ace king versus ace king. So a little laugh there by Grant when he sees that he's got the same hand. So now again, both players with suited cards, so still got to dodge. Blair's got to dodge clubs, and Marty's got to dodge the diamonds. And we go to the flop, a pot of 2.6 million. And the flop, if they got to get a little sticky there, 8-6-4 rainbow, 1 diamond, 1 club.
Yep. So they're still live.
So right where, yeah, exactly.
For an out-and-out win.
Let's see if we can see a club or a diamond.
So now it's up to Blair.
It's
wow, Marty. Now this is, I tell you, this
would be something else if we see diamond here.
I'm telling you, this makes your stomach just churn.
You can see the.
Here it is. Needs a
7 of clubs.
no. That's the way it should be.
7 of clubs. Yeah.
You don't like to see it that dirty.
Have you seen the aces and aces lose? We've seen it on national TV with the World Series of Poker. That, you know, and that does happen. It happens, and when it happens, it sucks if you're the one involved in the hand.
You know,
I think Jeremy called that hand the 7 of diamonds by accident. I think he was, well, I'm not sure why he did that. He must have made a mistake. And I remember doing his job. I used to make all kinds of mistakes out there, and sometimes you're in your head thinking, all right, one player needs diamonds, one player needs clubs, and you look at the card. When I would get really tired at the end of the day, if I saw a queen, I was calling it a 4. That's when I knew it was time to go up and take a nap. But these things, you know, here on the HPT, sometimes these final tables run, you know, 8, 9 hours. I always get that question from people in the crowd, how long are we going to be here? And, you know, I've had players ask me that too, and I say, it's really up to you guys. It's up to how hot the deck gets and how crazy the cards are. But if I had to guess, we started this thing about a half hour ago. We've lost 1 player. I'm guessing we're in for a pretty long evening, probably another 6, 7 hours. I want to thank everybody for tuning in here to twitch.tv/HPTPoker. James Larson is my name, alongside Kenneth James. It's the James Gang, broadcasting from California, Sacramento, California. Action over to Derek now. Looks down at 9-7. Derek's been very anxious. He wants to play some more hands. He just hasn't had the cards to be able to do that. Wow. Derek's going to raise it up to 135,000. Marty gets out of the way. Now over to Ian. Ian's going to make the call. Ian with his 5 deuce here, or with his king jack. The flop now is 6 tray deuce. Ian's first act. Whole lot of nothing here for either player.
Yeah.
Ian's going to check over to Derek.
Sometimes it's these marginal situations, though. Who wins the the battles of margin, or the battle of nothing when nobody has anything, that really makes the difference.
Derek's reaching for chips. Getting sidetracked here with the Cubs Indians. Looks like the Indians have 3 base runners on. Oh, they just scored. It's 1-0.
Loaded, yeah, 2 outs. It's okay. We provide a service. Poker and baseball.
Derek's going to make a bet. 135,000 is the bet. 135. Ian here with the best of it so far with his king high, and he's going to fold. So Derek's going to win that hand. Shows his hand, and he's going to win that pot.
So nice to have so many people following us. You know,
it's fantastic. Over 300 players here watching this live stream, and I'm so happy that the property has good internet here. We got good internet. I'm going to knock on wood on this wood table here, but we got good internet and everything's working great. And I have people ask me that all the time over Twitter and email, and a lot of times we just end up in these casinos and there's firewalls and there's all kinds of stuff. You know?
Jonathan, I'm looking at the stream. Jonathan, universe vibes from the universe, right on. It's true, man. You got to tune into the universe, man.
Action over to Dragum. He's got 9-4. He's going to get out of the way. To the 9 seat we go now. And that's a fold. Folder over to Grant.
Wow, and look at Blair's position and how it's just steadily improved. And now he's going to, you know, he's not just going to sit on it, he's going to leverage it. You know, it's one thing to have position, it's another thing to leverage your position.
Blair's going to go ahead and raise it up with his queen jack.
You know, so many players would, you know, just sit on their laurels. I got off the short stack. I've got some chips now. I'll just sit back and wait. Not Blair. Queen jack offsuit. He's back in there.
He started with just 590,000.
Yeah, now he's got 1.6 million.
Blair Hinkle with over $3.6 million in lifetime earnings, trying to improve on that here tonight.
Yeah.
Johnny's got one of my favorite pocket pairs, the Pocket Nines, handmade popular by both Phil Hellmuth and Joe Caddick. Joe won his World Series of Poker main event with Pocket Nines.
He's facing a raise and a call, and the dilemma here is now, do I just flat and play it for set value, or do I 3-bet, try and take the lead in this pot and take the initiative? But he just calls.
So we got Queen, Jack, Ace, Trey, and Pocket Nines. We go to the flop. It's 6-4 deuce. It's a rainbow. John's going to be first with his nines.
Yeah, here's one of those classic situations. Now, do I check because I just flatted pre, or do I donk bet into the pre-flop raiser? With nines, I prefer either donk betting or check raising rather than just check calling. You never really know where you're at throughout the play of the hand here.
John's got the ace. He's also got the gutter ball draw.
John is really playing his position here as much as he is his you know, 4-out draw.
He's going to raise to 225,000.
7 outs actually with his ace.
Now action back to John.
Actually, they got him at 41% to win this hand. Derek with the ace-3. Wow. How can that be?
And John's going to raise here with his
Look
nines.
at
He
this.
fell in love with this hand. It's going to be enough to get Blair out of the way.
Oh yeah, this is an easy fold for Blair. And this,
Up to
you know,
475.
I said either a donk bet or a check raise, but he's check raising 2 people. That shows a lot of gumption. He had to be against situational players that didn't have much for this play to work, and it actually is gonna work, and it's gonna get through. This takes a lot of courage, and it's probably one of the reasons Johnny has found himself on this final table. And the line between courage and stupidity is sometimes very thin, you know. So I'm not sure which he's probably got a foot in each camp here.
Cubs get out of the inning, but they give up 2 runs, so an early lead for the Cleveland Indians here in Game 1 of the World Series as we wait here for Derek's decision.
There's drama all around.
There's drama all around.
Drama
and this
all
makes
around.
me a little nervous that Cleveland's already up 2-0, but we're here to talk poker, not Chicago Cub,
We'll
Cleveland
throw
Indian
in a little baseball. But this, I don't know what Derek's thinking about here. This should be an easy fold. Maybe he's just tank folding, so Blair doesn't think that he raised in light, or is he trying to see if he's priced into this? I'm not sure, and I'll be honest here, I'm not sure why we have him as a 41% chance to win this hand with 4 outs to his gut shot straight and 3 aces. That's 7. Seems like it should be more like 28%.
Derek's going to fold. Johnny's going to win that hand.
I'm missing something there. Sorry, guys, but this is what you get when you get live.
James Larson, Kenny James, broadcasting here from the Red Lantern Restaurant inside the Thunder Valley Casino and Resort. So glad everybody joined us here live on Twitch.tv. Over 300 viewers, which for us here on the HBT, that's fantastic. So, again, it's Pacific time here, 5:35 in the afternoon, and we'll keep you updated all night long until we do crown our new HBT champion. And 8 players remain. We started with over 400 entries, and now we are down to our final 8 players. So,
my sound just went off. So
yeah, we just got a little lower, Zach Howard. Everything got a little low. Did you do that?
There, but I've got no ears.
Mine just got quiet is all.
20,000, 40,000 on the blinds. Dan's going to be first to act. He folds. Robert Lance, he folds as well.
Lance folds. Blair folds. Over to Derek. Howard. Got a little quiet.
Derek's going to raise to 110,000.
Now Derek's going to raise to 110,000 with his 7-5 of hearts. Over to Marty now. Marty folds. Maybe a little more.
Around to Johnny in the small line.
Us. Oh, there you go.
Johnny folds. Drag him in the big blind.
Ian's going to fold. Action over to drag him now with his ace-10 of clubs. He's in the big blind, so he's probably going to defend here.
And Dragon's going to make a call. 110,000 and a call. And we're going to be heading
Okay, heads up, Dragon and Derek. Ace-10 going up against the 7-5. And the flop is 9-8-4.
Ooh, interesting flop here.
So Dragon's going to check. Now action on Derek.
Yeah, Derek's showing some aggression now. I expect him to. Now look at this little scratch on the nose. You see that? That's a common tell in poker called the Pinocchio effect. It means uncertainty or that you're bluffing. And in fact, he is bluffing here. He's semi-bluffing.
Semi-bluffing. Straight
But
draw
that's a-
and flush draw.
That's a poker tell that right there, you just saw it. That little itch of the nose. The reason they call it the Pinocchio effect, you know why? Because blood rushes to the tip of the nose whenever you feel uncertain. And so it's an incidental behavioral motion that people sometimes aren't aware of. So right there you saw it, but Dragon didn't pick up on it. And,
Derek
relinquished the pot.
Derek's going to win the
best
hand. Derek's 40 years old, just $350 invested in this event. His plans for the cash, he's going to save it. You don't always hear that from poker players.
Save it for what?
He's going to save it. He's going to save the cash.
Save it for what?
Maybe a rainy day.
Rainy day.
Yeah, it might rain.
Yeah, it might. I'm just kidding. No, I think it's smart.
Let's go to Twitter here. We got Alex from Minneapolis. Wanted to know, Kenna, what hand did you go out on?
I went out on Ace-10 of hearts versus Queen-9 of hearts. The guy had just lost a major pot, and I thought he was tilting, and he moved in under the gun, and I insta-called. Of course, I only had about 60,000 left, but I got it in good. Ace-10 of hearts against Queen-9 of hearts, and flop 2 hearts. Turn nothing, river, offsuit, queen. Just
send you to the showers. Phil from Saraville, New Jersey wants to know.
But my key hand was pocket aces versus pocket eights over a 200K pot, which left me crippled, and then I struggled to get in there money.
I was saying Phil from Jersey wants to know what the min cash is here. Well, we've already lost one player, so now we're up to $25,741. Top prize tonight, $223,411. That's $223,411. Ian's now going to raise it up to $110,000 with his ace-8. John's got the king-5. He's going to fold. Dragon with an 8 tray. Now Dan with the queen deuce, and he's going to fold. So Ian's going to win that.
You know, I played with Dan. He was on my table, the table I went out on. This is, you know, and he was short stacked. He was short stacked right along with me. We were both trying to get into the money, and that just shows you can never give up. We both had like around 50 and 60,000, and he played solid, didn't let anything affect him. And we were both shorter than the number of players left to get into the money. We both made the money together, and then he had a really key hand in which he tripled up, and which vaulted him well over 100, like 150,000, and then he's parlayed it into this. So that's a great thing about No Limit. You can really gain a lot of chips quick from the short stacks.
Under 2 minutes to go here in this level, and we will be taking a 10-minute break after this, so players can stretch their legs. And I'm going to go get some noodles at the noodle bar is my plan. Action over to Marty. He's going to fold. SK folds. And Ian's going to get out of the way. Or action is on SK. I apologize. SK and Ian left to act. By the way, some notables that made the money. The last woman standing was Julie Cornelius, got 12th place. Cord Garcia, HPT champion Cord Garcia, got 14th place. His mom flew in to watch him play poker, and 45 minutes before she landed, Cord got eliminated. So congratulations, a nice run for him, 14th. And Aaron Thomas, another HPTer, 18th place. And our money bubble player, a sweetheart woman that I met in Fresno, California, Dee Timmons, got 46th. And I wish Dee could have made it one more notch up, but it was great to see her again at another HPT.
This is probably going to be the last hand at this bubble, but we'll be on a break at the end of this bubble. Careful if you guys get up and watch the camera. Thank you. You don't think of that, right?
So SK is going to raise to 85,000. Ian makes the call. Now over to Dragon, who's got a decision to make. I like that hat he's wearing. It's a good hat. I want to get a picture of that hat on the break here, and we're going to tweet that.
Why, it's got the wings on it?
Yeah, I just like it. I like the blue. I like the wings. I'm a hat guy.
Yeah. Well, you're not wearing one.
I'm not wearing one. I had to do my hair up for the TV broadcast today.
Wow.
So the producer, Jeff Merkin, told me I can't wear a hat today. See, the color guys can wear, the color commentators can wear hats, eye patches, vests, things like that. But they never let me get away with that. Action still here on Dragon. Dragon's a great nickname for a poker player. Dragon is from Laos. He's got over 50,000 in career earnings. He's just going to make the call. Dan folds now over to Lance in the BB. And Lance has got ace-10 here in the big blind. Be another 45,000 for him to make this call. Wow, four-handed to the flop. Lance, SK, Ian, and Dragon go to the flop. Pot of over 400,000 chips. A couple of sixes.
Look at this.
And a 7.
Oh, I thought that was an 8 for a second.
You need to get some glasses. I think you're
Ian
squinting a little bit, and you're seeing.
Man. I thought Ian flopped the joint. He didn't. He's got a gut shot in 2 overs, though. And, you know, I want to give a shout out to our graphic guys. They really do a great job keeping up with this action. You know, they really, really do.
It's really nice to have this technology, and it's great to have the internet working with the technology and be able to put on this broadcast for you. A lot of people ask me, you know, why don't we air all of this on our TV show? Well, it's only because we only have 2 one-hour episodes blocked out for this. So it's nice on the live web stream. You get to see all 10 hours of it. All right, well, that's going to be our first break of the evening, so we're going to step away for 10 minutes and let the players stretch their legs. But again, hit us up on Twitter if you want, at HPTJAYMZ. Why don't you throw your Twitter address out there, too, for questions and comments.
At Kenna_James. At Kenna_James. Not to be confused with the porn star Kenna James, but if you tweet me out at Kenna_James, I'll be glad to answer your questions.
All right, well, John is our chip leader, and when we come back, we'll resume play here from the Thunder Valley Casino and Resort. You're watching the HPT.
$6 million. All right. Looks like we are ready to go. Let's go ahead, shuffle up and deal. Get those cards back in the air. This level, 5,080, 25,000, 50,000 are the blinds. So we look here at the final table. They are playing for that top prize. Just over $223,000 in the HPT Championship. Next out here at the final table does take home almost $22,000 for their efforts. This prize pool for this event, almost $1 million. All right, back to the action. Seat number 3, our key will fold. And folding around to Ian now in seat 6. He will do the same.
All right, action is
now we're back to the
action's back here from Thunder Valley Casino Resort. James Larson with you. Kenneth James on his way in. He's down the hall, I think, doing something, but he'll be on his way down here. John's going to fold. Action over to Dragon now with the 6-5 of hearts.
225. Let's go those blinds right now. 25,000, 50,000.
So the raise is to 175,000 by Dragon. And now over to Daniel here in the 9th seat that wakes up with pocket queens. So the raise was to 175,000. And now Daniel is going to re-raise all in. Action over to the 1 seat of Lance. He's going to fold. Blair's going to get rid of that 10-7.
Dan from San Jose has declared himself all in.
And now action back to the original raiser here of Dragon. See what he decides to do.
And now the action is back to Dragon. And after making that raise to 175,
he is going to fold. So the winner of the hand is going to be Daniel. First hand after break. Pot of 1.7 million. James Larson here broadcasting from the Thunder Valley Casino Resort right outside of Sacramento, California. 8 players remain. It's about 6 p.m. here, just a little after 6 o'clock here Pacific time. And like we keep saying, we're going to continue this until we crown our HPT champion tonight. And that person will go home with over $220,000. I want to thank everybody for playing the event.
180 players coming back from that field of 437. And you are looking at the final 9. And here we go.
The voice you hear behind me, that's Ben Irwin, the tournament director here at Thunder Valley. So he's taking some reps on the microphone, giving our tournament director Jeremy Smith a little bit of a break, because I think Jeremy is anxiously watching the Chicago Cub game. And if you're not watching that, it's 2-0 right now. Cleveland is leading the game. All right, well, Marty's got pocket 4s.
Marty under the gun does call the 50,000.
Marty's going to make the call here with his 4s. SK is going to fold his king deuce. Fold it around now to Dragon, who's got king 4. He gets out of the way. So Blair's going to make the call with his 7-5. 3-way here to the flop. Blair, Derek, and Marty. And the flop is queen 5 tray, couple of clubs. And Blair is first to act here. He's going to check. Bet is 50,000. Blair makes the call. We go to the turn card now. Turn card is the 6 of clubs. Both players check now. A pot of just under 300,000 chips. We go to the river card, and it's the 10 of clubs. So no straight. It's going to go check, check. And Blair's going to win. He makes a flush there on the end. And we welcome back in Kenneth James to the broadcast booth. How are you, sir?
Great aspects of this is we're going to have
some guest people sit in from time to time, too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Always pop in.
Yeah. We're going to bring Cash. You're going to talk to Cash Carpenter coming up here while I step aside here in about a hand.
Oh, is that right?
So that's coming up. Yeah, he's waiting in the wings.
Food, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I always know when to take a break. So it's been somewhat of a marathon session for all of these players. It's been a long week, and today, you know, these guys played until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Woke up today, got here, and started at noon, and now it's 6 hours later. Here we are playing this final table. So a lot on the line, a lot of cash on the line. 220,000 plus for first place. All right, the action continues. Folded around to John. He's going to get out of the way. Dragon's going to looks down at 10 deuce. He folds. Daniel's got an ace here, ace 7. It's nice that our graphics also include their chip count here, their stack size. So important. Yeah, the guys are doing a great job on the graphics.
They
Special
really are.
thanks to the HBT crew
yeah,
here.
Absolutely. Let's give them a shout out. Who's our graphics team up there? I want to give him a shout out.
It's Kirk right over there. Give it up for Kirk. That's who you wanna give a shout out to. Kirk also works with the Windy City Poker Tour that he owns, right? That's your tour.
Wow.
So they've tried to get me to do a couple of shows. It's just the timing hasn't worked out. But maybe over Super Bowl weekend, we're thinking about that. But I might be on a cruise ship too.
You're not doing the Super Bowl this year?
Well, I'm not. No, I'm not playing the Super Bowl this year. No, I'll be hopefully. I'm either going to be playing the Windy City Tour or I'm going to be on a cruise ship. So we'll see.
Must be nice. Look at your options.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort is where we're at here. James Larson and Kenneth James broadcasting the action. Again, you can hit us up on Twitter at HPTJAYMZ. Want to give a shout out to Julie Cornelius, got 12th place. That was the last woman standing. Cord Garcia 14th, Aaron Thomas 18th. And now Ian's going to go all in with his pocket 9. Second time we've seen 9s here at the final table. Action over to John. Looks down at ace tray of diamonds. $405 is that all-in amount for the record. 405,000. Action is over to Blair now. And the call is made here. Blair's going to make the call with the king-queen.
Over the shoulder.
Derek and Marty fold, as does SK. So we're going to flip over the cards. And Ian's going to see the 9s, but Blair with 2 overcards. The king and the queen going up against the 9s.
Classic race.
So the 9s going up against king-queen. Ian now, his tournament life at risk. Right now, he's in the lead. Let's see if he can keep that.
He's got to
double
dodge
up.
the royalty.
And the flop is Jack 5 tray. So no help for Blair. 9 still in the lead. He's got to dodge a king or a queen or running cards to make a straight. We go to the turn card.
Blair looking for the
and the turn card.
Now a 10.
Interesting. Yeah, exactly.
10, king or queen. You know, Blair's just been running really good early on. You see he's relaxed. I wouldn't be surprised. No, does it? The 9?
And the river is the 8 of clubs. So
oh,
the
well,
9s.
yeah. Well, and that was, I'm sorry, I said a 10, king or queen, only a 10 after he makes a set on the turn, obviously.
So Ian's going to win the hand. The 9s, the set of 9s there holds up, and he's going to win a pot of over 900,000 chips. So Ian doubles up, and it's just kind of seems to be the night we're having early on here as the short stacks continue to double up. Can we get a shot there of Dee in the crowd? Somebody tell Kevin, our director, to get a shot of Dee. Dee's in the crowd. She was our bubblist here. Dee Timmons. Well, we thank you very much, Ben Irwin. Very nice of him to say. Getting a shout out from the from the floor. You know, Ben Irwin can do it all. He's a tournament director. He's a television personality. He went out and got me the shirt today. Had to run halfway across town.
And he got us. He ordered us some nice food that's supposed to be coming.
I know. That's why I'm going to bring
over there. Oh, I see why you want to go
here. Yeah, there's a reason. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely.
You're so funny. Back to the action. Drag him into the pot.
Drag him. You got to drag him.
Drag him limps in for 50,000 with 3 deuce off suit. Come on.
Drag him with pocket.
Oh, pocket queens.
Here, yeah.
I'm sorry.
John with the tray deuce. And Cash is coming in this next hand, actually, to chat about poker.
Okay,
and we're going to talk about
drag him slow playing his queens here, making sure he wants to get some action. We'll see. We'll see if he likes the action he gets.
Blair folds. Now over to SK. SK with 4 tray.
He's going to call for
He's going to make that call in a small blind.
Of course.
And now the option to Ian. So a limped pot here with queens. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't like it, do you?
I don't like it. I don't like it. But, you know, Dragom wants the action. He's going to get some action. Let's see a flop.
3-way to the flop here. You can get in trouble when you do things like that. We'll see if it works out for Dragom.
7-5-4.
Flop is 7-6-5.
So each player with a pair now. And what's interesting here is SK. Oh, he's flopped. Yeah, I've said a pair. He's got actually flopped a straight. And this is what happens when you slow play. You end yourself, put yourself in this type of spot all too often. And you can see the texture of this flop, the type of flop. Dragom, I'm sure, doesn't like that. And he's just going to call to the river.
We go to the turn.
The
turn card is another 5. This is the 5 of hearts. So now 2 pair for Dragom.
I expect SK to continue betting here. The gift that Dragom has given him here by not raising pre-flop, and this is a gift.
210.
He bets. He has a stack of 680,000. He bets almost a third of it, 210,000. And you know, Dragom's in a tough spot here. He could think that his opponent is on a draw, and so
he's going to make the call.
Yeah,
he is going to make the call.
This is when you don't raise, you really have no idea where you're at in the hand.
So for Dragom to win the hand, he can only catch a queen here or a 5.
And the river is an 8.
8 of clubs.
Securing the pot for SK. Let's see how much he's going to bet for value here. Does he move all in, or does he make some type of value bet like half a stack? I mean, his whole stack is almost like a standard bet. It's just a little bit more than half the pot.
Pot is over 800,000 right now.
I think I just move all in if I'm SK here, you know, and make it look like a bluff, like you've missed the flush draw, and try and get paid off, rather than make some smallish type of bet.
Both players check, and that's the way it's going to go down. The winner of the hand is SK. He's going to win that over 800,000.
He left Dragom off the hook. You know, I guess he's worried that his opponent could have a 9 in his hand there. But he's going to call anyway, so he might as well bet it.
All right, we're going to bring in Cash Carpenter. You guys are going to have a nice little conversation. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Save me some egg rolls,
I'll make sure I do. Cash, come on over, my friend. Be easy on him.
Welcome to the microphone, Mr. Cash Carpenter.
Thank you, Kenneth. It's nice to be here.
Gotta love that name, Cash Carpenter. I want to know how you got that.
That's from a movie in 1960 called Cash McCall. James Garner and Natalie Wood. And my mom fell in love with the name.
She fell in love with the name, or?
Yeah, it's
they could have called you Money.
It's been a great name to have. I've been in sales my whole life, so it's
oh wow, yeah,
it catches everybody's ear.
Yeah.
We could nickname you Money.
That's my hashtag is.
Is it?
Yeah, Go Team Cash Money.
There you go. Go Team Cash Money. If you got any questions for him? So, all right, back to the action here. We've seen the short stacks survive cash. I know you were in this tournament. Not a lot of drama in this hand so far, so I'll talk about that for a minute. I know we were both fighting there at the end. You were telling me they paid 45 players in this, and with 47 players, you still had a stack of over 300,000.
Yeah. So that was the 3,000, 6,000 level, and I had 360,000 in chips.
Wow.
So I was in great shape, and lost 4 hands in a row, and I was out.
Before the money.
Correct.
Wow, cash doesn't cash. And I'm telling you, after you play for 2 full days, you know, we played over 17 levels. It hurts. It hurts to go out, you know, like that, especially when you're in a position to do something. We'll get back to more of that, but back to this hand. John has got a pair, and Marty with 7-6. What's happening here, Cash? With Marty with 7-6 here.
I thought Marty's been playing pretty tight. This is pretty unusual. I'm not sure what he's doing. John does play a lot of hands, opens a lot of pots.
Right.
I think I played with him probably 6 hours on Saturday. He is
Right.
really sticky.
He's really sticky. What does that mean?
So he'll check call, check call, check call.
Johnny does, or Marty?
Johnny, when I played him on Saturday.
Okay, so he's a pass. He's more of a. He plays a lot of pots, but he plays passively.
Yeah, he wants to see a lot of flops. He would even call some really light 3-bet flops the other day.
Really?
Just to go to the flop.
Now, most players think that that's not a winning strategy, to play passively and to call, and especially to play a lot of pots and to play them passively. How does he get away with it?
Saturday he was running really well.
Okay, so that's how you get away with it, I guess, is you connect with the board, huh?
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I have to take a different line on how I play poker because I don't catch a lot of hands.
You got to catch hands. You got to catch flops. All right, back to the action here. Danny here with ace-10 folds. Looks like play is tightening up here. Deuces fold. Action over to Marty with the queen-4. He folds after licking his wounds from that last hand. And now SK9-7. And look at this. Ian on the button wakes up with ace-queen, which is great to have because sometimes your opponents think you're stealing on the button. So when you pick up a hand, it's a good thing, isn't it?
Oh, that's magic when you can do that.
Now, Johnny, nothing in the small blind with 10-6, so he's probably not going to get any play from him. If he called here, I would believe you that he's really sticky. If he called this with 10-6 off.
Saturday's a little different than the final table.
True. And drag him nothing with 9-4, so this is going to be a quick walk for Ian on the button here with ace-queen.
Yeah.
And what do you think about just, you know, when you raise on the button there and your opponents don't call you and you show your opponents, hey, look, I had a hand. Are you a fan of that, or you just prefer just mucking and not giving any free information?
I prefer not to show my cards. It's very, I think I showed quads the other day. I flopped quads, and I showed that.
Well, I think that's a rule. If you make quads or a straight flush, you have to show, don't you?
Yeah, it's some people, you know, when you show a winning hand at showdown, or when they fold and you show your hands anyway, you're trying to build that reputation up of strength, and I always have it, or on the button,
right.
Hey, I'm not trying to steal. When I do raise, I always have it. So it's a mental game you can play.
And here we go. Lance now moving all in with the fish hooks, pocket jacks. And that's his tradition. Put the hood up. Anytime he moves all in, he puts his glasses on, he puts his hood up.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And let's see if he's going to find any resistance here. SK with ace-8 of hearts. and I think this is probably going to get through without any resistance, and that's it. Now, what do you think of that? Do you think that that's the right play with a sub-premium hand like Jack's, or do you want to just open and plan on calling shoves and try and get some value from it?
I didn't catch that. What was his big blind stack?
I'm not sure. Let's see. Those green are 25,000. The oranges are 5,000. Those look like about stacks of 30. So that's going to be $500,750. That looks like about $1 million. He's got about over $1 million there. And the blinds are, what are our blinds right now? 2550, 2550K blind. So, yeah, and a 5K ante. So that's a pretty big shove. I mean, it's a 20 big blind shove at least. Like, so if you have 20 big blinds in that spot cash, do you just open shove with your sub premiums, 9s through jacks and ace queen, or do you like to open?
Depends on the table, depends on the players.
Well, in this spot here.
I would say for him, he doesn't want to play post-flop poker.
I see.
So he would just rather jam it and see what happens.
Okay.
That's my observation of watching him play.
I got you. What's your preference?
I don't think you need to open for 20 bigs. 20 bigs you can do a lot of different lines with. So I don't think that's the right play, but.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You know, it's really player dependent on what they're comfortable with, if they're comfortable playing post flop or not. You know, I personally like to just open with them, or even sometimes risk a back raise, open limp, and then try it in 3-bet and get it all in that way, so you get some extra value. Of course, then the risk is everybody limps behind you, and now you're playing a multi-way pot out of position with a sub-premium hand. But, you know, like you said, you can take a few different lines, and I think it is good to mix it up. All right, on to the next hand. Nothing here in the early going, just a bunch of rags which find the muck, until we get to SK now with pocket 9s. He's got a stack of 1.3 million, and with 50,000 in the big blind, what is that? That's about 26 bigs?
Yeah.
Looks like he's opening for 125. That's a standard pre-flop raise.
Yeah, I played with SK last night for a couple hours. Pretty straight poker.
Straightforward, solid.
Yeah, I haven't. This is the first time I've seen the hands live, and I haven't watched the streaming. But last night he played pretty straightforward.
SK getting through here. I think, you know, solid, straightforward, especially in the early going, and as long as you have the chip stack, to be patient is probably the best strategy, a balanced strategy, you know. Other people, you know, they like to open it up early going and establish table dominance and image and things like that.
Yeah, it really doesn't seem like anybody's taking that position.
No, they really haven't. Blair was short coming in. He won some key hands, which has allowed him to enjoy a little bit more comfortable position now and settle in the middle of the pack.
All right, and back to the action. SK takes a look. He will fold over to Ian.
The dealer dealing a bunch of rags lately. Johnny now with Jack 10 off. That's well within his range, as you said.
He's got a big range to open.
And look at, he's open limping. I'm not a really big fan of open limping. You know, just being first into the pot with a call.
That might be the first time he's done that, right?
Tonight?
Yeah.
I think so. Drag him with king queen calls behind. He opened limped with pocket queens.
Blair's got pocket rockets.
Wow. See, look at Blair now. Now in a position to really do some damage here.
And John also might think that Blair's making a play on him, so this pot might get really big.
I like that. Yeah, like a squeeze. It looks like a squeeze, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But when he's raising from the small blind, do you give the player more credit for the hand rather than making a play with a squeeze?
All player dependent.
200,000 now. And I like his bet sizing here because it's 4x the limpers, right? So they, in position, could easily find a call here.
Yeah, I'm sure John's going to call. He'll play. He'll play any two cards.
That's what you said.
Dragon's going to come.
And drag up. Wow, drag him gets away. You know, and I like that because he's got that kind of hand that could easily make second best, right? Or do you prefer, I see the look on your face, you actually prefer calling for the additional value with 3 people.
I didn't see a stack. I mean, it's stack size dependent. Yes.
Wow.
It's okay if I cheer for Blair?
yeah. Well, we try to be impartial, but
right,
no,
impartial.
you can cheer for Blair, for whoever you want.
So
we're not affecting the outcome. We're well away from the players here, so they can't hear us or know anything.
So that's interesting.
So Blair flapping top set here. Probably not going to get. Ooh, look at this. He's getting extra value.
125.
Wow.
Into a 550 pot.
Yeah. So he's milking him. He's taking him to Value Town.
Yeah,
now I would check the turn here if I was Blair, unless a really wet card falls, which it kind of does. So maybe checking now would be a little bit too risky. So I'm sure he's gonna. Oh, he does though. Wow, this guy wants as much value as he can get. To Value Town he goes. Is he gonna? Yes, he's gonna eke out some more value. Sometimes this can come back and bite you in the butt. But when you know you got your fish on the line, you don't want to let him go.
Yeah, and it's special. I mean, it's so. John is just the right player to do this. I don't think Blair couldn't do this to anybody else at the table.
So playing the player is what this hand is all about.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at this.
310,000 is the bet.
Blair's got like 750 behind. Yeah, 710.
Yeah, and it's already 310, so I expect him to just get it all in here with a shove.
I would think so.
All in has been announced.
And he does. Is it? Or is he called? Yep. He's all in. And this is going to shut out the action. This is going to end it. Maybe it just. Oh, I think this is just a tank fold for Image. Hey, listen, Cash. I'm going to step away. I'm going to have a bite to eat. I'm going to let James sit back down here, and because we know how this is going to play out, and let him join you for a few minutes.
Sounds
and
great.
Thanks for joining us here on Twitch, guys, on the HPT. Love having you with us. Once again, just go ahead and type in any questions you have for us, comments. We love to read them. Here, I'm turning over to James. Here's James and Cash.
All right, James Larson back here with Cash Carpenter as we broadcast from the Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California. The winner of that hand is Mr. Hinkle with the winning hand. Did you play with any of these guys, Cash?
Yes, I did. I spent about probably 6 hours with John on Saturday. I played with SK a couple hours last night. I played with Daniel in seat 9. Probably a full day on Friday, I think.
All right, cards are back in the air. 9 players remain here at this nationally televised final table. Start with SK. He's got King Deuce. 50,000 to make the call. If you heard Ben Irwin, he said we're halfway through the current level. Fold it around to Dragon. Dragon's got King Queen. It's going to go ahead and raise it up now to 105,000. One seat's going to fold. Now over to the button. Blair Hinkle looks down at 7-6. Wow. Blair's going to fold his button. Surprised at that? Was that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Blair's built his stack size up to give him more big blinds to play with.
I guess he didn't feel it there, though, my friend.
Guess not.
So now action here is on Marty. We've seen pocket nines a lot here at tonight's final table. I want to say 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
See what Marty decides to do. The raise was to 105,000. Derek makes the call with his queen jack. Marty with the best of it so far here with his pocket nines.
Might just jam.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I think he's thinking about doing just exactly that. A lot on the line here at this HPT final table. And nobody wants to be the first person eliminated. You know, you never want to be the first one out. It looks like he's cutting out about 325,000 there.
All in has been announced.
All right, we have an all in.
We have an all in, ladies and gentlemen.
So Marty, after taking a look at the big blind, he's declared himself all in.
Marty's all in. Now over to drag him. He's got king queen here. Just trying to decide if his opponent has a pair like the nines or maybe an ace in his hand. Maybe an ace queen, ace king. So the all in by Marty was 825,000. And drag him is going to fold. And now over to Derek, and I don't see Derek making this call with just queen jack. Yeah, 720,000 for him to make this call.
That's 40% of the stack. I think just let it go.
See what Derek decides to do here. 730. Derek's shaking his head. I think he's going to get his cards into the muck here. It keeps going up. Now it's 830,000. If we wait another minute, it's going to be 930,000.
The chips are growing.
And he's going to fold, so Marty's going to win the hand. And Marty's going to go ahead and show his pocket nines. Would have been a race. He's going to show his hand and win the pot. So join here with Cash Carpenter. Cash, talk about the HPT. What do you like most about playing our HPT events?
I would say I like the structure. The championship event was set up with 1 hour blind levels, which has led to our kind of extended play of the tournament. But it just gives you a lot of time to see a lot of hands and play a lot of poker.
I often give our management a hard time. I say, I think our structure's too good. I said, we're here all day, we're here all night. But that's what the players want, and especially for a $2,500 event, you know. It goes deep, and it gives you a chance to play.
Yeah, even the your standard tournament, the 1650 buy-in with 40-minute levels allows for a lot of play. You always get great turnouts.
Yeah, and always a lot of high-stakes action. You can join us here on the HPT. Check out our webpage at hptpoker.com. We've got an event coming up in St. Charles. That's right around the St. Louis area. And then after that, we're going to Kansas City, Missouri, a place that you will be. It's not far from where you live, right?
Go Chiefs.
Yeah, go Chiefs, he says. I'm a Vikings fan, and we're actually got a pretty decent team this year. It wasn't very good on Sunday, but Vikings always find a way to ruin it anyway. So
they've been a nice surprise this year.
Yeah, they have been, especially with both of our top players out with injuries. All right, so Blair's going to raise it up to 105,000 with his king 8 of hearts. Derek gets out of the way. And Marty's going to fold. Action is on SK. SK's in the big, so he's going to go ahead and make that defend here with the king 7. So king 8 going up against king 7. Haven't seen an elimination yet, but we haven't seen a whole lot of huge hands yet, and you know it's just a matter of time, Cash, until that happens. Flop is ace 7, 9, couple of spades. We saw Lon McCarron running around the property, and we were trying to see if we could get him on the broadcast, but he's got preparations for the ESPN broadcast coming up here this weekend with the November 9. So
nice. Great
to see Lon out here at the event. He's a fixture at this property here, and great to see him and his dog. He had his dog along with him, so he's got a cute puppy that was hanging out with him here at the poker table. So I want to give a shout out to Lon if he's watching, and I bet he's doing his homework right now as they're getting ready to head over to Vegas. So Blair is going to go ahead and bet 80,000 with his king 8. Action now over to SK. Not supposed to read this. All right, so the call is made. We go to the turn card now. Turn card is another 7. This time the 7 of hearts. So 3 of a kind now for SK. See how he decides to bet this.
I don't think he's going to get any more chips off of Blair.
Action back over to Blair here, and he's going to check back. Yeah, it's just not a hand you're going to really extract a whole lot of chips out of your opponent, especially with going up against the king 8 there. We go to the river card now, and that river card is the deuce of spades. SK does have the check mark there. We'll see what he decides to do here on the river. Pot of over 440,000.
Just going to count out 280.
280 is your prediction, huh? We'll see if you're right. Looks like 200. 150. I was wrong too. 150,000. Just a crying, a beg for a call there.
He wasn't going to get any more chips.
He really wasn't. And Blair's going to make the fold, so SK is going to win the hand, and the action continues here from Thunder Valley. So I want to go ahead and take a look at the prize pool. It was great to see so many entries here. We first place, $223,411.
So we do have to mention, since Blair's here at the final table and you're letting me guest announce.
Right.
I wanted to give a shout out to Monday Night Poker in Kansas City. It's the toughest $40 game in the country.
Oh, I bet. Who all plays in that game? Is Jason Brin playing that game, I wonder?
Jason doesn't play. We don't let him in.
You don't let him in. He's not that good, really. He just gets lucky. He's just lucky.
We actually we have 4 bracelet winners in our home game.
Let's get back to that in a minute here. John wakes up with a hand here. Pocket aces. And he's going to go ahead. He's going to raise it up.
I need a little though in my ear, please. I need a little in my ear though, a little bit.
So raised to 135,000 by John with his aces. Dragham's going to fold his ace 10. Daniel gets out of the way. Now action over to Blair. He's going to fold his 8 tray, as does Derek. Now we're on Marty. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen. SK's got queen 9, but Ian next to him's got pocket queens. You can't be too loud and too excited because we're just, right around the final table here. A fireplace separates us here from the red lantern. So action is on Ian. As you can see, the raise by John was to 135,000. What do you think Ian should do here with his queens?
Ian's going to move all in. Couple of reasons is his stack size, and then John has opened a ton of pots and played a lot of hands, so you put him on a bigger range.
Sure.
There's no way you can put him on aces.
Ian is reaching for chips. Like I said, nobody wants to be the first one eliminated, but if they are the first one eliminated, it's a nice payday here for everybody at the final table. 9th place money, almost $22,000. What's your biggest cash ever? Your biggest live cash?
I don't have any big live cashes.
We'll leave it at that.
I've had a couple of cashes for like $11,000, but nothing. I've never hit a big one.
So a re-raise here by Ian. And now John's going to play this. Checks his cards again. Make sure those were 2 black aces that he saw. And he is confirmed. Those are aces. Do the words all in come out of his mouth here now, Cash Carpenter?
He has to. I mean, Ian doesn't have that much behind.
All in has been announced.
And that is an all in, and Ian's probably going to make this call, and he does
call.
that. And they flip over the cards, and look at Ian's face as he looked down at those aces, ran them right into the buzzsaw. Queens into aces. So we know already from the graphics there's only one queen left in the deck because there was a queen folded. So Ian's in very bad shape. John has him covered. So if Ian doesn't improve on his hand, he's going to be eliminated in 9th place. And the flop is 8-7-6.
Runner for a chop.
Yeah, runner for a chop, an open-headed chop draw, right? Aces against the queens. We have to move those cards up for TV. They got to slide the aces. There you go. Slide the queens over. Now you got to take the ace separate. There you go. This has got to be perfect when we do this for television.
You guys are good.
We've been doing it a long time. I don't know if we're good. We've made a lot of mistakes over the years, but met a lot of great friends along the way. So again, you see that flop 8-7-6. We go to the turn card now, and there it's a face card. It's not a queen or an ace. It's the king of spades. So now Ian down to literally the one queen that's left in this deck. And the river card is an ace, so that is going to do it. A big round of applause will go out to Ian. He's going to be eliminated in 9th place, $21,758. Nothing you can do there, Cash. Pocket queens, you run them into aces, that's a cooler. You finally get a big hand here at the final table, and unfortunately for Ian, he's going to exit stage left. So with that elimination, 8 players remain, and now the prize bump goes up a little bit. $25,741 for 8th place, and up top, I keep talking about that, $223,411. So you talk about this Kansas City Poker Club. Anybody I know play in this game, and what do you guys do on Monday nights?
So we have a $40 re-entry tournament. It's 20-minute levels. We usually have 20 to 25 guys play every week, and it's re-entry for the first hour. So our record, we tied last week with 49 re-entries from 22 players.
Oh, wow.
So the re-entry period is pretty crazy.
Kansas City, as we know, just a lot of great poker players come out of that Kansas City market.
I think Kansas City is the hottest market in the United States.
Unbelievable.
The #1 player in Kansas City is actually, it's not Blair Hinkle, it's Uncle Ron.
Uncle Ron, is he really the #1 player?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Uncle Ron at some events before, and
yeah.
I'm sure he's watching this stream, so we want to give a shout out. Why the Hinkle family, why do they run so well? What is it? Is there something in the...
Well, it started with Uncle Ron, and he taught all the boys how to play, and then they just they grew from there.
Unbelievable.
But, yeah, he is Kansas City Poker.
Action is on Blair here. Looks down at King Jack. He's going to raise it up to 100,000. Fold it around now to John. Yeah, just one big blind here with that elimination. You heard tournament director talking about that. John gets out of the way. Didn't see what he had. Blair's going to pick up the blinds in the ante. It's a little bit of a smile.
There we go. So Blair is our one of our bracelet winners, and we have James Corwin Mackey.
Oh, sure.
Has a bracelet.
Yep.
Grant Hinkle has a bracelet.
Hinkle, yep.
So that's one record that'll never be broken in WSOP history. The first 2 brothers to win 2 bracelets the same summer.
Unbelievable.
And then our 4th bracelet is Jeff Tebben.
Sure. Wow, that's fantastic. If you have any questions for us here in the broadcast, hit me up on Twitter at HPTJames. I spell it Jaymz. Again, we're going to be in St. Charles, Missouri after this event, and then after that, Kansas City. All the information is at hptpoker.com, and I'm really surprised we have such a good, we've got a lot of people on the live, approaching almost 400 people now watching the live stream. I guess they must have the Cub game on the big screen, and then their computer, they're watching poker, but we're really glad you're with us here tonight.
I think most people in Kansas City are watching poker, not even concerned about the World Series.
And I do want to mention one more time to our viewers over in the Chicagoland area, if you get bored from the Cubs, flip over to Comcast Sportsnet Chicago. HPT is on the air right now. All right, action over to SK with his pocket deuces. SK is going to make the call. John makes the call, and now limped pot here to the big blind. Option for Dragon. He's got Queen 8, so he'll probably check his option here. Must have been a raise that I missed.
Pocket deuces?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I think Ben caught me off guard there. So there was a raise there. So now we're going to go heads up as the big blind does get out of the way. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. It's live television. When we're in the studio, this stuff never happens. Flop is ace, 8-5, couple of diamonds. Action here is on John. He's going to check, as does Blair with his 5-4. He paired his 5. Now SK just with those deuces. We'll see what he decides to do. All three players going to check that. So Blair in the lead here with his 5s. We go to the turn card now. The 10 of clubs. Once again, action on John. He's going to check. Blair checking, middle pair again. Bottom pair, rather. Now over to SK. Check again. Yeah, all three players going to check, so we're going to go to the river card. River card, another 10. So 2 pair for both Blair and SK. And look at John. He's first, and he's
cutting checks.
He's going to check, though. He was cutting them, but he's going to check. I think Blair is just going to be happy to wave the white flag, check it down. Absolutely.
I don't think he can bet this.
I don't think he can bet it.
Nope.
And that is going to be a check. Check around.
Blair wins again.
Blair's going to win the hand. I just got a tweet from Lynn Hinkle. I don't know if you know Lynn. That's Blair's mom. Blair is so nice. He hides his smile after a monster pot with trip aces, and goes on to say we're doing a great job. Well, thanks for watching, Lynn Hinkle. We'll give her a retweet on that. I'm sure she's very proud of her son here as he's in action here at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. I'm glad the web stream's working. I'm glad everybody's able to watch it. And again, playing for a whole lot of cash tonight right here on the HPT. Yes, it is, yep. All right, blinds are 25,000, 50,000 with a 5K ante. James Larson hanging out with an HPT player, Cash Carpenter. 8 players remain, and it's 6:45. We've been playing cards here for, what, a few hours now. What time did we get the cards in the air? Do you remember? Was it 4 o'clock?
4:15.
4:15 here on the West Coast. So very happy we're a couple hours, 3 hours away from the East Coast because we're going to need the extra time here to wrap up this HPT final table. Blair looks down at King 10. He just started with this final table, just 590,000, so he's worked that stack up.
Something else that's pretty amazing, he started day 2 with 36,000 in chips.
Unbelievable. Guess he knows how to play that short stack and never give up. He's going to go ahead and raise it up here to 140,000.
SK with deuces
SK,
again.
is that right? Deuces again? Wow, just checking with our graphics guy here to make sure that's not a typo, but deuces 2 in a row here. He's going to see if he can get lucky this time. Those deuces are fun to play, obviously, when you can flop a set with them. You know, you're just kind of hanging out in the weeds there.
How do you do that?
Right. It's 140. I raised to 140,000.
How do you just flat here? Go on.
Yeah, he's really putting a lot of time and thinking into this here with the pocket deuces. How about just fold him, Cash? Could do that too.
He's deep enough, I think. Just flat, see a flop, see what happens.
Okay, so he's going to go ahead and make the call.
Sure.
Over to drag him now in the small blind with 5-4 of hearts. He's going to fold. Daniel's not going to defend with his queen tray. So heads up. Blair and SK. 2 overs for Blair going up against the pocket deuces for SK. These are scary flops when you see something like a king 5 deuce here. There's the king. King 9-6. Nice. A couple of clubs. Blair pairing his king. Both players are Both players did check. I'm a little surprised about that. We go to the turn card now. Turn card is the jack of spades, so we got to see Blair bet here, correct, Cash?
100%.
See what he decides to bet into this pot. He's reaching for chips now. The green, 25,000 chips. Looks like about 175 maybe? 175 is the bet. And SK is going to fold his hand, so Blair Hinkle will take down this pot. Yeah, he started the second lowest in chips here with 590, Blair did. Behind him was the 1 seat. Lance came in with 438. New chip leader starting today was Dragum in the 8 seat. So they're all trying to capture this title here. 437 entries. We have a prize pool of almost 972,000. That was pretty cool to see that. And it seems like here at Thunder Valley, in this part of the world, part of the country, it just seems like it's a real poker hotbed, Cash. You know,
it's incredible. We came out here. I was in Vegas, and then the Thunder Valley HPT was happening right after my trip. So I came up, and that was January 2014. Another big field, and then it was like, hey Blair, we need to come back out here.
Absolutely. It's a long ways from the Midwest, but you know, it's just one plane right away and a movie on the iPad, and you're here. So we always like coming out here. We used to do a full California swing. I kind of miss those days. We would always do Los Angeles,
West Coast swing.
Fresno's, yeah, West Coast swing, and some great properties. You know, Club One Casino, and of course the Commerce. Just a lot of fun. But we still come out here to California for this event, and hoping to add more events as the year goes on here. We plan for 2017. So a raise to 125,000 by Dragum. Dan folds. And Lance is going to get out of the way too. So Dragum's going to win the hand. Coming up later, we'll have Ken and James back in the booth. When are you guys heading back? When are you leaving the property? Tomorrow? You guys flying out?
We don't have a flight.
Oh, you don't have a flight. Perfect. So I guess you can leave whatever you want to leave.
We scheduled a flight to fly back today, and obviously had to cancel that.
Oh, sure. Are you guys on Southwest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty convenient to use.
Yeah, I wish I had Southwest. I live in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and it's one airline. We have to go to Des Moines in order to get on that airline. So I'm a Delta guy. We take Delta everywhere, and they take pretty good care of us here on the HPT as we crisscross all over the country. And again, if you want to join us, hptpoker.com is where all the events are listed. And maybe you'll be playing here for the Unreal Cash. It's always fun when you can get to a final table. Some of these guys will have several chances at it. Some guys, this will be their only final table. I always tell the 9 players, have fun while you're here. You're on national TV. Joke around, high five, have a drink if you want.
I'd say these guys are pretty tight.
See, we got Grant Hinkle here on the stream. MNP shout out, woohoo! All right, action over here to Lance in the 1 seat. And Hinkle's going to fold. Blair's going to pick up the antes on that hand. 400 viewers here now at twitch.tv. Cubs game 3-0 Cleveland is what I'm seeing here, so not good for all the Cub fans in the Midwest. And I tell you, I live in Iowa, and people are, it seems like they've got Cub fever there. A lot of bandwagon fans too, but
sure.
you know, in that state with no professional teams, the Cubs have really become the team we cheer for, and it's been a lot of fun. But I think they got their work cut out for them here with the Cleveland Indians, and they're in a little bit of a hole here, 3-0 right now. What inning is that? Is Merkin? Is that the 5th inning? 5th inning right now, so we'll keep you posted. I'm sure you're watching at home. All right, SK didn't pick up pocket deuces this time. He's got ace-king.
I think ace-king plays a little bit better.
A lot of talk in poker media about players tanking, about players taking their time. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's gotten out of hand. I'm all in favor of having a shot clock at the table.
I think I am too. After you know, thinking about it, absolutely.
Yeah, just watching the World Series final table last year, the main event, and then this year, it's just gotten out of hand, and it's not necessary. And I think it takes away from the game.
SK's race was to 135,000. Pulled it around now to the 1 seat. And Lance is going to fold his button. Small blind, Hinkle folds. Well, Derek in the big with king 8. And it looks like he's going to defend this. King 8 suited in hearts.
Derek says, let's play poker. He'll make the call.
He's going to make the call. So ace king going up against king 8. Heads up to the flop we go.
Just a little bit there on Derek. You can tell this final table is not going how he had planned. He's a little frustrated.
Flop is 10-9-4, a couple of hearts. So a decent flop there for Derek as he's got the flush draw. He's going to check. The ace king in the lead right now. Both players going to check that flop.
Just like a runner heart there to make this hand really nice.
Right, yeah, exactly. Turn card is the 4 of spades, so Cash's biggest score, Grant Hinkle says. Shout out to the Gordon Energy and Drainage. A shout out there by Grant Hinkle.
That is my biggest score. That's my business I've had for 23 years.
Very cool. Very cool. Again, slow action here.
Yeah, SK is really deliberate.
Very deliberate. It's a bet of 175,000. And the call. Derek with a little semi-bluff here with his king 8. Looking for a heart on the river. He doesn't want to hit a king here. River card is a heart, just like that. Just what the doctor ordered, the 7 of hearts, so Derek makes his flush. A pot of almost 700,000. What would you like to see him bet here?
360.
Before you get out of here, we'll see if you can nail one right on.
There was a little bit of the Hollywood with his facial
expressions. Of course, yeah. So I was just going to say that, actually. So he's reaching for chips. That's 1, 2, 3. Is it 400,000?
It's gone a little bit bigger.
Derek is going to bet out here on the river. 500,000.
Looks like the bet is 500,000, and boy, I don't think SK can look him up on this.
No chance.
He is going to take his time, though. I know that much for sure. All he's got is that ace king. He's going to put those cards in the muck. Derek's going to go ahead and win the hand. Well, thanks for stopping by, Cash. And I really hope that we can get out of here before last call. So I'll meet you in the bar, but feel free to come hang around, and it's good to see you, bud.
All right, thanks, guys.
That's Cash Carpenter. Glad he joined us here on the broadcast. And now we're going to bring in the poker coach, is what I call him. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Kenneth James. And Kirk, if we can get the video camera on here, I want to first I want to get Cash on TV. Wave to everybody out there. You got to, there you go. And now I want to show this dog that we have. Go ahead and sit down, Ken. Thanks, Cash. Who do we got here? Hi, Tank. How are you, guy? So we got the dog back here. We got Kenna. You had some Chinese food. So HPT mascot right here. What a cute dog. I've got a cat at home now. My cat's name is Squeakers. My cat's about the same size as this dog. By the way, Squeakers, I'll be home tomorrow. Promise.
Tank, you got to know where the camera is, Tank.
Yeah, Tank.
You got to go this way.
Hi, Tank. And by the way, Tank, don't eat all my Tic Tacs. Let's get back to the poker here. Action over to John. Looks down at Jack 10.
Okay.
John's
so the rumor is true. I am a dog in poker.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. You're an arrogant dog poker player.
Arrogant dog poker player is.
Folded around to Mr. Hinkle here with 6 tray of clubs on the button. And he's going to go ahead and make the call.
How much fun are we allowed to have on this broadcast? Let me look over to my.
Look at Jeff Merkin. He's the boss.
Let's look over at our producer. What are the parameters?
Okay. He's actually, we can't say that, but he's exactly right. All right. We're over to Derek now. He's got Queen 10. Derek's going to raise it up. I like Ben Irwin when he's got the microphone. He really turns us into a production. Derek's going to raise it up, and Joe's going to do this, and oh, the price of poker just went up.
Yeah,
he has a lot of fun out there.
He is. Ben is Ben Irwin, the poker manager here at Thunder Valley. He's got a lot of passion.
He does have a lot of passion.
For his job, for the game. I really like that. You should really play with a lot of passion. Speaking of which, here looks like
it's a raise to 180,000, so it's going to be a tough call here for Blair.
Sure is, and it looks like he's made the call.
Does make the call. Flop is ace 8-7.
But Blair has got the flush draw, right? Or no, that's ace of spades. I'm sorry, guys.
Kind of forgot his contact lenses back in Philadelphia.
It looks like a club to me. I'm sorry, I'm 52. I'm a full deck. I'm what's known as a full deck, so you're going to have to forgive me a little bit.
Turn card now is the 5 of hearts.
That'll be welcome relief for Blair. In position now. Picks up the gutter ball, the open-ended straight draw, rather. And I expect him now to bet his position here, especially after his opponent has checked twice.
It's been checked over to Mr. Hinkle.
And this is called leveraging your position. Notice you have position, but leveraging your position is then using that information that your opponent shows you, which is weakness, and then leveraging that advantage by betting. And he does. This is going to be a play here. Looks like Derek is looking like he's going to make a play.
It's a bet of 150,000 by Blair Hinkle.
Yep. And look at this play by Derek. This is final table play, ladies and gentlemen. You wonder, why is he making this play? Because Blair checked it back on the flop. It's less likely that he has an ace. And so now Derek has just decided that Blair is betting his position, that he doesn't have an ace, and he's making a replay for the pot with just queen high. This is great high-level poker right here. Now Blair sensing the same thing. Once again, Derek going for the nose here. Should sense this and could make a power play and make a rebluff, but I think he's just going to call for value.
You think he's going to make the call here?
Yeah, he's going to call. He's got the open end straight. He's going to call for straight value.
He's going to make the call. He's going to call for straight value. I like that.
And for straight value, ironically enough. Now, and that's still going to give him a chance, even if he doesn't make the straight, to take it away on the river.
Will he get the deuce? Oh, it's an ace, the ace of hearts. So
now this is going to be interesting.
This is interesting. A lot of
Derek should now, this is a gut check time for both players, Will Derek continue? Whoever has the most courage in the spot is going to win the spot. Yeah, the aggressor.
It's easy for us, though, folks. We get to see the whole cards as you do, too. So
yeah, but I mean, if Derek bets here, the only way Blair's going to be able to win the pot is with a raise. If he checks, Blair is free to bet. And now it's going to be very tough for Derek to just call with queen high. It's so tough to pull this trigger, though, after you've been called on your move. Little does he know he has the best hand.
Wow.
It's
going to go
Blair gives it up.
Blair knows he is pretty much.
Both players.
Nobody wants to show their hand.
Wants to
Somebody has to show a card or two to win the hand, though. And Blair's just going to laugh.
Yeah.
Queen high's going to take it down. And you can't fault either player there for checking it down. I mean,
well, I don't know. I think if I'm Blair there, I've got to.
Well, okay, well, how big of a bet? How big of a bet?
Just a small bet. Like a quarter size of the pot.
Yeah, because he couldn't really call anything. So yeah, you're right.
You can't call. Yeah,
you can't call it. Hindsight's always 20/20, my friend. James Larson, my name, alongside my partner in crime, Mr. Ken and James. We had some fun out here this week. I want to thank our crew. I want to thank our director over there. His name is Kevin Bove. I want to thank
Kevin.
Kirk. I want to thank Kirk, who's about who? Okay, I want to thank Kirk. I want to thank Zach Howard, all of our camera operators, and I can't mention the one guy who said not to mention him. Up top here is John with 52 BBs, 3.1 million. And
here we go.
Just with 13 BBs.
Okay, so now we have 4 players under 20 big blinds: SK, Marty, Lance, and Dragum.
So now it becomes positioning for cash out because each position.
Right, so important, indeed.
There's a bigger and bigger difference. So when you're on the short stack, do you play to stay in the tournament or do you play to move up in cash? A lot of that has to do with hand values, but here Dragon, he's got Queen Jack of Hearts. He's not going to sit around. He's going to get active. He's going to raise it up to 125 with QJ suited.
Lance folds, as does Hinkle. Now over to Derek on the button. He's lost some of his chips there. They fell into his opponent's area. Never want that to happen.
And look, he just pushes them back like a broom.
Yeah, floor.
Not so, you know. Always a little irritating.
Derek hoping to get a new tattoo with his profits after this final table. Maybe to get the other arm sleeved up.
What is Derek calling there with 9-5 of hearts? Help me out with my
Derek has got the Dolly Parton, but it's suited up 9-5.
These are happy chips now. You win a pot that you didn't figure you were going to win, and all of a sudden your play just really loosens up. You feel like you can win anything. That's why I guess he's in there with the 9-5 of hearts. Only a 16% chance pre-flop. And look at this. Now SK's still on the short stack. He's gonna get in there and fight for. Wow. Look at these. Look at these
players. Yeah. You know what? It's time to play some poker. Gloves are coming off. Let's play some cards.
Yeah.
Let's play some cards.
Sounds like Boston from the Harvard. Yeah.
All right. 3 players here going to the flop. Something's got to give. The flop is ace-8 trade. Seems like the cards are a little sticky tonight. 2 hearts is the good news for Dragom and the good news for Derek, but not so good news because Dragon's got the queen and jack. Yeah, he thinks it's good news.
Of the flush draw.
Yeah, exactly. Do we have to call it the idiot end? There's got to be a better name.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe the dummy end.
When you're playing, you know, look at this.
And now Derek loves it.
Now, Derek does have something going for him. He's got position and he's got initiative. So if the hearts don't come,
350.
He'll be able to win this pot.
That's 350.
Good
point.
But
good point.
Dragom's not going anywhere. Matter of fact, he might check raise all in here, and if he does, he's going to be pleasantly surprised because he's probably going to get called by the 9 high.
He probably will get called. And
he's
Dragom's
got to
chip
pull
stack here.
He's got to pull the trigger here.
Yeah, he really
pull
does.
The trigger.
He's on the short.
But now he's probably looking up at the prize pool, saying, "Man, can I fold my way into more money? Do I want to gamble?"
What would you tell your student right now? This is for your tournament life. Do you want them all in the middle here on this draw?
Well,
you're ahead, I guess. You're ahead with your queen
There's
high.
a principle. There's a lot of principles at play. One is never go broke on a draw. But sometimes when you're short and you're the short man on the totem pole, you can't really look for a better spot than this.
Never go broke on a draw, but sometimes is.
Well, sometimes when you're on the bottom of you know, everything is dependent on a situation. And in this situation, he's already near the bottom of the totem pole. His problem is in his mind, he thinks his opponent has an ace. And that's one of the challenges when you play poker. You can't put your opponent on too specific of a hand. Because when you do, you think, okay, he's got the ace. I'm only drawing the hearts. That's it. And that's simply not the case here.
Sure.
You never know what your opponent has. Now, first of all, there's always a 10% chance that they're just flat out bluffing. I think Mike Carroll said that. No matter what you think they have, there's a 10%.
You ever hang out with that guy?
Yeah, Mike Carroll used to be my neighbor. Used to be live next door to him. Love talking poker with the great Mike Carroll, Bookatells, and a lot of the great players.
A real tank here. Real tank here for Dragon.
Well, he knows this is his tournament life here. He's either got to, because he can't, if he calls, he's calling for more than 50% of his stack.
He's got the eagle on his hat.
So it's really not a decision to call unless he's going to call and then shove turn, which is called a stop and go.
You ever called the clock on a player? You done that recently?
Not recently, but yeah, I have, yeah. You know, sometimes a player can go on brain freeze.
Right. They just need to be reminded.
And they actually need help. So calling a clock is helpful for him. I'd be shocked if he finds a fold here.
But it seems like that's where he's, well, now it looks like he's reaching for chips.
He's troubled. Remember, it's hard to see from our perspective, but these players have been playing 12, 14 hours a day, and this is the 3rd day straight, right? It's almost, you got to remember, these players are like climbing Mount Everest and they're past base camp 4, and you're asking him, how do you feel?
He's going to release the hand. Wow.
Wow.
Derek's going to win the hand.
Yeah, you know the
and he's happy. Look,
of course he is. He has to bite his lip
delighted.
so he doesn't smile.
Yeah, he's delighted. Look at this guy.
Look, Derek has gotten the last 2 pots. He's gotten away with the last 2 pots with just plain thievery. Just plain out thievery. I mean, the first one he actually did have a better hand than the 6-3, but he didn't know that, you know? So he's out there. He's got he's playing on all cylinders now.
I got to see the shot.
We got a lot of action back here in the production studio. So
yeah, we do. We got it, yeah.
If you hear, there's still some dim sum and some soup being thrown
We've got
around
Chinese. We're in a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, we're living in the lap of luxury back here. I'm telling you, out there on the table, not so much.
Like my producer at the radio station I work at, he says, you're telling, you know, it's like a sausage factory. We're telling how we make the sausage. Well, you're pretty much seeing that here on the live stream. It's warts and all, ladies and gentlemen, okay? But we bring this to you, and we're happy to do that here at twitch.tv.
And I'm telling you guys, there's a lot going on. I mean, the production value back here, the screen, all this is all geared to set up for the live show. So there's a lot that goes into it, a lot of production people. And then we're just airing this live to support those lovers of poker that want to see all the stuff in between that doesn't make the TV show.
Yeah, the live streams are fun to do, you know. It's,
I think so, yeah.
They're long, you know, and it's great to hear from people all over the country. We've had people checking in from Texas earlier, and we've had people checking in from the great state of New Jersey. I always love getting out to Jersey. It's been a while for me, but anytime I can get up there. A lot of people from California and Kansas City. Right now, Kansas City is bogging down the internet here because of Mr. Hinkle and all the fans that he has. So, again, thanks for joining us. And I've got some questions that I'm going to read here. We got a bunch of Twitter questions that have been coming up here. I want to give a shout-out to Barry Brown. My buddies at the Charlotte Marriott. He's watching the World Series, the NBA opening night, and listening to us here on Twitch. So thanks so much, Barry.
That's multitasking at its
Barry's
finest.
one of the greatest sports bettors in the state of Michigan. This guy,
Wow,
he doesn't
really?
lose.
I'm from Michigan.
Yeah, he doesn't lose. This guy wins.
Awesome.
Yeah. I thought you were from Chicago.
Born in Chicago, grew up in Michigan.
Oh yeah, witness protection.
Also on Twitch, you know, there's a discussion going on about the softness of the field. Tyler Poker. I wonder if that's Tyler Patterson. He says, yeah, I do think this event might have been softer than most events with such a high buy-in. I think HBT and Thunder Valley's commitment to satellite welcomes less experienced players, and I agree. I totally agree with that. Now, that doesn't mean, you know, there's some other people that have some good points in there. There's a number of bracelet winners and November 9ers in the field. You know, JC Tran's a friend of mine, and I played with Neil Blumenfield.
Yeah, we had dinner with Neil
day.
the other night. It was great to see. I forgot that Neil final table. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah. He final tabled this the first time we were here. Before the Fedora was even a big deal, really? He final tabled this event. Great player and fun to hang out with.
Kathy Liebert was here.
Poker Cat was here.
Alan Kessler. So, yeah, there was a lot of tough players in the field. But overall, when we're talking about over 400 players, the field was, for a $2,500 event, was definitely had a lot of value and some soft spots in it. And that's thanks to Thunder Valley and running all these satellites and giving some of these players, which you see some locals on the table today, a chance at life-changing money.
It's tape delay. Doc, we can't talk about tech because it's tape delay. All right, action continues here. We digress. James Larson and Kenna James broadcasting here from Thunder Valley. Having a great time with you here on the live web stream. 419 players watching right now. It's fantastic to have.
Hey guys, yeah, it's awesome, man. Awesome to have all you guys watching, and any questions, comments, shoot them out there, and love to hear from you. Join in the discussion.
SK is going to make the call. 110,000.
Tank, that's right, baby. Tank is here.
All right, we go to the turn card here. Jack of clubs.
Wow, now, drag him now.
He's got the, what does he have? He's got the pair. He's got the best hand as well as the best draw. So that's a good spot to be in. 88% chance to win.
Boy, it's a real slow final table, though, isn't it, Kenna? Just a real slow night so far.
It's a little methodical.
It is.
But you know, I don't know. I don't know if slow is the right word. I think it's a factor of the structure.
Look at the people in the crowd. They're on their phones. They're texting each other. They're saying, maybe we should go to a movie tonight. Maybe we should be watching the Cub game.
It's a lot. It's a lot less entertaining when you're on the rail than when you're out on the felt battling it out. I promise. It's not boring or slow for Drag'em.
No, for Drag'em, it's not boring.
No,
Drag'em loves it.
Check. Drag'em's needs this well. He needs this pot. He's going to be so happy to get this one after laying down that flush draw in the last one. See, I told you he was happy. There's some emotion.
He's doing cartwheels inside, you know.
He says, true that. Even his shirt says true. True, baby, true.
Well, when do you think this thing is going to get over? You think we'll be here till the morning, or we think we'll get it done in the next 4 or 5 hours? I mean, it's 7:13 here on the West Coast.
I can answer that question. I need to know. I'm going to need to know a little information, like how many chips are in play.
Well, we'll get to all that in the commercial break. We're just happy to have you out here.
I'll tell you. I'll give you some predictability. You give me all the chips in play and the blind levels, and I'll give you some predictability.
Well, Poker Telegraph actually did that for us, and I'll read the. He hit us up on Twitter. Yeah, these guys do a great job, and let me read this here for you. Well, we'll get to it here in a minute.
Vegas Jewels, High Tank. All right.
I want to thank our marketing director, Corey Stewart, for everything he's done this week. Corey not only does all of our marketing, but he's booking all the flights, lining up the transportation. And when one of us gets in trouble,
awesome, man.
When one of us gets in trouble, he's the guy we got to go to and say, Corey, this happened, and it's not good. But I want to thank Corey for everything he does. And coming up, once either I take a break or you take a break, we're going to have Corey come on the stream, and we're going to chat a little bit
that would
about
be great.
all things HPT
Get
poker.
some inside info. Jonathan says,
is that bag for us?
Yeah, that's for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think that's our Christmas. That's your Christmas present.
Oh, thank you. It's what, Christmas already? Christmas in November. I love it. What are you dressing up for as Halloween, by the way? I'm actually going to go as Alan Kessler. That's going to be my. We're getting the dog out of here.
Yeah, Tank is going to go for a walk.
Here you go.
Walk the dog.
Here, Julie, we're going to get rid of the dog. That's all. All right, action continues. We digress here with the Tankster. No, I was going to ask you, what are you going for as Halloween?
Myself.
Just going to go as an arrogant poker player, an arrogant professional poker player. Perfect. You'll do great. No, I'm gonna dress up as Alan Kessler, and I'm gonna go play a bunch of slots and try to win a jackpot. That's gonna be my plan. This is a giant bottle down here.
Jonathan, where are you playing now, Ken? Did I hear Philly? No, I live in Las Vegas. I play in Las Vegas. So that's where I play most of my poker. Great to be here and playing this event. Be in Kansas City next week for the HPT.
Oh, you are going to make that event?
Absolutely. I'm going to be there. You know, don't forget, next week starts the new year in pursuit of the HPT champion player of the year. So.
All right, so player's going to raise it up to 120,000. Over to Marty now.
You know, King Queen, it's just one of these hands you're happy to see. It's Broadway, but it's just, for me, in my experience, it just seems like a tough hand to win with.
We've talked about it a lot in the HPT episodes here. On the HPT, we see the hand sometimes overplayed. But it does look good. It's royalty cards. It's over cards. But the problem is, if one of your opponents has an ace, after the flop, turn, and river, you can be in big trouble with a hand like that. But Blair looking good going up against Marty here. King Queen going up against King Jack.
It's definitely in a good spot now. You know.
Yeah, great spot for him right now. We go to the flop, and the flop is Ace 5-4. This is what I'm talking about when you have King Queen or King Jack for that matter.
See, with King Jack here, I like check raise. I like check raising here. He's in position, so he can't check raise. So it's easy. It's going to be an easy fold. So nice pickup for Blair here. With just a continuation bet.
A 1-2 punch.
This is where initiative, initiative once again beats position. Two separate concepts, my friends. Position being last to act, initiative being the first to act, and sometimes those things go to battle. Who has the advantage, initiative or position? And a lot of it has to do with the flop and the chip positions. But usually, when you have two players, both with marginal hands or with air, it goes to initiative rather than position. So both things very important. Fight for the lead, have initiative, and if you can have position and initiative, wow, it's like a slam dunk in poker.
He's Ken James. I'm James Larson, broadcasting here from Lincoln, California, Thunder Valley Casino Resort. I interviewed the drummer from Tesla last week. His name's Troy. He's from out here, the band Tesla.
Wait, you interviewed a drummer in a Tesla?
No. Let me start over. I interviewed the drummer of the band Tesla.
Oh,
very good question.
I thought it was a car.
Yeah, could be. But anyway, they're from out here, and I actually saw them perform last time I was out here. They performed out here, a little hometown show at the casino outdoors. A little too chilly to be doing outdoor shows right now. The pool was closed, but I did make it to the spa. I had a good time over there at the spa.
So John's raised it up here, 125,000 with ace-10, and Lance now
look at this.
All in with the with basically the same hand, ace-10, for 725. I think this is probably going to get through unless, yep. I don't see John calling this. It's about about 22% of a stack. Calling off 22% with ace-10, not usually a good play. Let's see though. Let's see the value he's getting. All in, so he's got to call 630 to win about 1.5. Probably getting about 1.8 to 1. Somewhere in that neighborhood. But it's just so often, you're going to be a 3-to-1 dog to a bigger ace, maybe a coin flip. So if he's a coin flip, he's 50-50. And if it's a bigger ace, he's a 3-to-1 dog, 75, so split the difference. It's about 66. So close. He may end up calling and not liking it. But knowing Johnny, I think he's probably going to make the call. I'm going to guess he's going to make the call.
Oh, there's a birthday celebration going on
just
next door.
Just outside next door.
Listen, when you broadcast from a Chinese restaurant, you're gonna have noise. You're gonna have birthday parties.
This will be like a birthday for Lance if this gets through and doesn't get called. Otherwise, it's most likely going to be a chop.
Yeah, it's going to be a fold.
Johnny, I like that fold by Lance. Showing some discipline.
Lance can pull the hat down.
Oh, wow.
Celebrate.
There's the cheerleading section.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's been a long few days.
Look at the dealer here. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this dealer has dealt to me for 3 days. I think he's the coolest dealer on the planet.
This is the guy that poked his head in here. He poked his head in here. I said, hey, listen, I'm on television, guy. I can't talk to you right now.
I mean, he is just cool, man.
He's got that cool look to him.
Yeah.
He's got the glass. I like the glasses. I just went to the eye doctor the other day, and I'm getting glasses. I got a -1.
Really?
Whatever. Yeah, I'm going to get some glasses, yeah. But they look cool. I think they're going to be all right.
Well, you look more intelligent.
I will look more, and I need that, let me tell you. James Larson, Ken and James. Hit us up on Twitter at HBTJAY.
Oh, I was going to mention something else.
Just got a text from Florida, and it's from Lisa. Lisa wants to know, Ken, who you cheering for, Indians or Cubs?
Cubbies, man. I used to walk to watch the Cubs play when I was about 6, 7 years old. With my brother, took me. We lived right near Wrigley Field, about 2 miles away. So, diehard Chicago fan.
Michael from Cheyenne, looks like Cheyenne, Wyoming, wanted to know, Kenna, what's your favorite starting hand besides pocket aces?
Well, my traditional answer is any hand that wins the pot.
I know.
But,
no one wants to hear that, though.
I know. So I would say, all right, I'm going to go with a off-the-wall hand like 8-5 suited.
And when I ask people this question, we'll get to your 8-5 in a minute. I want to. A lot of people want to know what's the hand that you're lucky with, or that you win big pots with, or like for me, it's always been pocket nines. I love pocket nines.
Yeah.
Of course, I'd rather have pocket aces than pocket nines, but I've always had luck with nines. A lot of good history with me with pocket nines. So Blair here on a decision with ace 9. Daniel raised to 150,000 with his pair of aces. No, pair of kings. What is that? It looks like four trade.
Four trade.
Talked about this before. Blair Hinkle, just a nice guy. Had drinks with him the other day.
He is.
Very polite, just a gentleman at the poker table and off the poker table. We could all learn a lot from a guy like Mr. Hinkle here.
Like what?
Apparently you could learn that because I was told you're a little bit of a little cocky at the table and a little arrogant.
So humility. I could learn some humility, huh?
It's a re-raise now.
Wow, so Blair turning it up a notch here, sensing weakness from Danny, and he's right with 4-3.
Going up to 385.
And look at how he looks over to Derek. He says, "You're going to make another play on me with the queen 10, or you're going to stay out of my way?"
You don't see a lot of visual tells from Blair Hinkle either. It looks like he's got that.
Look, Derek's laughing at him. No, you don't, but this is a little tell. When he looks to his left here, you know, kind of eyeing his opponent, like he's daring him. It actually shows a little weakness, believe it or not. Because believe me, he doesn't want to call here. He just wants to 3-bet, take this down.
All right, they both fold, so Blair's going to pick up the pot.
Anytime you're 3-betting light with like ace 9, king jack, king 10, you know, ace rag, you're happy just to take the pot.
You're happy to take it down, yeah.
You really don't want to play a pot. So the threatening look to his left to Derek, don't mess with me, you know, and drew a laugh from Derek, and Derek stayed out of his way. So some mutual respect going on there, you know, and there is some silence, you know. This is the game within the game. There's some silent, I don't really want to use the word agreements, but there's some silent understanding between chip leaders and chip stacks in which players, you know, if they're playing at the higher level, tend to honor, you know. It's kind of like, you know, don't go after the shark, go after the minnows. And it's important that mutual respect happen, because when it doesn't, wow, there's some warfare that goes on, kind of like, you know, the political warfare that's going on.
Yeah, we're not talking politics tonight. We'll talk Cubs baseball. That's as far as I'm going. Bill Swabada said, HPT James, Blair is so tough. Knocked me out in 40th at the inaugural KC event back in 2014. Caught me trying to bluff him off in a hand. Bill also went on to say, hey, I'm not too far away from this game. How do I get in? And I just told him bring a big suitcase full of money. This Poker Telegraph tells us, according to the calculator, you should only average one player busting out per level. Only hope that is one player starts hovering chips. So we could be here for maybe another 6 or 7 hours. I look over at our producer,
for sure.
And he's rolling his eyes because it's true. And you know, we're playing for a lot of money, so we shouldn't be in a hurry to get out of here. And we're having a lot of fun. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. James Larson and Kenny James broadcasting live.
Great to be here with you guys. Wish I was on that final table, I got to tell you. Though, you know, fell a few places short this time, but I'll be back. Blair calling. What's he calling with here now?
Blair has king, queen.
And he's got the button, king, queen
Derek
again.
makes the call. Now action over to Marty. All right, 3 players going to the flop.
Wow. So Blair open limps on the button with king, queen? Very strange play that he doesn't at least just double the blinds. I wonder if that's a factor of the fear factor of Derek. Because I expect this to get checked around, then Derek to lead the turn and take this pot as long as the king or queen doesn't fall off.
Flop is 8-7-5. Now the turn card is another
Derek
8.
should lead at this pot. He should realize his pair is probably good here. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. And it's going to, the other two are going to fold quicker than a napkin. And this pot's going to be pushing. We're going to be on to the next hand.
Bet is 155,000.
Unless Blair wants to play mental games here. But he's not. It's just not worth it. King high. A little misstep by Blair there, I think. You know, not just
could just double the blinds there on the button rather than open limp with the king queen. He's going to find 2 quick folds and pick up the blinds and antes. I believe, did they just announce it's going up to 30 and 60K?
No, we're halfway through the levels.
Oh, halfway through, yeah.
All right, the action continues. 8 players remain and haven't only lost 1 player here since we started a few hours ago.
In case you guys are joining us late, those green chips, as I mentioned, 25,000 apiece. The orange chips, 5,000. So a stack, most of the players stack their chips in 20, so a stack of green is $500,000. A stack of orange is 100,000. Johnny sitting behind a whole pile of chips.
Johnny with king 10.
He's got 3.2 million.
Not afraid to splash around in the pot. Blinds 30-60 with a 10.
Yeah, any Broadway or better, it looks like Johnny's in there. Or even ace 8 or better, his range. Maybe even less than that, ace 5 or better, any Broadway 8.
Raises to 130.
Yep. And now over to Dragum with pocket 8s. Does he flat or 3-bet? He's kind of been playing taking passive lines, so I expect him to flat, and he does.
Dragum's got pocket 8s. He makes the call.
I think as the stakes get higher here, it gets tougher and tougher to just flat call with these small to medium pairs, and I think you should take a more aggressive line and 3-bet, and you know, fight for the lead rather than call for set value.
Derek on the button. He looks kind of like an alien experiment with his earphones on his head like that with the lights beeping.
Yeah, I mean, you see Dragum's called 130,000. He started with this pot, with this just under $1 million, so it's well over 10% of his stack. And to play for set value for more than 10% of your stack is really not a profitable play in the long run.
Over to SK now. SK just looks, he looks annoyed here. He just looks, well, he's on the short stack and he's waiting for cards. I'd be annoyed too. So heads up, we go to the flop.
King 10 against pocket 8s.
Haven't seen the players talk a whole lot at the final table. You know, it's very competitive. There's a little bit of smiling going on. King in the window. It's ace, king, deuce, all hearts. So
see, Dragum's got himself in a bad spot here because now he's got a weak flush draw. I mean, he's in a really bad spot here.
John pairs his king. He's also got the flush draw with his 10 of hearts, so he's going to bet 100,000.
I like it. Dragum is going to be tempted to pull a card off. I expect him to call 100,000.
I don't think he calls.
I think he does.
He gets him in the muck right here. He's going to surrender right now.
I think he's going to call 100,000 and peel. Just in pray and hope his flush would be good. Well, you owe me a beer.
I owe you a beer. I do owe you a beer, my friend. And it'll have to be tomorrow because I have a feeling we're going to be here until last call is over.
Right. And to the turn we go. Hopefully it's not a heart for Dragum anyway. Oh, it is.
Look at that. So both players making a flush now. John with the 10, Dragum with the 8.
Now I'd like a check here. You know, if Johnny can find a check here, he's going to elicit a bluff from a worse hand, you know, and not get put in a tough spot.
125 is the bet. Now Dragum has to. Well, he doesn't have to make the call.
Yeah, but he's going to call. If you call the flop and you make it, you're going to call the turn. But he may just, it may just go check here on the river.
Okay, so John has the.
It does.
Yeah, it's going to go check here. Dragum's happy with that check. He'll flip over his 8.
Oh, really?
Whoa, look at this.
Now, okay, so when a player bets here.
You see he slammed his chips down too. Did you notice that?
Now, I have a question here. Is Dragum.
Whoa, hold on.
Wow, he's really showing. He's really showing. Trying to reverse tell here, I think. So I don't know. Is his bet say he's bluffing, or is he?
He slammed it down.
Or is he betting for value? In his mind.
The only cards that can beat John here are 4 and 5 of hearts, or a jack of hearts.
6 of hearts.
Yeah.
Huh?
No.
Oh, you mean?
I'm talking the straight.
A queen or a jack of hearts.
Or the straight flush, obviously.
Right. No,
Did you see him start clapping there? 4 or 5 of hearts is what I was saying.
Yeah, I see.
Did you see that clap? I haven't seen that before.
Yeah. I expect Johnny to pay off here. This is not going to get through.
It can't. Oh my! No, it can't. It can't get through.
Well, see, you know, when you're watching your player's just not going to celebrate like that.
I know, right?
Unless you're throwing at what's called a reverse tell.
Right. Yeah. Of course.
But I don't think Johnny's thinking at that level. So I don't expect this to get through.
Boy, I'd like to run that on instant replay.
You know, I think for our at-home players, when you're in Dragum's spot here and you're thinking about bluffing, I mean, you're thinking about betting, you have to know why you're betting. Am I bluffing or am I trying to bet for value?
Wow,
and
look at
betting
that.
for value in this spot is just ridiculous because you're only going to get called when you beat.
If I'm John, I'd start clapping now. That's what I would do. Wow, that was really bizarre. Yeah, there was only a couple cards in the deck.
I think he was doing that to show strength to his opponent. You know, like I got you. He really obviously didn't want to call there.
Well, no. That's your chip leader now, and look at.
No, that's not your chip leader. That's your bottom of the rung.
John, who won the hand, is
2 and 20 in.
Wow, drag him. Well, you know what? We'll give him an A for effort.
No.
The clap.
No,
the clap was good. He's a good clapper.
There's just some efforts.
Clap on, clap off.
There's some better efforts, not better efforted.
He's gonna get these chips in the middle here in a couple of hands. I'm good. Go ahead. All right, action over to Lance. It's going to fold. Now over to Blair with Jack 9. And Blair's going to make the call.
What? Blair's just open limping again, huh?
Blair in the hijack makes that call. Now over to SK. When you were gone, when Cash was in here, we noticed SK really slowing down his demeanor and his play and all his decisions here. We've seen that a lot, and I asked Cash what he thought about players playing on a shot clock. What are your thoughts on the shot clock in the poker
Absolutely
game?
should have a shot clock. I'm waiting for, you know, somebody to take a stand and say, hey, we're going to, as part of our tournament, we're going to institute shot clocks. I think it's going to be a big thing.
Flop is 5-4 Trey.
I mean, the other sports have figured it out. Basketball figured it out with a 24-second shot clock.
Great camera work here by our HPT production team. Turn card's the queen of clubs, so that hits both John and SK. John's got an open-ended straight draw to go along with his queens.
Yep. Golly. This is just, you know, John is just really his timing on things. Even though it looks like he's in bad shape here, the way things are going for him, I wouldn't be surprised if a deuce or a 7 peels off on the river. SK, he's in a tough spot because of his chip position, right? This is a big bet in relationship to his stack, and it's almost too much for him to fold, but he realizes he's got a marginal hand here. I expect him to call reluctantly. As you see, he's going to take his time.
He takes his time, and this is what's been happening here with SK's game. He
Yeah.
has slowed it down.
Yep. Imagine how much more interesting this would be with the shot clock above the players' heads.
Agreed.
And as it gets counted down, you know, and it would really add a lot of drama.
We are going to the river.
All right, we go to the river card now. SK and John. And that river card is the 8 of hearts, so SK is going to check.
John, I expect to check back. SK is going to be pleased to win this pot.
SK is going to win that hand. Now,
well needed pot.
Let's get back talking about Dragon here. Now, he's got a couple of hands left where he's going to have to jam his remaining chips as he is our short stack, and he's going to have to make a move here and hopefully double or triple up. Otherwise, it's going to be the exiting stage left for him. It's fun to see the gallery. It's a good gallery back there. These guys are good
back
looking.
to your strategy point, though, James, it's very interesting because as chip leader, you have to be aware of the other player's chip positions. See, he could have really leveraged his chip position there and really put SK in a tough spot for all his chips, knowing that Dragum was short and that he might want to outlast Dragum to get the higher pay jump. That's the game within the game.
Sure.
You know? And I think if he would have, you know, bet strong on his straight draw on the flop and then followed up with a bet to put SK all in on the turn, I think it would have gotten through. And sometimes it's those small differences that make the difference between a third or a second place finish and the actual champion.
Daniel's going to fold his pocket deuces. Lance folds. Now over to Blair Hinkle with 9-7. Blair reaching for chips here. Looks like he's gonna raise it up to looks 140. 120. Raised to 120,000. Marty and SK fold over to John. Now he's going to release his hand. And Dragum's going to get them all in. He decides to get his cards all in the middle. And a quick call. And Dragum has pocket eights, the hand that got him in trouble before.
Yeah.
All right, so he is in the lead here. Pocket eights going up against 9-7. We'll see if Blair Hinkle can eliminate Dragum by improving his hand. He does have the hearts. And we now go to the flop. 9-7 going up against pocket eights. Dragum all in. And look at that. A 9
Wow.
right in the window. 9-5-4, couple of spades. So good news for Blair Hinkle. Dragum's just watching this. He knows how this will end. Well, he's hoping it doesn't end. Now the 10 of clubs. Well, you know how. You know the feeling. 10 of clubs on the turn.
Feels like he knows how it's going to end. He looks.
He'll always have the hawk on his hat, though, and it's the 3 of hearts on the end. We give Dragum a big round of applause, and that's going to do it for him. He is going to be eliminated. Going back to Fresno, California with 8th place money.
It's nearby, Fresno, California. Nice to see the locals do well, man.
$25,741 for Dragum.
That's a great run.
It's a great run. It's a fantastic run.
Really
Think
awesome.
about it. $25,000. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
You know, we always talk about these.
$25,000?
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
What are you talking about? That's a lot of cheese.
Sure is.
That's like
You know how many cheeseburgers you could buy? You know how many dollar cheeseburgers you could buy with that?
Shoot, man. I had to work it back in 1985. I had to work a year to make that as a Wendy's restaurant manager.
Did you really?
Yeah, $22,000 I think was my salary as a general manager.
Look at that shot. We're in the Red Lantern Chinese theater or Chinese restaurant.
What's going on?
Confucius say, man who back into raspberry patch have asin jam. Oh, this is great, man.
Wow.
Good shots, Kevin.
Look at that. Look at that. Way to go, Kev.
Yeah, that's good stuff there.
I love it.
All right, at the end of this level, we will take a break.
You know, they just chums the waters every time.
Has it been 2 hours already since our last break?
Time flies when you're having
when
fun.
you have fun.
I'll tell you that much for sure. All right, James Larson alongside Mr. Kenny James, and the Cubs now down 3-0.
But somebody's got bases loaded.
That'd be the Chicago Cubs have bases loaded. We're on a little bit of a delay here, so for the people at home, they probably already know what happened.
They already knew what happened. Yeah.
All right, Blair. God, Blair's really playing a good game here, just a consistent game. Now he's got Queen 10. He's going to raise it up to 120,000. He's getting cards when he needs them.
When you say the time delay, I forget where I am in time. If I'm back there or if I'm up here.
Right. Where are you right now?
Yeah, where am I? Am I watching baseball real time or am I back in the poker thing in time? Well, you can really travel spiritually, you know?
Blair's going to win that hand. Get back to some of the tweets here. A lot of people, thank you so much. And keep the tweets coming at HPTJAYMZ.
Who the hell is Tyler Poker? Identify yourself immediately. I wonder if Tyler Poker is that our friend Tyler Patterson? I bet you it is.
Not sure who it is, you know.
I bet you it is. Who is one of the great young players on the circuit today, I might add.
So I told these guys I was going as Alan Kessler for Halloween, and this Bill Suavita, who's been very interactive today, says strap a chainsaw to your chest if you're going as Alan Kessler. So we'll see how that ends up.
Look at the guns on Derek. He's got some guns in the tattoo.
I told you he wants to get that second tattoo. All right, so
kind of also got that Princess Leia look with the headset there on his head. You know,
he kind of does. Yeah.
So he's got that. He's got that dynamic happening.
Yeah, I said before, it looks like an experiment, an alien experiment, where these are on the sides of his head to analyze his brain waves.
Hey, easy. We got it. These guys have gone a long way.
Speaking of
they
being
deserve
in here,
our respect. We're just having fun, though, guys. This is the stream.
I told our producer,
here.
I told our producer, it's fantastic to be working in a Chinese restaurant. You know why? I said, I'm hungry. We said, should we go get some food? And he said, well, there's a restaurant right in here. Come on, order some rice. And we had a great meal right as we're calling the final table. Yeah. Oh, we have fun here on the live stream. Thanks for tuning in. Over 470 people online now. It's great for us here.
Awesome, awesome that you guys are here joining us, man. Watching this final table action.
Well, it's all a lot of Kansas City folks. They're not watching the Cup game. I can tell you that right now.
All right, let's look and let's see what's happening here.
If we
Marty calls 150,000 with ace 10. Initiative goes to Derek with the queen jack. So two big chip stacks going after each other. John is in there too. He's got 3.6 million. Marty, I'm sorry, he's only got 445,000.
Flop his queen, 7 deuce, 2 diamonds.
You know, and this is how it always is too. You know, winning begets winning. The chips go to the chips. Here he is. He's got his players in really bad shape pre-flop. Marty does, but they share a queen, and still a queen comes out. And I hear Ben say the same thing I was saying. This is chip leaders going after each other here, both flopping top pair.
And as soon as Ben gets off the microphone there, we're going to bring him back in here to do a little commentary with us here in the booth and find out what's going on with Thunder Valley Casino and Resort.
Sure. You know, here's an interesting hand because obviously Derek has got the better hand, but John has got position. And now with the king, this should favor John because another check by Derek and a follow-up bet by Johnny could actually, he could wrestle this pot away with the worst hand. Oh, this is very interesting. If he makes a big enough bet here, like 450,000, it's gonna put Derek in a really tough spot. Wow, look at Johnny going right after it. He's going after it like the marrow in a bone, like the meat on the hook. This is the prize fight. The two chip leaders going after one another. Princess Leia looking at him down.
Bet is 425,000.
Wow, he's going right now. He's thinking, you know, he's trying to think of what hands do I beat here. He sees the diamonds out there, so he's saying I beat flush draws, but I don't beat any real queen, like, you know, king queen, ace queen. I'm in really a tough spot, and this is where position and initiative again are so important. And you can see it just puts Derek in a pickle. He may not want to sacrifice his chip position here, but I would expect he should call this and check the river and reassess on the river.
425,000.
I expect Derek to make a call here and then check and reassess on the river. And for John, for him to win this pot, he's got to fire again on the river. Wow.
It's going to fold the hand.
It looks like it. Yep,
he's going to fold the hand.
See, this is where position won the pot and aggression. Position and aggression won the pot.
All right, so you've seen a little play here at the final table.
Yeah.
I don't like to do this when we're taped because it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Who do you think's going to take this thing down? We don't have any horses in the field, but who do you think's going to take it down?
Wow, it's close. You know, obviously to me right now it looks like a 3-horse race between Johnny, Derek, and Blair. I think Blair's the best player at the table. I'm not sure, but but you know, Johnny's running good and he's staying aggressive. Man, it's tough. You know, I'm gonna go with the best player that I feel overall, even though he's way behind in chips. I'm gonna find Blair to find a way through this field and come back and win this. He's fought himself off the short stack. He's still got a ton of work to do, but let's see what his chip stack is as play gets around to him.
All right, action continues. Marty's going to get out of the way over to SK with his ace tray. Hey, a little bit of smile out of S. Good for you. Over to John now. I like John. I'm starting to really like this play.
4.5 million.
He's been very aggressive.
2 million.
Now over to Lance. I think Lance is going to put the hood on. I got a feeling the hood's coming on.
Oh, yeah, he's going to
put the hood on, Lance.
He's going to move in.
Come on, Lance. Get the hood ready.
Blair's got 2.3, so he's got half the amount of chips.
Raise to 100.
Blair's got half the amount of chips that Johnny does, and probably that Derek has. But I still like him coming back and winning this. You know, you can't count anybody out, of course. You know, all these players deserve to be here. They fought hard to be here. It's a very tough field, 400-player field, so I don't want to disrespect anybody. But if you're asking me who I think is going to win, I think it's going to be Blair.
Speaking of Lance there, as you're looking at him in the 1 seat, I want to give a shout-out to Piper. Said it's his daughter and his inspiration in life. So, Piper, if you're watching on this, your dad's trying to do you right and take down this HPT title for you. So, Piper, I hope you're enjoying the live feed from wherever you're at. Lance Daniel in the 1 seat. Action continues. 30-60 with a 10. We go to 40-80 after this. As you know, we continue each level just going up a little bit. There's your cool dealer again. We got to get his name. We got to get him a shout out.
Yeah, he is. He's too cool for school.
Look at this.
Look at Blair with Kings right after I said.
Now let's watch him. Let's watch him. See, he doesn't get too excited.
He tries to act as natural as possible.
He pulls it off. I don't think he's. I think he reminds me of Sean Roberts a little bit. Sean Reggie Roberts, same type of deal, where they are stoic. They are a robot of sorts, where you just don't get a whole lot of tells out of them.
Well, I don't know. I disagree. I don't know that stoic is the same thing as natural. You know, natural. I think he's just he's casual. Where stoic is almost like you're robotic, you know.
And Grant, or Blair rather, Grant's brother.
Look at this.
But that's the way Blair is in life. He's just kind of got that look to him, so that helps him. You know, he's just kind of got that. Hi,
that's a good point.
I'm Blair. You know.
Now look at this pot. This is really going to swell here.
3-bet to 310,000. Yeah.
Because he figures, he knows that the value of ace-9 here, heads up, blind versus blind. He's just raising for value.
I always like to ask you poker pros, are you supposed to flat now here if you're Blair, or do you 4-bet this?
I think you 4-bet, hoping that your opponent has a big enough hand to continue.
I like a flat here, but that's probably why I'm not a professional poker player.
Well, I mean, you could play it deceptively and flat, and Blair has definitely shown some ability to be very passive, you know, and let his opponent, what we call value owning your opponent, you know, letting your opponent continue to bet thinking they have the best hand when you actually do. But I think Blair is most likely going to 4-bet this.
And we are going to get another raise.
It's a 4-bet. You are correct, my friend.
So for Blair, he had 155 in the pot.
Looks like 4.
And look at the pricing here. It's not just the raise, right? It's the bet sizing that makes the difference between the amateurs and the pros. His bet sizing is just so beautiful here.
Derek's trying to get some information out of Blair, and I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah.
He's trying, though.
Well, Derek's got to be careful not to slip into a macho chicken fight here.
Great shots by our production team. Close-up shots from the lenses of those Panasonic 370 cameras. Good stuff, gentlemen.
And,
look at that stare down. He's trying to burn a hole through him. It's not going to work, though. This kid's from Kansas City, and he's tough.
I think he's just really trying to decide what to do. He realizes, do I call, play this post, do I shove, do I just fold and give it up?
You ever do the stare down like that? You know, to try to look into their soul?
Not without purpose. I mean, if I do, I'm trying to pick up some information. Look at here, see, notice again, the light scratch of the nose by Derek. It's a sign of uncertainty. And
Derek's going to fold.
It's a nice fold by Derek. Rather than call and be tempted to see a flop, you know, he saves the chips.
All right, so once again, we're live here. They want to see you on TV. James Larson and Kenny James here, broadcasting from the Thunder Valley Casino Resort, right outside of Sacramento, California, here in Lincoln, California. So we have only lost 2 players so far, so we are down to our final 7. Hey, here's Jeremy, everybody. Jeremy,
come on in.
You're gonna have to get way low to get into the camera.
This guy's
and wave
a tall dude.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, almost up the nose. I put my finger up there.
Yeah, well, you can say go Cubbies, but they're down 3-0. So
Poker Telegraph, it's a Coke, not a beer.
It is, yeah.
Don't crack a beer.
Right, yeah, they hear everything. So thanks for joining us here on the live stream. Over 500
Thanks,
people.
Jeremy. Thanks for coming
in,
man.
Thank you.
This guy's as tall as like. Holy cow! He's like what's the basketball player? What's his name?
Manute Bol. You know, he actually played professional ball. He played in the WNBA. This guy.
Did you play WNBA?
All right, back to the action here.
Look at Derek now picking up ace king. See, this is what usually happens as well that's not talked about. Usually when you make a good play, at least this has been in my experience, is when you make a good fold, especially like when you fold a hand pre-flop like pocket queens, or the game seems to reward you.
Right.
I can't technically do it. I can't. You guys are going to call me a bunch of idiots, but I'm telling you, in my experience, I make that key fold where I lay down queens or I lay down ace king pre-flop, and then sure enough, a hand or two later, you get rewarded. The game seems to reward you, and this is what I mean by being rewarded. He's rewarded with ace king, and facing a raise from Blair, and this time he said it's going to make it look like it's personal. You see what I mean? So he's going to 3-bet here, and then
looks like 300,000.
Right, and now and the trick here is that Blair can't get involved in the mental game, thinking that is this guy thinking that I re-raised him last time? Is he making a statement with no hand and then try and make a replay with just ace 3? These types of things happen, and that's where you'll see some really goofy plays happen. So you got to have discipline and not go too deep mentally and just fold and give up the pot, and he does. So good control by Blair. And yep. And I hear Ben out there on the floor called a 2-minute warning. This is like in the fighter in the ring, you know, when they say 10 seconds to go before the end of the round, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break.
We've been talking about the shot clock, and Eric over here at Poker Telegraph said the Aria High Rollers and Super High Rollers Bowl, you know this, has instituted the shot clock, and the players love it. 40-second shot clock plus 3 1-minute extensions. I like it. They got it. They got it right. You know,
it's a start. 40 seconds is still a long time. I'd like to see 30.
Sure,
but
it's a start. Yeah, exactly. We saw this one.
No, they got it right.
Yeah, I know Daniel Negreanu, I believe, is a big proponent of the shot clocks, and I think you've said it best. Other sports have it. Let's go ahead and rock and roll.
You're right, absolutely.
All right, well, the fours are popping back in again. Daniel here with the pocket fours this time is going to raise it up to 130. 130 is the bet. Seats one folds. Lance gets out of the way. Blair Hinkle now with ace-8. He's going to fold that quickly. Now Derek here with another hand. Ace-queen of clubs this time.
Marty's got the kings, the cowboys.
Yeah, we took out very quiet, don't we? Okay, so this is going to be big hand. Now let's watch his face when he looks at his cards. And Marty's going to go on, and it's going to look like
Marty's like one of those prospectors in California that just found the gold.
SK folded his Jack 10 very quickly.
Yeah.
Look at that. The call is made by Derek.
So hey, you know, and look at this. He's still 27%. He's got a sweat.
And Marty shows
1 out of 4 times he's going to lose this. He looks like a much bigger favorite than that. 1 out of 4 times he's going to lose this. To the flop we go, James.
And by the way,
Call it out for us,
Marty's all in for his tournament life here.
in the lead with pocket
I'm
kings.
sorry, he's not.
Flop is out.
And the flop is ace, 8, 8.
Spike in the heart.
Unbelievable.
Spike in the heart.
Aces and eights
Unbelievable.
Well, that's why I say it. I don't think it is that unbelievable. He had 27%.
Oh, sure.
1
But
out
it's
of
just,
4
you know,
times.
it all sets up, and there it is. Turn card now is the 10 of spades.
It would be unbelievable if the king peeled off on it. That would be unbelievable.
Save Marty. Here we go. The river card.
Now we go to the river card.
It's the jack of
It's the
clubs.
jack of clubs, ladies and
As we
gentlemen.
go to break, we're suddenly down to 6, right? Or 7. 7, I'm sorry.
Marty, here we go. California, congratulations on 7th place finish in the championship.
Down to 6. Down to 6. James.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, yeah, you just said it. We are now down to our final 6 players, and you know, things are moving on a little bit quicker here, and we're waiting to find out who our new champion is going to be. That champion will go home with $223,411. Again, we'd like to keep the show interactive, so if there's something we can answer for you here on the program, hit me up at HPTJAYMZ.
We're almost at 500. We need 4 more people to sign in so we can get over 500 people tuning in. It'd be great to have you.
Been doing this live stream for a long time, and I've never seen a number like that. But yeah, chip counts right now. John up top, 55 BBs. Derek behind him. And when we come back from this break, we will have more exciting final table action. You are watching the HPT as we broadcast from Lincoln, California, here at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Stick with us.
All right, back to the action here. 10,000, 40,000, 80,000 online. Still 60 players remaining here. HPT main event final table. Shuffle up and down. Oh, they said you had them already, so I didn't even do it. Hey, Dan. Dan.
48.
Dan.
That was a big one.
Casper, if you want to come out here, I've got it.
Raise. 160.
All right.
Raise to 160.
Okay, we're back on the live stream. This is Jeff Merkin with Poker Pro and Coach Kenna James from Thunder Valley Casino right outside Sacramento, California. 6 players remain.
So, yeah, Jeff, great to have you step in for a minute for James.
I'll be here just for a moment until James returns, but we didn't want to.
Jeff, our producer here at HPT, really doing a great job for us and elevating the level of our show and taking it to the next level. So thanks.
You're very
thanks
kind. We'll see.
As we look at our first hand back from break, all hearts, queen 10-7, and the players will have all black and no pairs, although it looks like
Blair is in the lead. But
Blair's got the open-ended straight draw.
Blair will win if.
Yeah, I think it's going to go check, check, and then Blair's just going to turn over the winner. While we have you for just a minute, it's great to have you on the HPT team. You've been producing poker for how long is it, a decade, 2 decades?
About a dozen years.
About a dozen years. And I first worked with you. What was the first show we did?
It was
again?
Poker Royale. It was on Game Show Network.
Right when, so you are like at the inception of really the poker boom.
Well, WSOP obviously was the nexus of the poker boom, WPT as well. Yep. So we were on after that, but we were on before the plethora, before the flood of poker shows pre-Black Friday.
Wow. And quickly, before we go on to this next hand, but I just have so many questions, but like, how did you know to get into the poker market and just like, you know?
Well, I've been playing poker since I'm 10 or 12 years old.
So as a fan,
so that's more decades than I'd like to remember. I was a poker player. I played in casinos. I played in Vegas.
Right.
I have a home game for 30 years now.
Wow.
You know, I saw when WPT came on, I saw the magic of poker, the magic of seeing the hole cards.
Yeah.
And as a traditional game show producer, I saw what it could be, and I had a lot of friends at the Game Show Network at the time, and I pitched them for 2 years before they bought my first show.
Wow. Determination pulled off.
Every quarter for 2 years. James Stewart is back in the building.
We'll get more to that, but let me catch up on the action here. The blinds have raised to 20 and 40,000, and James will be back here in a minute, but really quickly,
well, SK's got a pair
we've got
of fives.
An all-in from SK with pocket fives, and Derek contemplating a call for 415,000 more with King 10. What would you do in your home game here?
Well, 15% of my stack. I listen to you occasionally, Kenna. 15% of my stack.
Right.
I think I'd have to make the call because I figure I'm in a coin flip. I'm figuring him for a mid pair.
Okay, all right. And you would be right. The problem that Derek's got in his mind, though, is what if he's dominated with like ace, king, or king, queen?
Well, obviously.
So you got to balance those two factors, you know.
And he's second in chip position to John.
He doesn't have the advantage that you and I do, where you can see the cards. He could easily make the call.
And this is why I finished 24th in tournaments that pay 23rd. You know, because that is I get a read and go with my gut.
Go with your gut and put a person out of one particular hand. Huh?
I think it's a fault in my game. I'll be signing up for lessons. It looks like he's going to fold if I were a betting man. And
it does. He looks like he really wants to fold, and he does find a fold. So, and you know, he doesn't really give up that much. And he knows also, this is also a player-dependent fold because SK's been playing tight, you know.
SK has a table reputation. I interviewed all the players earlier in the day, and SK has a table reputation of being tight, tight aggressive, and a lot of 2 or 3 of the players mentioned him as somebody who had given them trouble over the course of the 3 days. So I think that may have played into Derek's decision as well.
Well, you can see Jeff Merkin, our producer here, knows a little bit about the game, has played it for a couple of decades, and it's nice to have somebody that is in the business that knows a little bit about the game, and that surely adds to the
our
value
goal
of the
is
product
to bring the best product we can to the viewers, both of the live stream and the show. And we really like to find out more about the players and get into their stories. And speaking of stories, Mr. Hinkle, a great story.
Great tell us.
No, well,
he's raising it up right now.
He raised it up, and the brothers Hinkle have had quite a bit of success.
Him and his brother,
yes. And
can you share something with
us? No, I could go talk to Blair, but though Blair is running into a little trouble.
Daniel now. Daniel's like the sleeper in this crowd. I played with him yesterday, late in day 2, and he just hangs around until he picks up some hand like this, and he gets right back in the action.
Now, let me turn it around on you. What would you do here?
I think at this point, I'm going to just go ahead and move all in.
He does shove. And I can't imagine Blair would call.
Well, at this point, he's going to look for pot value. Now it just becomes a straight pot odds question. What he's going to do is see how much he has to put in versus how much he can win, and that percentage, calculate what his percentage is against the range of hands that his opponent would do that with. Sounds like a lot of poker jargon, but after all those calculations, he's going to come out with a decision.
And so run us through the calculations.
Well, okay, so now it looks like he's got to call 765 to win about
$2 million.
About $2 million, or let's say 2.1 million. So he's basically getting 3 to 1. So he needs to win that 1 out of 4 times, which is 25%.
But does stack size come into play here? Because it's about 40%, about 30% of his chips.
Yeah, but not yet. Right now, he's just thinking, does my hand have 25% equity? Am I going to win this 25% of the time against this opponent in this position?
Well, if we look at the odds, and of course we do have that advantage.
He's only going to win at 10%, so it's a clear fold. But he doesn't know that. He's thinking, well, if my opponent has like a pair like 8s or 9s or 7s, I'm 50-50. And if he's got ace-queen, I'm a 3 to 1 dog, right. So I'm 25%. So he goes 25-33. I'm probably about 28% here. It's too close to call. And in case I'm dominated like this, I'm going to find the fold. So that's a lot of poker jargon, but you get the idea. Anyway, listen,
I will relieve the folks who are watching the stream.
No. But before you go, I just want to offer our people, because we've had like over 500 people following us on Twitch, let them know that you're in the booth with us back here. So if they have a question about the show or anything, can they ask us and we can relate?
Absolutely. I'm sitting right next to you guys. I'm right here. I'll be here for hours on end, and I'm also going to lay claim to the Princess Leia joke. But after that, I'm going to leave it to James, the quality announcer of the crew here, and Kenna James, the James Gang, a great team. We're really thrilled that you are part of the HPT now, Kenna.
Thank you.
And we look forward to a long and happy association with you. And for those of you who don't like Kenna, get used to him, because we hope he's going to be around for a while. And with that, I'll turn it over to our ace announcer, our ace in the hole, James Larson. Here you go, James.
James is getting settled.
That is Jeff Merkin.
Action.
Great to have our producer be able to throw on the headset, and had a lot of fun with him over the last year. We've been working with
Absolutely. He brings
Jeff,
along great cigars, too.
Yeah, and he's got us in a new fancy studio. We've been doing work out of in St. Louis, and had a lot of fun over at Avatar Studios. And, again, check us out at hptpoker.com. So what did I miss? Did I miss anything? Do we still have 6 players? Is there a champion? What's going on?
Well, no, we're just getting back into action. And just a few hands, nothing overly dramatic.
You know, it's the time in the day. Maybe not quite yet. Could be this hour. Could be this hand. It could be next hour. But we're waiting for the deck to light up a little bit to see some action cards. We've seen it kind of come and go. It's been up and down. It hasn't been extremely. We haven't lost players at a rapid pace by any means. It's taken its time, but that could change in a matter of 1 or 2 hands.
Especially as the blinds increase
Absolutely.
now, up to $40,000 and $80,000 blinds. And let's talk about the pay jumps now, because now it starts to get really important. Because there were 6 people left. What's the pay jump between James? Look at the tail of the tape.
Well, you got 37,000 for 6th, and right there to 5th, 48,000 and change.
So $11,000 difference. I mean, that's
and then how about 63 for 4th? I mean, look at 6 to 4th, 37 to 63. I mean, that's a lot of cheeseburgers.
Almost double. It's almost double. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of entries, as producer Jeff says.
Yeah. Look at this. The hood is on. The hood is on, and Lance is all in with his ace-10.
And this is common, you know, what we call standard 6-handed. You're looking for a certain type of quality of hands. What's your shove range? Ace-10 is well within that range. You know, and people want to ask, when you're in his position with his chip stack, what hand are you willing? What's the bottom of your range? Obviously, you're going in with aces, kings, ace, king. But what is the bottom of your range? Are you going to do it with any ace, any pair? And then where do you go? Broadway, any Broadway? And then where? Suited connectors, suited gappers. You see what I mean? So where's the bottom of your range at around 20 big blinds that you're going to shove 6-handed?
You know, and every hand is so important when you're, well, they're always important. Every hand of the tournament is important, but these guys have made it through a field of over 400 players, and they are one of 6 that are left here. That could be our next champion. You don't want to screw it up. You want to go out. You want to go out the right way on your terms. You know,
go out the right way. Hopefully, you don't go out.
You want to finish it. Absolutely. And poker is so unfair. We talked about this. Over 400 entries, only one person gets the gold medal. Only one person gets the trophy, and only one person can be called our champion.
We have some special guests in the studio.
Some special guests, some young poker players here that are on a tour. Hey guys, how are you? They're checking out our studio and all the fun stuff here. I don't have Pokemon to go, and I don't have an Xbox back here. All right, we got some action going on here. John raises to 165,000. Daniel's going to go all in with his pocket fours. Derek folds.
Yep.
SK folds. Action back to John, the original raiser now. So we'll see what he decides to do here.
It's a million to call, and that's a quarter of his chips. And, you know, I think this would be a long call by Johnny. You know, even though he's the chip leader, I think calling off a quarter of your chips with a weak ace is a losing proposition. I mean, you're hoping to be against a hand like this,
absolutely,
like a small pair. But too often at the time, you're going to be dominated by a bigger ace, like ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. And so it's just, you know, you're losing. In that case, you're losing 75% of the time. The other time, you're winning 50% of the time. So you combine both of those, and you're looking at a losing proposition. What's the difference between 50 and 75? About 12.5%. So it's 62.5%, 63% of the time. This is a losing proposition, so it should be an easy fold.
John is going to fold it. Daniel's going to win the hand. James Larson alongside Ken and James. Earlier we had
the James game.
The James game. Earlier we had Jeff Merkin on. That was the friendly voice you had as I was still getting my coffee from down the hall here.
I want to look on Twitch and see if they have any questions for our producer.
We appreciate everybody keeping it very interactive today. We've had a lot of questions and a lot of comments. That'll come up in about 10 minutes probably. Yeah, did the Cubs win? Is it over?
3-0 in the 8th. The Cubs have been known to come back from greater deficits in the ninth.
He turned the game off for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh, Jeremy has it. I see.
Back to the action. And you know this Danny kid, he's a fighter, man. He is a fighter. He's my sleeper pick, by the way. I'm just waiting to see, does he have the gear, the aggressive gear as it goes to short-handed? That's what I'm really looking for out of him. because he definitely has the patience and the discipline cards. He's got those, and those are so necessary to be a great poker player. But as the table becomes shorter and shorter, you got to kind of kick it up a notch and switch gears. And,
Indeed.
And we're going to find out if he has that gear or not. As you can see here, Derek definitely has that gear. As he turns it up a notch, he's able to leverage his position, taking a raise here with 7-5 off.
Playing that button there and raising up to 180,000 with 7-5. Now over to John here in the big blind.
Again, just, you know, as Cash said earlier, this guy likes to defend. He likes to play pots, but I don't like him playing pots out of position to raises with no hand, even though I said 8-5 suited. Suited was one of my favorite hands.
Yeah, you did say that.
Out of position, heads up, no way, no bueno, no good.
Okay, the call has been made. 8-5 going up against 7-5, and flop is king, queen, 8, so John caught a piece of that.
He started with a better hand, and he's also flopped, you know, and is in front.
Both players
check.
Both players check, rather. 6 of spades on the turn.
It's interesting if Johnny goes for a bet here. I think if he does, it should be a smallish type of blocking bet to prevent his opponent from betting more. Maybe you're betting for marginal value to get another hand that is behind you, like Jack 10 or Ace 10, to fold its equity, its worth in the hand, and capture that for yourself.
Derek here with an open ender.
I don't know. Yeah, if Derek calls here, he could even raise since his opponent checked the flop as a semi-bluff. I like semi-bluffing with an open-ended straight here on the turn and put your opponent to the test rather than just calling and trying to make a hand.
Derek's going to raise it up.
He does find the raise. This is a semi-bluff raise on the turn against an opponent, and again, he's leveraging his position really well.
Going up to 425,000.
Wow! If Johnny finds a call here, this is just, I'm not sure if it's determination or if it's frankly stupidity, calling with third pair out of position. Or it's a great read. Like I said, the line is, it's a fine line between the 2 or the 3, and we just never know until you get into the head of the player.
It's looking like he's going to fold his hand here.
You know, sometimes, you know, you just get outplayed in a hand, and it's okay. You just, you know, you're out of position, and this is the problem when you call pre-flop with a bad hand.
Wow, look at that.
Wow, he's defending.
He's making the call.
And the thing here is he's probably doesn't have the foresight to think what he's going to do on the river, because there's just so many.
Oh, look at this. Bam.
What's he going to do now? Even if it wasn't a 9, let's say it's an ace, or let's say it's a deuce, or whatever, and he checks. What's he going to do when his opponent bets? He's going to call him down with third pair on the board?
So Derek makes his straight. We'll see what he decides to bet here.
Well, it looks like the pot is 1.3, so I think he's going to put his opponent on a much better hand than he has, so he's probably going to bet somewhere in the neighborhood of 300,000 or 400,000, you know, which is kind of a light bet. It's a light bet.
John can't think his opponent made a straight here. He can think his opponent maybe has a king or a queen, but he's not thinking he's got a straight, does he?
No, of course not. I don't even think he's thinking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called the turn.
Right.
I mean, if he is, I'll tell you though, if he is thinking, he's thinking his opponent has a hand like Jack 10 or Ace 10 and doesn't really have a pair, and his pair is good, and that's why he called the turn. And in fairness, he was right. Then he should call the river here. Oh my goodness, what? He checks?
Wow, check, and John's going to see the bad news.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
He checks.
Why does Derek check this hand? I don't get it. He only loses to 7-10.
Pretty unbelievable.
Or Jack 10. He loses to Jack 10. Okay, so, wow, that's pretty. Wow.
A pot of
semi-bluff,
1.3
you
million.
make your hand, and then you check it on the river. It turns out, though, you know, he's really probably not going to get called.
Well, right, yeah, exactly.
But who knows?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the guy calls the John calls the turn, so.
Say, but he's not calling anyways.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest,
I don't know what I'd do if he popped it.
To be honest, in fairness to John, he did make a good
I know.
He wasn't front when he called on the turn.
Oh, I see you were just bringing it up. Thank you, Zach.
You know?
Talking to Zach Howard, our audio mixer tonight, doing a great job. Over to Lance, looks down at A6. He's going to get out of the way. How about Lance? Alligator blood pretty much for this guy. He's been all in 3 or 4 times. He's still hanging around. Still got the shades. Still got the hoodie.
He's picking his spots well. Derek, boy, what an interesting player.
Boy, I'm going to say it again. This is a slow final table. Everybody's just, they're slow and they're slow. They're not slow?
I disagree. I like it. I think the pace is steady.
Johnny now.
You know, that last hand I think was very interesting and dynamic.
I can never tell who it is because I think it's Julie. There it is. All I see is eyes, you know. All right, now action over to Daniel, who's got pocket kings. Small blind, big blind.
Dan's going to raise to 240,000, 240.
Raises to 240,000.
See, Daniel's patient enough. He always seems to wait long enough, and he picks up a quality hand, and he keeps hanging around.
He shows it.
And that's great. Here he doesn't get a lot of value because nobody has anything else. You know, but let's just see. I mean, you keep hanging around long enough, you know, good things happen. Remember, the winner of a tournament goes to whoever survives the longest. So maybe it'll be him.
I think there was a change in the score. I believe it's now 6-0. I'm seeing via Twitter here, so not good for our fans here of the Chicago Cubs struggling in Game 1 in the World Series. Over to Blair Hinkle. He's got 6-5. He's going to fold. Derek with the Doyle 10 deuce. He gets out of the way. Now over to SK. SK is going to fold. John on the button now looks down at ace 10. John's reaching for chips. He's going to raise it up. Looks like about 200,000 is the raise total. Action to Lance now with King 7.
And that's going to find the muck.
All right, John's going to win that hand.
You know, it's such a different feel when you're down there than when you're watching it on Twitch or on TV. I walked down onto the set, you know, on the last break, and you just really get a feel for the dominance of these chip positions that Johnny is in and Derek is in compared to the other players. I think the other players, excluding Blair, I think, you know, right now it's a 3-horse race between Derek, Blair, and Johnny. And then the other 3 are really positioning for pay jumps right now, unless something happens, right? And that's really what happens. You become cognizant of your chip position.
Sure.
You're very cognizant of the $5,000 and $10,000 and $20,000 pay jumps, and you're weighing the emotional swing of going in and playing for it and risking it, or sitting back and trying to move up the pay ladder.
Right.
A lot of the stories that aren't told out there is sometimes players, believe it or not, they're sitting with $20 in their pocket.
Yeah, right.
They did everything they could to get into this position, and now they're playing for really big money, and it means a big difference.
We had somebody on the money bubble confess to us they were into this thing for $85 through a super satellite.
That's
and
right.
had $100 to the guy's name, and he ends
yeah,
up,
he probably borrowed the 85 to get in.
Exactly, yeah, probably borrowed the 85, so he's staring down a return of, you know, $5,300 or whatever the min cash.
Look at this. Look at this. Not to interrupt you, but we've got Lance moving all in again with his famous ace 10.
And it's going to go
good.
full,
Yeah,
full. So yeah, I mean, you're right. We don't know people's situations, and by the way, you talked about being down there on the set, and I've been a part of the show for so many years, I forget. But when you go down there and you see the lights and the cameras and the camera crane and the staff and the crew, this isn't this isn't the way poker is normally played. You know, especially for folks that have never been on the big stage before, Kenna. You got the whole world watching this. You got 500 people online watching right now. I mean, it's different, and for some of these guys, it's something new that it's got to be a little bit. It's got to be challenging.
Yeah, it sure is. You know, there's always challenges, but you know how you respond to the challenge. That's what I love about this game. It's so symbolic of life. You know, life deals you certain cards, and it's just not the card you're dealt, but it's how you respond to the events that happen to you in life and the cards that you're dealt. What happens to you on a poker table that really defines your character and eventually defines our champion. Rickenigme? I can't even say it. 23. Kenneth James, love that guy. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Kidigme. That's awful nice. Thanks for the compliment. Appreciate it.
All right, so Derek's going to win that hand. All smiles here. He's been probably the most liveliest of the bunch here at the final
Derek
table.
with the chip lead.
John right behind him, and then we go Blair, Daniel, Lance, SK now with just 9 BBs.
See, so Daniel, Lance, and SK all within 10 big blinds of each other, but huge pay jumps between 6th and 4th. So I'm telling you, there's a chess game going on between the 3 short stacks. And the brilliance of the big stack with Derek, he can use that and leverage that to his advantage in certain spots. And when those come up, I'll point it out. Which is why, like the short stacks, when Lance just moves all in rather than gets a chance to get raised off his hand, he'd rather commit himself. All right, here we are to Blair. And it looks like Blair's got the old King 5 off, raising it up. This is a short-handed play. He's opening up his range, which you have to do when you get short-handed. You're just not going to get dealt enough premium hands. How wide you open it up has to do with a lot of factors, usually your table position and the chip position of your opponents. In this case, Blair is on the button, so he's using his chip position as well as the short stack in the big blind in that hand in SK to find the raise with King High and take down the pot.
These players have to be a little fatigued, a little tired after the weekend that they've had. You know, I know guys like Grant and these other players are on the central time zone internally on that clock, so maybe they're getting up a little early like I have all weekend long.
Yep.
It's really been a grueling pace that we've been at here.
Well, and it's 14 hours a day. And not only for this event, a lot of people, including myself, were fighting just to get into the event.
Indeed.
You know, satellite after satellite, and that's like an 8-hour process. So
right.
You're talking 4 or 5 days of 8 to 12 hours a day. And to maintain that stamina, the alertness, to be able to play in present time and not get fatigued.
And the thing about it, we're far from finishing this. We still have 6 players left, you know.
This is when, and this is where all the money is.
Right, yeah. So this is where, you know, you got to almost compare it to being an athlete. You got to be ready for this mentally and physically.
Absolutely. Here's SK with 2 10s. This should get through. I don't see John with just King High calling here, so that's going to get through.
SK is going to win the hand. SK was maybe hoping for a little action on that one, but
yeah, you know, anytime you're short though,
right?
And like I say, the blinds and antes are just huge at this point. Just to pick up those is like a cup of water in the desert.
Right, so true,
huh?
So true.
You're like you're parched, just looking for like a dribble of something, you know. I think of it, you know, Castaway. I love that movie.
Oh, one of my favorites.
I've watched it like 12 times,
yeah.
but I love it. You know, he's trying to get that coconut open, and he's shaking the coconut to get that last drop of milk out of it. You know, that's what it's like when you're on the short stack.
Absolutely, you'll take anything.
Oh, here we go, Lance with Ace King. Let's see if he's just going to move all in now again and put his hood up. Or is he just going to make a standard raise? I think his hand is too big now, and his stack is getting a little bit bigger. He's over $1 million.
Here we go.
He is. You know, instead of raising and just moving in here, this has got to be a factor. A couple. Ooh.
Well, look at this.
John has got 2 tens.
John's got 2
He figures
10s
the
now.
call here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just this is too big of a hand to fold, especially when you're short-handed. And also, the frequency in which Lance has been moving in is going to influence the call. So there's a lot of things we look at as players, and I'm sure most of you on Twitch are really good players. But for the poker fans that, you know, may not be aware, one of the things that we look at is the frequency in which somebody is doing what they're doing in order to determine what the best decision is. And Lance appears to be opening wide a lot because he's made this all in play consecutively a number of times. So this should be an easy call by pocket 10s with John. And he's going to be a slight favorite. Actually, it looks like more of a significant favorite because the numbers that you're going to see on your screen are because we also calculate in the cards that for the players are unknown that we know that are folded and are no longer good. So that's why it affects the percentages. Again, those green chips, 25,000 apiece. So each stack of those are 500,000.
Those are the stacks you want to have, my friend.
Yeah. So you see the stacks in front of John. He's got it counted out. That's $1 million, a little over $1 million sitting in front of him right there that he's ready to push in the middle of the call.
So in isolation here, John's going to go all in. We're going to flip over the cards. So Lance has got ace-king going up against the 10s.
He thinks it's a race, but it's more like a hobble.
The 10s in the lead. Oh, he's asking for the old one time. The old one time. We go to the flop. And the flop is Jack 7-6. So the 10s in the lead right now. Running cards could make Lance a straight, otherwise he's looking for an ace or a king. And now there's the queen. That's one of those for Broadway.
That was a great spot, but 2 of the 10s are blocked. So he needs an ace, a king, or one of the last 2 10s, or he is headed to the rail.
He's got the hood off. He needs to put the hood back on. He's never lost when he had the hood on. Put the hood back on, my friend.
Will the 10s hold? To the river we go.
We could eliminate our player and be down to 5. John's praying to the gods. River card is a 4 of clubs, and that is going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Lance is going to hit the rail going out in 6th place. Congratulations to him.
Great job. Great player, very kind, very nice. Just came up to me before he started the final and said, you know, it was great playing with you kind of in this tournament. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, he was just really happy to be at this final table. And that's great to see. He played well, 6th place, not for nothing. He made it pretty far here, but now with that, we are down to 5. But by the way, the 6th place finish, for that finish, it's a nice little payday, $37,397. That's $37,397. Look at that, my computer has 2,083 problems.
Wow.
Isn't that something? All right, John's your chip leader, followed by Derek, Blair, Daniel. SK now, he's still at the bottom, just 765,000. He's looking to get back in this thing.
Well, you think so. He might be looking to outlast Daniel, but he's got a tough road to hoe there because Danny, I'm telling you, he is a disciplined and tough player. He hangs on like, you know, fingernails on a cliff, hanging on to survival.
All right, let's get back to the action here. Derek now with pocket kings. We've seen the pocket kings a lot, the KK.
Oh, you want to come in and play?
Derek's going to be first act here. He's going to make the call of 80,000.
Just makes the call.
Wow. Now
just makes the call.
He's going to slow play the kings.
SK could shove here. No, he's going to fold his jack.
This is,
well, look at this now.
This is dangerous.
John's on the button with an ace, so he's reaching for chips. Maybe he's going to do the raising for Derek.
Maybe, and then Danny with king.
Yeah, Danny's got a hand.
So we're going to have some interesting developments in this hand.
Trying to get a raise too? 175. 175,000. 175.
Going up to 175. Now over to Daniel. We might see some fireworks on this hand there, KJ.
Definitely. You know, this is a tough spot for Danny, but I expect he's going to sniff it out and get away from it. It smells. Oh, he does. He
Wow,
falls
look
for the
at
trap.
this, ladies and gentlemen.
He's going to try and squeeze here.
Oh, wow. And that one all in by Derek. I love it. I love it.
So Derek's trap, he set the trap. It worked out perfectly. He got the raise and the re-raise from lesser hands.
Okay, we're going to flip over the hands. And Dan's going to see the bad news. And look at Derek. Derek gives him that fist pump. Daniel is all in for his tournament life. He needs to improve with running cards to make a straight or a flush or some jacks. He needs a lot of help here. The Kings right now in dominating form, 87% to 13%. SK's smiling a little bit. See, SK got a little smile there.
Yeah. Well,
Just what we were talking about.
A big pay jump.
Flop is 8-4 deuce, a perfect flop for Derek. An absolutely perfect flop. Look at SK, he's texting his friends saying, I might have just made an extra 5 G's. Meet me at the bar later.
I think it's more than 5 G's, isn't it, from 5 to 4?
Go to the turn card now. And that is the queen, so that is going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. 5th place money, $48,082. 4th place money, $63,000. So yeah, he was shooting it. He was shooting a text to his investment.
I just got $15,000. That's like
unbelievable.
It's like a Toyota Corolla or something.
It's a Corolla. You're with low miles. You know. Now we get up to the 223. You can buy a Tesla and hang out with Tesla. And a new chip leader. That man right there.
Well, actually, he's not new. I think he was chip leader.
We've kind of bounced back and forth.
It's going back and forth.
John,
but anyway, that's
and Derek.
You know, did he get our comment? He didn't hear our comment about Princess Leia, right? Because his headphones are off. So look at the table now. As we predicted, it has come down. We're down to 4 players. SK on an extreme short stack on fumes. I know how he feels. That's how I suffered through yesterday for about 15 eliminations to scrape by into the money to finish in 31st, which was 10 miles away from where these guys are, I tell you.
Action here on SK with the queen tray. He's going to wait for a better hand, I got a feeling, before he gets those remaining chips back in the middle. He's going to fold. A little bit of a smile, though. He's smiling, and I would be, too.
Oh, yeah. He just gained 15,000. Remember, it's not just what you win, it's what you not lose.
That's so true, man.
That you also put in your pocket. Blair now with pocket deuces. What's he going to do here? As we get into shorter and shorter handed, the play just really picks up. It's going to be a lot interesting because here he has a pair, and Derek has an ace. The new chips he found.
To raise the 235,000, but Derek's going to
just
fold.
Giving it up. You know, sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens because, you know, you're elated out of a major pot that you won, and a lot of times my strategy there is I'll see that the person is showing emotion and happy. They're less likely to play the next pot sometimes.
Right, with a mediocre hand like a weak ace like that.
With a mediocre hand. And so those are great steal positions that people don't think about.
Still stacking his chips. He's happy. We're all getting along.
So I get in there and pick up a free blinds at Annie's.
Indeed.
You know?
That's a great point. That's a great point.
So still $40,000 and $80,000 blinds.
All right, action folded around. It's Blair Hinkle.
Raise to 160,000.
160,000.
It's going to raise it up to 160,000 on the button.
It's standard. This is standard with King High, playing four-handed. King 9 is actually, you know, above marginal hand or right around margin.
Action over to SK now. SK with ace-jack. Is this the time he gets him in?
Absolutely.
He's got to get it in.
This is an easy
jam
shove.
It, SK. You got to jam it here.
This is an easy shove.
I think he knows it, too. He's taking his time all night. He's going to get the chips in the middle, and he's going to be in good position.
Blair's asked for a count.
Look at SK. SK's coming out of his shell.
Again, this is just a pot odds thing. It looks like 575 to call to win. 575 to call. So actually, it is. It's 20% of a stack.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of a factor, but it's 575 to win 1.1, 1.5. So 3 to 1. He needs to win it 1 out of 4. He needs to win about 25%.
There's going to make the call.
He needs to win at 25%. He's got 33% equity, so he actually makes the right call.
He's got two.
I mean, these guys are good.
He's got 2 live cards. It's Ace Jack going up against King 9, so he's got
25%, and he's 38% to win it.
Hoping to pair one of the cards in his hand here to go in the lead. But right now, SK in good position to double up and stay in this tournament.
Jack of spades. Let's see the flop.
And to the flop we go.
It's the flop. What's in the window? It's a 10, 2 10s, and a 9. Wow. So right there, Blair out flopping his opponent. 2 pair, 10s and 9s.
And now the tables have turned. Now SK becomes a significant underdog. 3 to 1 underdog as we go to the turn.
Let's see the turn card.
Turn card is the 7. So now SK opening up a straight draw too.
Yeah, 8.
An 8. So he's looking for an ace, a jack, or an 8.
It's an expensive river card.
Let's go to that river card. Will we be down to 3? Let's go to the river. It's the 5 of hearts.
There it is.
And that is going to do it for SK. Give credit where credit is due. He played well, and he waited. He needed to get that in there, and he jammed it with the ace jack, so he's going to be eliminated. Going out.
Great.
In 4th place, $63,623. We just talked about it. 5th place money, $48. So he made that extra $12,000 or $15,000.
And he's happy.
And now he's very happy. You know who else is happy? The Kansas City group that's watching this online. Yeah, Jason Brin texted me and said all of Kansas City flipped off the game and they're watching the live stream. He said they're seeing Viagra commercials on Twitch and they're watching poker. They're high-fiving each other. So it's fun when everybody gathers around the computer screen like this to cheer on a local hero. So 1 big blind, you hear Jeremy talking. So just like that, and I mentioned this, Kenna, how things were slow in my eyes anyway, kind of just dragging along, and bam, all of a sudden we're down to 3. We might be able to get a vodka cranberry yet tonight.
That's without a doubt. Although vodka, I don't like vodka. It gives me a headache. Can I get something else?
Down to our final 3 players. 1 big blind in stand. Johnny's going to be, or I'm sorry, Blair's going to be first to act. 1 big blind.
Down to the final 3. That's where all the money is. When I'm tracking my results, I like to look at, how many tournaments I entered, how many I've cashed, how many final tables, how many top 3, and how many wins. Those, getting into the top 3, which is where all the money is at,
you're exactly
so
right.
important.
We talked about it, you and I did off camera in an interview that we did, and you said, James, poker, it's tough. There can only be 1 champion, 1 gold belt, 1 bracelet out of all these guys, There you see the chip counts. Derek up top with 5.1, John with 4.4, Blair with 3.6. As I talked earlier as well, this is kind of where things will really start to slow down, and you're going to see the metagames play out, and it's serious now. Not that it wasn't before, but now you're talking 91,000, 137,000, and 223,000. And chip stacks all similar, similar chip stacks.
Yeah, they're within 20 big blinds. But, you're also going to get a lot of players. I don't know about slowing down because you're going to get a lot of hands in a lot of situations like this.
40, ace.
You've got ace jack, ace 7. These are big hands as you get down to 3-handed. And the players sense that. So we'll see. It really is a factor of how they play, whether they play defensively or whether they play aggressively. And based on the aggressiveness of both Derek and Johnny, I don't expect things to slow down.
How do you teach your students to be, how do you teach this? Well, all of a sudden you're down to 3. It's like some of these guys,
gears and be more
some of these guys have to be like, wow, what do I do now? There's not a lot of people now. These guys have been in a situation, but one of your students that's never been there, it's got to be, kind of a crazy feeling for them.
Well, dealing with the feelings is one thing. The first thing you got to deal with is technically knowing what the value of your hand range is and how they change from 9-handed to 6-handed to 3-handed. So that's where you start. You teach people how to adjust your hand ranges and what the value of your hand is in each situation.
Everybody talks about ICM. Do you talk about ICM a lot?
Well, ICM is really really a factor of like when you're making deals and things like that. You know, what individual chip is worth.
Right.
You know, that's a factor of, you know, when you're deal making. Not so much when you're just worried about playing.
Flop here is ace, king, 8. They're all clubs, so both players pairing their ace. The bet is 220,000.
And as you can see, you said it might slow down. You can see they're betting with 3 clubs on board with top pair and average, you know, kickers. There's a bet and a call.
Well, now look at this. Blair makes 2 pair, but that puts the 4th club on board.
Yeah.
Probably going to put the gas for both players here.
I'm not sure. This is going to be very interesting.
Now
this is very interesting because this allows John, because Blair's got the best hand, but it can allow John to step in here and take this pot away with an aggressive move.
Okay,
but,
so.
Yeah, I think this, wow. Is Johnny going to try and take a stab at this pot as a bluff?
Wouldn't surprise me. I don't think it's enough.
It's not a big enough bet to bluff. It looks more like it looks more like a value bet.
It does.
But sometimes that's what gets through, though.
And maybe that's what you need to do to a good player like Hinkle here, you know, because he doesn't want to just donk off 300,000.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Sometimes the bet sizing in relationship to your player is key to winning the pot. If you had made a bigger bet, it looks more like you're bluffing.
Right.
When you make 300, it looks more like you're value betting. And so instead of making it look like a bluff, you make it look like a value bet and actually wins you the pot. I still think this is 300,000 and 1.2. He only needs to win this 25% of the time. But remember, he can't beat any club.
Can't beat the deuce of clubs.
So this is a tough call. It's a tough call by Blair, but I expect him to make it.
I do too.
He's almost got too big a hand to fold and getting too good a price. Actually needs to win 300 out of 1.5. So
yeah,
really,
he only
needs to win this 20% of the time. So, and there's always a 10% chance your opponent's bluffing. So he only needs to win it an additional 10%.
Now I forget who raised pre-flop. Was it John?
We'll have to rewind the tape.
We'd have to rewind the tape. Yeah, we'll talk to the gang in the back. But that's the other thing. I mean, he's got ace jack. He's got.
Look at the agonizing that Blair's doing. This. I mean, he just doesn't want to give any chips away.
His opponent could have a club. His opponent could have an 8.
But here's the thing. Not only would his opponent have, but check this out, James. See, the reason
look at this. He's going to make the call. Sorry to interrupt you, but
That's good.
Give credit where credit is due there.
You know, I think his call was a factor of the player as much as it was the odds. You know, he knows as a player's been very aggressive.
That's still pretty sick if you ask me, man. I think it's
stakes cool.
It's impressive. All right, folks, James Larson is my name alongside the great Kenna James. Kenna is a professional poker player and a poker coach, and he has been with us here on the HPT now doing sideline commentary work or co-hosting with me. So make sure to get over to hptpoker.com and find out where you can watch full episodes, because what you're seeing here today is more of the, well, it is just the live web stream. So when you want to watch full episodes, find out where you live. If you live in San Diego, it's on a different channel. Up in Fargo and Chicago, where I watch it, it's on Comcast Sportsnet Chicago. For all the times and the air dates, check out hptpoker.com.
So nice call by Blair there to win that pot. Turns out, I wonder if Johnny makes a pot size bet, 1.1. You know, that he wins that pot.
I think absolutely.
This is the funny thing about this is we don't really know what they're thinking, like whether he was bluffing, whether he was making a blocking bet. You know, certainly not a value bet. But there's many different types of bets that you're going to make. And the purpose for making the bet, only the player really knows, I guess. But
Craig Casino hit us up on Twitter and says, hey, you and Ken actually sound like you know what you're talking about. They should put you guys on TV. Well, thanks, Craig Casino. I'm glad you got home. He had a 14-hour travel day yesterday. So
wow,
one of those just tilting days for Mr. Casino, but we're glad you're back.
14-hour travel day.
Yeah. He decided to go to L.A. before he went to Chicago and Phoenix. I think he was trying to save a buck or two.
Really?
Yeah, 14-hour travel day. All right, let's go to the flop. King 5 and Ace 9. Flop is Queen 10 4, couple of spades. Coming up after this hand, we're going to bring Ben Irwin in to talk a little bit about the property here, Thunder Valley Casino Resort. And then you get to go to the bathroom and go see your dog.
Sounds good to me.
Turn card now is the 6 of spades.
He's just tremendous host here.
He has been great.
Really has been great. You know, and not just with me and our crew, but I just see him with everybody, you know, tending to player concerns and everything. And I saw JC Tran coming in the hotel yesterday. Gave him a big hug. I haven't seen JC in a while. He says, how do you like our card room? I said, I love it, man. You guys are great.
All right, action here to Blair. He's kind of in a quandary of sorts here with his King 5. Looks like you might put a stab out there. You know, just Derek here with just ace high.
Blair's going to bet out.
Wow.
Look at how much Blair bet there.
See, now, how much is it? How much is the bet?
500.
See, now this is a little bit more than standard. Now this is a nice bluff bet. See, the difference between Blair betting and John in the other spot is that he knows why he's betting and he's bet sizing. His bet sizing compared to the other players is just farly superior. Farley? Is that a word, Farley?
It could be. Talk to our producer.
Superior.
Farley?
Let's look that up.
Nope. Try again.
Farley superior.
Farley's a city in Iowa, though. Farley with the capital F.
That's right. I'll coin my own phrases.
Yeah, Chris Farley. I thought of him today because I walked by a slot machine and I swear a guy looked just like Chris Farley. But either way, I like the bet. I like the bet a lot.
It's a great bet. You know, it gets hands like ace high to really.
Oh sure, that's all.
Put him in the tank because he senses his hand is good here. You see that? He senses his hand is good, and but the bet is just too much to pay off.
Yeah, I think he's going to fold this. You can see he's got the hand.
Hey, while he's looking to fold, I'm going to step up, get out of the way. I'm going to let Ben slip in here and talk to you guys, okay?
Sounds good, buddy. We'll see you in a little while.
When he's done with you, I'll be
Derek
back.
says call.
He did make.
Oh, he made the call.
Oh, and it looked like he did a little fake muck there.
For ace high.
Wow. Did you see that? He almost looked like he was doing a fake muck.
This, you know, I'm telling you, this is going to set up like a boxing match, like the Thriller in Manila.
The Thriller in Manila, ladies and gentlemen.
Gotta go wire to wire. These two, I love it.
All right, buddy. We'll see you in a little bit. Enjoy your break. State law requires we got to give you a 15-minute coffee break every 2.5 hours out here in California. Union rules. All right, we now bring in a good friend of mine here on the HPT, Ben Irwin. How you doing, Ben?
Doing well, doing well.
Welcome to the show, my friend. So, for those of you that don't know, Ben is the poker room manager here at Thunder Valley. He's been here for what, 6, 7 years now?
Yeah, 6 years, number 6. Came up here on the 2-year plan. Yeah. But doing amazing things here. It's great to be able to offer events like the HPT Championship, amongst many others.
I still remember when you by the way, John here with Pocket 8s, he's going to win that. I still remember when you came out to Blackhawk, Colorado, and sat down with myself and one of the executives from the show, and you said, I want to do an HPT event at my property. And we said, well, first of all, we're drinking beers, and you're picking up the tab. We were watching a college football game, if you remember.
We were, yes.
And I think Johnny Football was playing.
Johnny Football.
I
he was playing Alabama that day.
I remember it,
yes.
yeah.
I remember paying for the beers, and I remember that.
And you were sandwiched between me and this said executive. We both smoked at the same time. We were just blowing smoke your way and making deals. And I'm glad we're here. And talk about the poker climate here, because you run a great place, but you run pretty well here, and you've got a good thing going because this is a hotbed for poker out here.
You know what it really is? Sacramento is a great place for poker, but what we found is that not only is it great for the regional player, local player, but man, what a great place for the Bay Area. Tremendous draw from there. That's really what makes a lot of our events a wow.
So John here is going to make the call. Blair's got the option, so we're heads up. Queen 9, King 5. Staff's doing a great job, by the way. The dealers, everybody. It's been a long week. Queen, Jack, 5. So a little bit of something for everybody there. Have you ever called a live web stream here? I know you've been around poker a lot.
Yeah, I've called a lot of live streams on the microphone. Yeah,
sure,
I've
yeah.
never been able to see the cards before, so this is a treat. I'll tell you what, Blair, you guys were mentioning that you saw him really starting to step on the gas there about the third level.
Absolutely.
Very, very active and
4 clubs there. 4 clubs there on the turn. John's going to check over to Blair. Blair's got the best of it right now with his queen. John with his pair of 5s. 3 clubs out on the board. Neither player with a club. It's a bet of 200,000. I don't know if you saw that last hand, but a hero call there by Derek called him down with just ace high. Blair's going to get a little bit back here. 550,000 back into his pot, and the action continues. James Larson alongside Ben Irwin. So Ben, somebody's going to be really happy tonight. They're going to go home with 200. Let me look it up here. $223,411. I mean, it's you know, it takes you about half a year to make 223.
Yes. No, you know what? It's amazing. The championship, you know, talking with you guys for a while about possibly doing this here, and obviously found it's a recipe for success. And it's great to have a prize pool, pushing $1 million.
It's pretty cool.
But the traveling players, I think the last time I heard there was at least 16 different states represented.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And so it's great to see you. We talked a little bit about the draw, regional, out of area, Bay Area. Now you're talking about people hopping on planes coming out here. And it's
it's pretty
pleasure
neat.
to have everyone out. We enjoy treating everyone and offering premier events.
Got to give a shout out to Roger Campbell, who bubbled the TV. So it was too bad for him, but he went over to the cage and he was with Miguel, and I said, "Hey man, sorry," and I shook his hand. He says, "It's all good. Me and Christy are going to Vegas. We booked a ticket. We'll be there in an hour." So he cashed out. 16,000 plus, and they're on their way to Vegas. So we wish them the best of luck if they're listening.
Roger was a lot of fun.
He sure was. Yeah,
he's
he sure
great
was.
for the HBT. But very, very fun guy. Enjoys the events. And great to see him make a deep run.
So what's nice about coming out to this property, why don't you talk about it a little bit? For me, besides jogging each morning outside, this is a one-stop shop. You got the food, you got the spa, you really got everything here, and you got some new rooms, which I got to stay in one of those new rooms.
Sure did, yeah. The third floor has been redone, and we're remodeling every floor in the hotel to a little more modern look. It's one thing we make sure is that everything here meets that 4-diamond expectation. And when you come here, you're going to be impressed top to bottom.
Feels like Las Vegas here. We're not too far away from Las Vegas. That's the nice thing about living in this area. You're close to Sacramento. You're close to Frisco. You're close to Reno. You're really in a good spot here. All right, so up to 160 and a fold. Everybody's been showing their cards. Pretty friendly as far as that goes here.
Yes, for sure.
So J.C. Tran's a big name around here, and he played this event, didn't he?
You bet. Yeah, it's there's no one better in this area. I mean, it's he's great for the game. So approachable, so likable.
Family guy,
Absolutely. He's everything that's right about poker. I'll tell you that.
that's so cool. That's so cool.
But when he comes in here, I mean, the VALN people just want to say hello to him.
I know, it's great.
And when we first started doing the bigger events, just great. Just talking with me on the side, little pointers. Hey, I just saw this. That it's those fine touches.
Yeah, right.
And with his experience and stuff, always grateful. For any words like that. Any bit of advice.
And it was neat for me to be able to talk to Lon McCarron again from the WSOP ESPN broadcast. Now, does he play poker here once a week, once a month?
He stops in every so often. He likes the series events.
Sure.
You'll see him. He came out and played in the Action 8.
Yeah, I saw that.
Lon, on the golf course, how much fun was that?
Oh yeah, you guys played on Thursday. Thanks for the invite, but I couldn't get out here early.
We booked Thursday once we found out you're coming in on Friday.
So I know exactly. I know how this works. You don't have to tell me.
Yes.
Exactly.
But honestly, a lot of fun. Kenan was out there.
Yeah.
Big group. It's great to the one thing about here. Here we go.
Yeah, 7. It's like ace jack. Is that 7 deuce is what I see there. So ace 8-7. Okay, sorry, we get talking. I look up. I got a player with 7 deuce. King Queen Trey is the flop. Okay, that's what I thought. Ace jack against 8-7. We were getting sidetracked there. So action over to Blair. He's got the Broadway draw, a couple of overs. He's going to make the call, though. I like that call. The bet was 100,000.
How about that play betting right into?
All right, yeah. Turn card now is the 9 of clubs, so still nothing for Derek here. Both players check. Let's go to the river. And the river card is the Trey of spades. So, and Now look at this. Derek's going to bet it. We'll see if Blair can make a hero call.
These two, I'll tell you what, watching these guys go back and forth.
I know, right? Kenna was just talking about it, setting up like a prize fight.
How about that that 4-bet fold? I mean, that was something.
This could be payback if Blair can make this call. Blair's got a huge group in Kansas City rooting him on. I think that's the reason our stream here is at 460 currently, just because of the fact that folks in Kansas City, which we're going to be visiting that property here in just a few weeks. All the information on the webpage at hptpoker.com.
One thing about Blair, though, you really can't tell which way he's going. He looks the same all the time.
That's, I compare him to Sean Roberts.
Gives away nothing.
It's a gift, you know. That's great for poker players to be able to do that. I, on the other hand, am the total opposite of that. 100%.
Well, you and I both, that's how we're able to identify that. That's what makes,
right,
that's what makes us so good, right?
I'm just lucky.
We can see the people that can dial it in. And,
right.
Just keep that look.
Thinking about making this call.
He was the chip leader right around, I think, 36 or so remaining. It's 36, 45, somewhere in there. Of course, you know, some ups and downs, but
yeah.
Now he sits here three-handed.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Best he's done, I believe, on the HPT was 12th, which was this year. 12th place finish.
He played HPT here in January of 15, the last time he visited.
How about Neil Bloomfield? He final table the first time we were here.
He sure did.
Unbelievable.
And he makes
Blair's
the call.
going to make the call, and that's a payback right there. A hero call, backed up by a hero call. First it was Derek, this time Blair. Doesn't that feel good when you do that, though? I mean, there's not a better feeling. And look at
that's to see when you and I would make that call.
Yeah, right. Well, we would never make it this far. Okay,
right.
First of all, that's just not going to happen. But. So what's new on the horizon for the property here? Anything you can talk about or promote?
You know what? We're coming off of a year of a lot of big events, some different series in town, some first-time events, and a lot of fun. And so next year, we're going to probably add something pretty new. That stay tuned.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, but next year, we're going to start things off again with Poker Night in America. Great having Phil Helmuth, Maria Ho out here.
Absolutely.
That cash game is fantastic.
Yeah, you bet.
And that's a lot of fun. And of course, as we get into the year starts going, WPT.
Yeah, congratulations on the success of the WPT. I was so happy when I saw Matt Savage and the gang out here. I got to work with Matt at the Commerce, and I learned so much from him. And just a good guy. I celebrated my birthday a few years ago out there, and it's always tough to be on the road. I was on the road for 8 weeks, and it was my birthday, and he went out and got me a cake and some candles, and I thought that meant a lot. It was very cool. So Matt Savage and the gang there, I want to come to your WPT event. I want to come out and hang out and see you guys. I will. I will.
This time I'll invite you on the day we're playing.
Exactly.
No, but Matt's been great. He's a big influence in this room and about myself, and a big part of our growth.
Ace, 8, 6, couple of spades. It's kind of the Blair and Derek show here.
Yeah, has been for a while.
Blair's going to win that pot. So the casino, besides poker, I see you've got the slot machines. You've got craps, you've got roulette, you've got all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And a version of it. Now, I saw a game called Crisscross Poker. What the hell is that?
That's a pit game.
That is a pit game.
Yeah, I can't totally tell you everything about it, but I can tell you it's crisscross.
We went from 7-card to 5-card to 4-card. We have 2-card. We have Crisscross Poker. All the action right here, Thunder Valley Casino Resort. There's a game pretty much for anybody that wants to play. And you even have a fun thing on Sundays. You can pick the NFL teams absolutely free. What I like are your food choices. You've got the Red Lantern here. You've got the buffet. You've got the Thunder Cafe. But then if you just want a pizza, you got Pizza Hut. If you want to go to Fat Burger, which I did twice, you got Fat Burger. And you got a Panda. So it's all good.
No, and it doesn't get much better than High Stakes for a nice evening out.
Well, I forgot about it.
As you know, we're big fans of the wine selection.
Yeah, I know, right. I forgot about High Stakes. We were at High Stakes the first night I was here. Had a great dinner with a bunch of the players, and it was fun. And we actually hatched a little idea that I can't talk about right now, but we hatched a little idea of a special we're going to do. Flop is Ace, Jack, 10, all clubs, neither player with a club in their hand.
Let's do the turn. Turn card is the deuce of clubs. Hey, Zach.
Another club, that time the deuce of clubs on the turn. So John pairing his deuce.
I thought for sure Blair was
Blair's got the 10s. I'm a little confused here. River card now is the king. 2 pair. John's got Jackson deuces.
And Blair checks as well. Let's see a winner.
Check, check.
So Jackson deuces 2 pair.
And John is going to win the hand. A little bit of smile there. He's going to take down that small pot.
It's like a replay of our last.
Okay, 2 different flops, I'm told. Oh, crisscross poker, 3-card poker with 2 different flops. Yeah, more or less.
More or less.
Right. So now we got to go in the pit and play.
We should be giving instructions on this game.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. But it was amazing to see how busy your property was here on a Sunday and a Monday and a Tuesday.
Well, that's what happens when you put a day 1 on a Sunday. There's a lot of people that can play, and they showed up in big numbers.
Who was it that said we were going to have a big day 1 on Sunday?
I think that someone thought, it's been tested in this market. You know that Sunday's great. When you talk about 2,500, it works. And having Monday, which is a slower day for the property, it's good for the poker environment down there.
One thing I want to bring up with you on the air here, you and I disagree on this a little bit. The re-entry, you guys cut that off at only 1 extra, so you can buy in and then you can re-enter. Why can't we make that number 2 instead of 1?
Well, it's nothing. You can make it unlimited like at a lot of places.
And you guys don't like that at all.
Well, you know what? It really just comes down to one thing that we've seen. And it's been tested. We've seen it is the quality of play.
I get that.
You're playing against someone that's going to fire until they can build a stack. So you got people playing hands that's way outside of what would be typical. And so we found that making every hand matter. It means something. And that's what the re-entry. And with the re-entry, we still see players that travel. You could have fired in this thing 6 times.
Yeah, it's true. I saw one guy get close to that. I think he might actually get fired 6 times.
Maybe did. But it's just the opportunity's still there to play. But if you're someone that's trying to satellite your way in, when you get in there, you're up against someone.
Oh, that makes sense.
Your hand value. You're playing that thing for your tournament life every time, right? And so there's something about that person you're up against.
You're right.
And it's pretty hard. You might knock me out once, but try knocking me out 3 times, right?
I want to give exactly. I want to give a shout out to a couple ladies in the field. Dee Timmons, a friend of mine since we went to our Fresno event. She final tabled that Fresno event a few years ago. She got 46. Unfortunately, she was the stone cold money bubble, which is never any fun.
No, we played that bubble for a while. That was going to be a tough spot for somebody.
She had kings.
She did.
Kings on the money bubble.
She was short stack, gets her money in with the best of it, and next thing you know, walking away the first one out of the money. This game can be brutal.
It really can. And how about Julie Cornelius finishing 12th? I thought she was going to get to the final.
Yeah.
Just a little
what
bit.
a roll she went on. Short stacks, I think I remember seeing her right around 150,000.
I know.
And then next thing you know, she just started rolling.
She did start rolling.
She's funny on Twitter.
She's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got a chance to talk to her a little bit on this trip. And it was fun.
Quite a following. The amount of people that follow her and like her stuff.
And she's just a nice
very creative,
person.
yes.
Very nice.
But nice to meet her this trip. She won a seat to this thing. Played a tournament, I think, in Vegas, supporting a charity, and wins a seat out here.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. I forgot about that. So 54 minutes left to go. You were out there calling the action with the microphone. Now I got something else I got to bring up. I used to do that job as you know, for several years.
You used to call the action.
I used to call the action. You really got into it, and you almost give away. You say things like, well, and Bill in the big blind's already got 20,000 invested. We'll see if he makes the call. I used to get in trouble for that, too, because I really would almost give up too much information,
Well, it's a fine line, because it's the one thing we're doing. These guys, most of these guys truly are blocking us out. But we've got an audience here, and
right.
without giving away too much, we want the people to be able to see what's going on, and understand what's going on, and any details, anything you hear me say is right in front of you. Maybe give them a little something after a fold. But yeah, definitely trying to give a little bit more, not being too dry.
Right. Yeah. Flop is 10-8 trade. They're all spades, so a pretty good flop there for Blair. He flops the flush and a straight draw open ender here, a 7 of spades or a queen of spades.
The question is, can he get anything out of this?
That's just it.
That's what we'll find out.
We'll find that out here real quick because all John has is the lone deuce of spades with a queen to go along with it. So he bets there.
But then again, only you and I know he has queen deuce. So.
Good point. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, you hope your opponent has 8.
I mean, well, he's any big spade. Right?
Any big spade that's below a jack. So Blair's feeling he's happy. Whenever you win a pot, you're still happy. But But yeah, so when are you going to come out and play an HPT event? That's what I want to know.
I gave a shot.
Oh, you did
guys
in
were
Reno?
a year ago. Yeah.
I heard you did a bunch of shots. I didn't know you gave it a shot.
Yeah,
but
that probably somewhere in between. Yeah, yes. But the old qualifier, I was almost there. But would love to get to know.
Do you play a lot of poker?
I used to play a lot, and then I had this thing called kids.
Yeah, right.
And I found that slows you down a little bit. But no, I used to play 5 days a week, like anyone else in the industry that kind of in the position that I'm in. You definitely have to have a player background.
You do. You have to know the game a little bit.
Yeah.
But, we watch poker, and I watch it, and I see the whole cards, and I don't know about if I watch more of it than you, but I watch more of it under a microscope. But you have to get on the felt, and you got to get the reps. That's the only way you get better. I mean, there's little things that help me, but for the most part, you just got to play more. You got to experience it. You got to take the beats. You got to take the wins, and that's how you get better. It's just continually dusting yourself off and continuing to play.
Well, in addition to that, we're just about the excitement as an event starts getting down. It's amazing as you near the money, or you near a redraw.
Yeah.
It's as you near a televised final table. Just being in those positions, you just see how exciting it is for a lot of the recreational players. And it's exciting to be there and watch those guys go through that experience.
4 of hearts on the turn, so Blair here with kings. Derek pairs his 4. We get too busy talking. We've got a poker game, a three-handed poker game going. The most important part of the tournament here, down to a final of 3 players. So the bet is 150,000 by Mr. Hinkle. And now Derek's going to raise. The question is can Derek finish this thing off? Or can John finish? Can any of these players? What's it going to take to finish this thing off? And that's, are you going to try to outplay your opponents? Are you going to wait for a rush of cards?
I just like the fact that Derek has been playing at him all day long.
He really has.
It's almost like he waits for Blair. Blair put out there. I know. Those are the pots he's interested in.
I'm just guessing they're not going to be Facebook friends after this, but I could be wrong. We'll see.
You know what? I've seen a lot of smiles between these guys.
Yeah, it looks intense because it is intense, but they got to be having fun. And this was always my dream. The reason I got into poker, well, I played poker before Jack of Spades there, so Blair's got the check mark. But I wanted to play on TV. This was my dream, and I didn't get a chance to do that.
Can't slow down now.
Ooh, he put out he put out the 500,000. He brought it back.
I know it looked a little funny. I think they were almost starting to fall. I think that was going to be his move.
I think
last thing you want to do when you got boards looked like there was a hesitation.
Right? I know, right? Exactly. There, look, he's getting a stare down. He's moving his hands around a little bit. I've never been a good guy at reading tells and things like that. Ken, on the other hand, knows he could write a book on it. I think he's going to make this call.
I think he is too. The way these guys have been battling, how can he lay down second pair? I mean, there's a lot out there, but these 2 guys.
Yeah, the hearts are out there, the aces out there, the Broadway draws out there. But I know he doesn't think his opponent has 5-4. I think he's got a little better hand than that. When it gets quiet, I like to talk quiet. We're not that far away from the table.
Yes.
It's a lot of chips, though. That is a lot of chips to give up to the chip leader. It's also a nice return on your investment when you put those in and get to put those back.
Well, he calls the turn. And so
look at this. That's a call. Wow. Ooh, someone has to flip over their hand, right? I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
Wow. Just like that. Unbelievable. But that is a question. What if they don't want to turn them over? Who's got to turn them over first? How do you make a ruling on it? You ever seen that?
Sure. It's the guy bet he's either got to show it or you throw it in, one way or the other.
Somebody's got it. Yeah, you got to show
Blair's,
something.
Blair's waiting on him.
Yeah.
But no, if you look at the hand, really, when he calls him on the turn, he gets a blank on the river.
Right.
He's got to think about it for a while, but it's
because you always got to be one step ahead on what you're doing. Otherwise, you're going to go broke really fast, and you're going to end up a broadcaster on a poker TV show.
I just like the fact that Derek's taken a shot at that, right?
Yeah,
he sees Blair and he's just
absolutely.
going for it.
On the camera with me here is Mr. Ben Irwin. We thank you for joining us here. Thunder Valley Casino Resort, a premier property. And honestly, I'm not just saying that. I'm not saying that because you're here. Yeah. By the way, nice tie. Everybody.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. If you have any questions for Ben, hit me up at HPTJAYMZ. We'll answer those questions before we get out of here tonight. All right, ace tray going up against king deuce. You know, the other thing, Ben, is who's going to get hot coming down the stretch. You know, the cards, they get hot, they get cold. It's like the ocean. The waves come in, they go out. But if somebody gets super hot here, that could mean the whole difference of the tournament here, and they could ride off into the sunset with $230,000 in their pocket.
The interesting part is how active John was earlier. It feels like he's a little bit of a spectator to these other two right now. Of course, he can pick a spot and he can fire it up anytime.
Again, though, when you talk about the money, you know, if I'm sitting here playing and I'm third in chips and I can go from 91,000 to $137, that's 46,000, 47,000. I mean, it's crazy how much money is in the top three of poker. You know, 21,000 was ninth. 137 is second, almost 138. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. By the way, I've got news here. Ryan Greger is officially the season 12 player of the year. He won Kansas City in March, finished second at Vicksburg in August, took 7th at Golden Gates in September, and 12th at Peppermill Reno a few weeks ago. Total earnings for the year, $164,666. As the POY, he'll get 6 complimentary $1,650 buy-ins next year, along with hotel accommodations. Congratulations to Ryan Greger.
That was a good run here at the end, Ryan.
Sure was.
Not going too deep in this one, and Cord having that shot before he gets 14th. He had a chance. It was great to see the season championship last that long.
Ace 5-4, couple of hearts. Blair's going to bet right out, and the cards get mucked by Derek before they can even get in the middle. Here's what I was talking about. When those cards start to heat up, what you just hope is that your opponents get some decent cards enough to make a few chips off each pot. You know, it's just got to be a good feeling, Ben. And I've never had it where I'm sitting there going, the worst thing that can happen to me is $91,792. I've never been in that position. I've won a few tournaments, 5,000, 7,000, but that's really about it. Knowing you're about to win 91,000, I'd be ordering drinks right now.
That's not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea.
No, you're right. You're looking at close to a 6-figure payday. You know, doing something probably that you were more likely. Well, we got Blair in the crowd here, but I'm pretty sure Derek there, he's a recreational player.
Yeah.
You know, these are big payday.
Yeah, huge payday.
Coming out to enjoy themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, and it's when I say life changing, you could possibly pay off your house note, you know, your cars, your credit cards. And then, you know, the important thing is to take some of that money, maybe not necessarily pay bigger events, but add that to your bankroll. You know, we're all poker players, and we all want to increase our bankroll so we can play more events and have more opportunities to play. You don't want to become a reckless player. You don't want to jump from a 25 event to a 10 right away, but it's just nice to have that poker bankroll. You know, and it's good to keep the money in the poker community. I always tell people too, better that than out there in the pits or, you know, somewhere else. 2 8s and a deuce. John making 3 of a kind. And look at this, Derek betting right into it. Now we'll see if John just decides to flat this and keep him along. John's got to double check. He's
like, how long can I look at this? How long can I?
Exactly. Yeah. It's always that's the best feeling when you flap a hand like that. A guy bets in, you almost get a little too confident. You know, you talk about tells and things like that. I like the HPT hat though on Johnny. Looks good. Yeah. I don't even have one of those. I've been with the company 8 years and I can't get an HPT hat. Merkin's addicted now. He likes his three card crisscross.
So there's the call. To be expected.
Yeah, John makes the call.
Now
hoping his opponent, you know, can improve on his hand too. A 7 or a 6 would be good. Now it's the 3 of hearts. So really no coordination out there that John really needs to be worried about. 2 clubs, a dime and a heart. So Derek's going to check. You want to see John check this? No, he's reaching for chips. Again, we know what his opponent has. It's so much easier up here in the booth, you know. We're high above.
He's on the flush draw. You don't give him that free.
That's true. And he's going to win it right there. 3 of a kind, 3 8s. So Ben, we're James Larson here alongside Ben Irwin. We're inside the Red Lantern restaurant. When I heard we were going to be doing the event in here, I said, logistically this might be a nightmare, but I tell you what, this has been great. It's a lively atmosphere. I got hungry. I just ordered some noodles. They brought it right over.
It's a beautiful thing. It's in fact, it's interesting. We have different spots. One thing about final tables, I like to move them around and see different spots. And when we came across this one, it is a unique setup, and it's funny you say that. Logistically, this spot works out really, really well.
It really does.
With the pit, you know, you step down into where the table goes. You're able to dine up top, and you know what's nice is that people that come to the restaurant, some people don't even know this is coming in. They come in.
I know.
And wow,
it's kind of an added
bonus.
bonus.
See a live,
live
poker final table going on, and then the people that want to come here. How great is it to have the bar right there?
Pretty neat.
Have dinner, watch the final table. So it's definitely a great venue.
Make sure to stop out here if you're in the Sacramento area. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. All the information on their webpage. Just Google them at Thunder Valley, and you'll kind of see all kinds of great information. And we're going to put some videos up online that we shot here. Drea, our sideline reporter, was up there doing some stuff in the rooms and in the spa and in the restaurants. So all kinds of great places. Well, Merkin's got a real one over there. He's got 3 of a kind. No. Sorry, I'm watching the crisscross poker.
Yeah. We got online crisscross poker over.
All right, so the option is on Blair. He's going to check. Trey deuce, 7-4, ace deuce. 3-handed poker. They're all involved here on the flop. Let's see who gets lucky. Jack, Jack, 6. Doesn't really hit anybody there. 1 club there, though, for Blair. John could go runner here with a straight draw. Bet is 125,000.
Derek have.
Ace deuce. He's got the ace.
He loves to play back at him.
He sure does. You know, if these two do make it heads up, it's going to be quite the battle, an epic battle. John's going to get out of the way, so 125 and a call. And right now, Derek with the best of it with his ace high. Turn card is another club, so good card here for Blair. See if he'll continue to kind of semi-bluff this. And again, we could see this hero call down the end, depending on what the river card is in the betting. So it's a check over to Derek. Derek, he sees an opening now, so I think he's going to reach for maybe 250 or 100,000, it looks like. 150.
But the truth is, he gets a little unlucky with that club hit return. Right? Anything else, he flats the flop, gives him a chance.
Right.
If he's not really representing, checks to him. You know, like I said, we know what's going on here with the 7-4, but honestly, the club draw is probably Jim right there.
$730,000 in this pot. Blair 150,000 to make the call, and it is his nemesis. Doesn't want to give him any chips. He likes taking them. And look at this. I like it. I like it. Blair's going to raise it up. Well, this might be if Derek folded it, and Derek's not going to fold. Can you believe what we're seeing? I mean, this is good TV.
This is good TV. Oh,
now look at Derek. He's a little nervous. Look, he's splashing his chip.
Couldn't wait to get him in there.
You don't think? Look at Blair.
So I'll tell you what. Wow.
Yeah,
so here's
Blair's on a total.
When he checked, it seemed to make sense that if he bet, he's got the draw.
Now, we used to have the rabbit cam. We got rid of the rabbit cam. We'd burn and turn that last card, and a lot of us didn't like that. I've had players try to make reads on that. One time we accidentally flipped it over. So we just decided no more rabbit hunting, but I would have liked to have known what that last card is. I'll tell you that much for sure. Ace of clubs would have been a fun card, I'll tell you that much for sure. But
I'd love to hear Ken's insight on that, because it's looking at that, what a great spot for him to simply call. He gets the chance. It's not too big of a bet to be able to see if he can get there. You know, he has a chance on the river, but we wanted to win it right there.
Good-looking crowd that we got here at the Red Lantern. Good to see everybody out there watching along. I see Steve Fox there, far left.
Cash right next to him.
Cash, inside. Steve Fox, final table, an event at the on a cruise ship. You should go on the cruise this year with us.
That sounds like a good time.
It's a very good time. It's 7 days of eating and poker. It's great. You wake up and it's a very good time.
I was talking to Steve a little bit, and he mentioned somewhere along the line where you guys mentioned it would be a $2,500 championship event. He said if you make the championship $2,500, I'm there. And he said he was in Vancouver.
Yep.
And I had to come down. I was obligated. Talk committed.
All right, 9-5 going up against King 4. We go to the flop, and it's Jack 10-4. Derek's going to check. John now paired his 4, so he's going to go ahead and get some chips. Looks like 175,000.
Yeah.
200,000. John's going to win that pot. Do you know these guys? Do any of these guys play? Does John ever play in here?
We see John from time to time, and then the gentleman also. We see Derek from time to time.
What kind of celebrities have you seen walk in here besides the JCs, the Lons? Have you ever seen any movie stars, you know, just walk through, or any other poker professionals that you've seen in the poker room?
Just about most people have been through here at this point in time, especially with the WPT events. But,
right.
You know, Phil, you know, he lives in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
And so it's not too much of a drive.
You know, I sent him a text. I said, well, come on out. He never got back to me. Not a word. So.
Yeah, he actually told me he wasn't going to return.
I'm sure. I believe. I don't know Phil well enough anyway, but I did text him.
No, I'll tell you what, Phil is great, and it's been wonderful having him out, especially in the poker night. He is that cash game. Yeah. I'll tell you what, it's fun to watch, and he does a great job with that. Him and Maria, Maria came out here for our first HPT.
For our first HPT, absolutely. And you know, I was a part of, got to play in Phil's charity events that we used to do in Wisconsin, and just had a blast raising money for the hospice hospital there. And you know what, I've done some other charity events with Phil. We did a Steve Martin thing with Phil Helmer, Steve Martin, and Adrian Peterson out in Las Vegas for the Start the Hearing Foundation, and just a fun guy. And he works that microphone, and he doesn't want to give it up though. He doesn't like to give up the microphone. And I found that out because, you know, that used to be my job. And I said, Phil, if you get tired or whatever, he goes, I don't get tired, but thanks, James. And I said, no problem. And I ended up final table in one of his events, and always a good time. Always a good time. Turn card now is another 6. This time is 6 of diamonds. So it's Jack 7 versus King 2. You know, you see this a lot with three-handed. You know, the hands can be cards like this, and we'll just wait and see what happens here as we try to crown a champion here from Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Johnny's going to fold. Blair's going to win the hand.
It just seems like such a different dynamic, Johnny versus Blair.
Sure does, yeah.
When those two guys go,
right.
You know, it really feels like they're gunning each other.
And they're at the end of the table. They're really close to each other, you know. And it
feels like when Johnny bets, these guys automatically give him a little bit of credit.
I know, right?
Each other, they're like, hey, you know.
Right.
It's, anything goes here, and we've seen that with some of the bets and some of the calls.
James Larson alongside the great Ben Irwin, broadcasting from Thunder Valley. Here in Lincoln, California. I was talking about it earlier, a couple years ago. I got to see Tesla play live out here. He hooked me up with a backstage pass, and I interviewed Troy, the drummer, a couple weeks ago. They were coming through my town in Iowa to play with Def Leppard, and I said, hey, when I hung up, I said, I'm going to a place, you might know it. I said, the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. He immediately knew where it was and talked highly of the place, but cool to have some rock stars from right here in the neighborhood.
Sure. You know, they're from somewhere around here. They're close enough to Sacramento.
Sacramento, right, yeah.
And but they've opened up our summer concert series more than a couple times.
Sure.
And all they do is sell it out.
That's what they do.
Sell it out. And always a good time, and they're great with their fans and everything. It's always a wonderful weekend when Tesla's here.
You know, off poker here, but I had a backstage pass to this Def Leppard concert with Tesla. Weird thing about it, in 2016, not a drop of alcohol backstage. Everybody's healthy, fit, and off the booze. So I said, well, I guess I'm going to go into the regular crowd and find me a Coors
Oh, the
Light.
good old days. Oh, the good old days.
I know. A lot's changed since the hysteria tour.
Yeah.
All right, so
Derek wants a little piece of it.
Seen Derek.
Very good. You came, bro. Very good about calling.
John's getting through, but we see Derek's really put the gas on here. He's being aggressive. I like that. You know, I think he wants to get to win his last call around here. Is it 1:15? Is that right?
Yeah, give or take.
Okay.
We're cutting it at 2.
I got to pick him up at 2.
But yeah, in your hotel room at home, there's no such thing.
Okay. Well, I got a flight at 6:30, which, by the way, we got to make sure we get that ride lined up at 5 tomorrow, for real, for serious. 5 for 3 of us.
But we're not serious, James.
But we are serious now. I got to get to the airport. My cat misses me, all right?
Yeah, I hear it. This is getting serious right here.
Queen 10-8, as you see, a gutter baller for Derek. John with 7-5. I was trying to make it better.
Look, he's like
the meta games.
Yeah. What is going on?
I love watching heads-up poker, especially, but three-handed poker. It's like playing chess, a game I never figure out how to play, but it looks like people really, it's like these poker games, you know? 444 people online. You can go back and look at all the comments, but I think people like it for the most part. So. It's me that they rip on. One guy said he's getting better. I said, well, thanks.
Yeah. I think someone said your commentary's gotten a lot better since Kenna.
Well, it's true, you know. And you know what? Kenna, what I like about Kenna on the show, and for those of you who haven't seen the new shows, is he's a poker coach. He's a professional player, but I haven't heard an analyst like him in a long time. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to work with him, and you know, I'm constantly learning. I'm kind of the idiot player, okay? I'm the guy that says, well, I'd raise there, and he says, I'd call there, I'd fold, you know. So I get to play the player at home, but I'm not playing it up. That's how I really am. Yeah. Turn card now is the 8 of hearts. So now again, John with really nothing here. But he's got chips.
He's got chips, and he wants to know if one more bet will do it. I'll tell you what, listening to you and Ken earlier, this is a lot of fun. Good live stream.
Yeah, it's fun to be back here, and it's great to have this technology. You know, when we first started doing this, we didn't have the whole cards. And Kirk, by the way, from Windy City and his gang, they do such a good job of this. It's
you know what? Actually, Kurt does not do a good job. He does an amazing job.
Amazing job. Huge.
This live stream compared to what I've seen in the past. Are you kidding me?
Hey, speaking of huge, who are you voting for in the election?
I think this election is turning libertarian. It's,
I can't say it, but I think
myself and many of the millennials. That's the direction we're going.
Are you a millennial?
Yeah, he did fire out there.
He did fire, yeah.
Oh no, wait. Oh wait. I'd like to know what we missed there.
Well, we were talking about the election. You see, that election has screwed up everything, including this broadcast.
Exactly what happened right there.
Our producer's got a new game here. He likes it.
Yeah. Ken is on the outside looking at it going, guys, they're three-handed. Focus, boys.
You know. Yeah, look, there's Goose out there. That's one of our production techs. Yeah. His name is Goose. Christopher Goose lives in Wheaton, Minnesota. He from Fargo. But good to see the Goose. Oh, yeah, right. Zach says give out his social security and his address while you're at it. By the way, yeah. Yeah, he's not home right now in Wheaton, Minnesota.
And he's got 12188.
He's got a full truck full of video gear in the garage. Oh. The players don't look tired, though. They really don't look tired. And I would imagine a lot of them are on just momentum. Not momentum, but
adrenaline.
Adrenaline. Yeah, adrenaline.
And they have to be, actually.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, when we wrapped
That's all
up
I'm on right now, let me tell you that.
I tell you, we wrapped at almost 3 in the morning, getting down to 18, and everyone's back here at noon, firing it back up. And they were playing fast. They were going for it.
You know, Ben, over the years of covering HPT events and the jobs I've had, I remembered a lot of these events. New Mexico, I remember 4-1 heads up, 4-1 the other way, 4-1 the other way, and I'm like, please, this has got to give. You just want it to end because you know, for us, it gets long. You know, we're on our feet. Jeremy's out there working hard. And I just want to thank the entire crew and especially your staff. Everybody's been great.
Thank you.
They called me.
You and I worked a little hard sitting here talking on this live stream.
You know,
these chairs, nice and comfy.
They're comfy.
Jeremy out there, he is on those 2 feet.
And I did that job for a long time. I know it's. Oh, look at this Jack 9 tray. So John flops a set.
Wow. All right.
Derek got 10-6. Runner straight. Runner flush. John, 200,000.
I'd say there, it's hard to almost put Derek on anything where he might be able to get something. I mean, that off is just tough.
Yeah, no, for real.
Unless he thinks he would play at him, but
you know, we talk about nerves and playing on TV and everything. The dealers, you got to take a look at the dealers. They're doing a great job, but I've seen some dealers get nervous out there because it's you know, it's a big job and everybody's watching you and you make a mistake. And we all make mistakes. I mean, when you know, I could think of probably 10 that I've made tonight, but the dealers have done a great job. And if you see a misdeal here and there, don't berate the dealer. It happens. Cards stick, whatever.
Now, everyone makes a little mistake. You make a lot of mistakes.
I do make a lot of mistakes.
I kind of use you as the example to others. You know, it works well.
Derek here with Ace King. Speaking of my greatest mistake when I was on the HPT, I introduced, well, when I was the floor guy, Fresno, California. The mayor of Fresno was there, and there was a big deal. Place is sold out. We got people everywhere live. And I say, all right, ladies and gentlemen, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the HPT, and here's the mayor of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. And I introduced him, and the proprietor said, what is Cedar Rapids, Iowa? We're in Fresno, you idiot. So we redid it. My face was red for about a half an hour, and we're done.
Yeah. What you learned from that?
What I learned is look at your cue card and don't be an idiot. And the night before, don't be out till 2:30.
Yeah, I was going to say, remember
okay?
what town you're in.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not where you started, it's where you ended up then.
Yeah, right. 2 deuces and a 6, so that flop helping neither player. I always wonder who's coming through here. You always see the curtain, the backstage here. So Derek's going to check over to John. Derek just trying to. Turn card now is the tray of diamonds. So now John's got the straight inside the gutter baller there. Both players checking.
Let's see the river card.
Now we go to that river card. It's the ace, so Derek pairs his ace. 2 pair, aces and deuces with the king. Yeah, and he's going to recheck. He was hoping John was going to bet, but he didn't, so Derek's going to win the hand. He said, come on, couldn't you bet there? Derek's smiling, happy, having a good time.
Has anyone looked up his HUNDER?
Haven't done that yet. It's only
he just seems very, very, very comfortable. He has seemed very comfortable all day. He's a lot of smiles from him.
We're only 6 hours into this, so you know.
I believe he's playing for his biggest cash. And look at that. You would never know.
Yeah, I know everybody seemed very comfortable here at the at this final table, which is great to see.
Derek's going to be first back on the button. 50,000, 100,000 on the blind. Derek folds over to Johnny in the small blind.
It's a fold over to John.
Option to Blair in the big blind. And Blair checks his option.
Blair's going to check. Heads up to the flop. Jack 5, King 5. Something's got to give. Ace 10 6 rainbow. John checks. Blair's going to bet. And John is going to fold. Blair's going to win the hand. When's our next break? Are we going to give these guys any break anytime soon?
I don't know, James. You know, I mean, it's
no rest for the wicked. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. And you know, really, the breaks are okay to stretch your legs, go to the bathroom. But I think the players just want to keep going. You know. Yeah. And I've seen that a lot where we say, "Hey, raise your hand if you want to take a break," and they're like, "No, let's take 5 and let's hammer through this thing." You know, as long as we got some food. I'm surprised they haven't started the drinks yet, though. I kind of thought that might happen, and I'm surprised we haven't started the drinks either. To be perfectly honest with you, you know. And that Corey Stewart, you know, he's done a really great job this week too. That's why he doesn't come around anymore. Corey peeked his head back in. John's got pocket pair here, pocket trays on the button. He's going to go to 250. Blair folds now over to Derek. So Derek and John getting involved now. 2 overs to his pair of 3s.
So if that was Blair versus Derek, he's going to 3-bet.
Well, of course, problem, yeah, right? Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Flop is Jack 8 deuce. So John's still in the lead. Looks like another 250,000 bet. 200,000. See if Derek maybe does a raise here. Derek's just going to make the call.
Gives him an opportunity to check on the turn. Makes a bet.
Go to the turn card now. It's the deuce of clubs. No 3. It was close. 2 pair now for John. Trays and deuces. This time Derek's going to lead out. 300. Maybe another 100,000, I think here. Put out 400. Oh. What? It's one way to do it.
That's one.
300,000 is the bet.
300,000 is the bet by Derek. Action's over to Johnny.
Johnny being a little stubborn here. He's going to make the call, as he should. He's got the best of it. Looks like he's going to make the call. Hasn't made the call yet, though. So much on the line here at Thunder Valley. Call is made. 300,000 chips. So a pot here approaching 1.8 million. Let's go to that river card. Ace, 9, or tray. Well, that's a 7 of hearts. So John's good here. He'll get the check mark. Doesn't mean he's won the hand. We'll see what Derek decides to bet here. This is kind of a tough spot. 500,000. 100,000. Look at Johnny. Look at his chips. Johnny with just a pair of threes.
It felt like $1 million bet there. He probably wins the pot. But do you want to risk $1 million also betting into someone what they say?
Those pocket threes, when you look at them, they just get smaller and smaller.
Like
but
he, you know, just like before we asked either, he called on the turn. Now he's only got a call. Well, still 500K, but if he peels there, he's gonna make the call there. Blank on the river. Gotta believe. He's gonna think about it. But I think he's gonna make the call. He's already committed to it.
I don't know if he is going to make the call.
Still think he's going to make it.
Figuring out where he's at here in the game. Those are the 5K chips, the red ones.
Yes. Yeah, orange.
Sorry, I'm a little colorblind.
That's okay.
So
I got your back on the
2, 3, 4, 5. So he's got 900,000 plus $500,000. Yeah. Plus what he's got in front of him. Look at that.
Not
He's going to make the call.
He's
going to make the call. 2 pair is going to do it. Trays and deuces. And now, does he have to show his hand there, or can he throw his cards in the mouth? Yeah, of course. I've heard people argue that before. You never have to show your hand. You're just not ever going. Yeah, you're not going to win if you never.
Right, exactly right. Yeah, it's if you choose to make a wager and not show your hand, your percentage of hands you're going to win is really, really
right, yeah, exactly.
So,
all right, one more hand, and we'll get Kenneth James in here after one more hand, and we'll let you get back to your duty. So when this thing's over, how much work do you have to do before you get out of here tonight? You got paperwork, you got cash outs to do?
We got set breakdown.
You're not doing that.
We're not.
No, we're not. We're not touching the thing.
Okay,
we're going to the BAR.
Oh,
okay?
there we go.
And hopefully you got some kind of a credit card and/or expense account here.
Yeah.
It was funny when the Chinese food. He said, "Hey, you got your card?" I said, "No, I don't."
I've been charging everything to James Larson's
That's
room,
fine.
so
Yeah, I'll put that on Jeff Merkins after that, and that'll get transferred to Corey Stewart.
Nice.
So.
Yeah, it's.
Okay, Blair's coming back to life here now. Queen tray. Hand selection, three-handed. You can mix it up a little bit more.
Sure.
275,000.
Johnny here still stacking the chips from that last pot.
It's always fun when you're able to do that, entering the next hand. I think John would be hot wearing that sweatshirt. It's hot back here at the Red Lantern.
Yeah. He's got ice water running through those veins.
Yeah, he really does. That's true. That's really true. Johnny's going to make the call. By the way, bad news out of Cleveland tonight if you're a Cubs fan. The Cubs end up losing that game. I don't have a final. It was 6-0 the last time I looked. But so Cubs down 0-1 here to the series. 2 6s and a jack. A couple of hots. John's going to check. Over to Blair. He goes check, check. Now we go to the turn card. And that turn card is the ace of clubs.
Check the Blair ties and see what happens.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there he goes.
Still stacking chips from the last hand.
Nothing invested in it.
Johnny's going to fold. All right, Ben Irwin, great having you on the show, man.
To be on the show.
Hey, thanks for having us back. Really do appreciate it. Thanks for everything.
Great to host the championship.
It's fun.
We'll
come back next year?
Great run. Yeah.
I think so.
All right.
All right. Kenneth James, come on back.
Kenneth James, come on down.
Grab me a water first, though, would you please?
Kenneth, they're hearing this analysis over here. It's, woo, they're ready for the pros.
You get one of those suits at the Men's Warehouse. Kenneth James coming back in. A lot of people are talking about the nose touching. They love that. He goes, touches the nose.
Oh,
the nose touch.
Tells?
Yeah, the nose touch.
Let me just say goodbye. Well, not goodbye, but I guess I'll see you later.
Yeah, you had me.
You say goodbye, and I say hello.
That's Kenneth James. He's back.
Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye.
I say hello. We just lost 20% of our viewers, okay?
Hello.
We got a hand here. John with King Queen going up against Derek's Jack 10.
All right, so we're back.
Players.
What has happened? Is anything developed?
Well, when you left, there was 3 players, and I think, let me count, the 1, 2. Yeah, there's 3 players now.
Tray.
Yeah.
In poker, we call it a tray, not a 3.
Yeah.
If you don't want to sound like a knucklehead, you know, you don't call it a 2, you call it a deuce.
Yeah. And you don't want to call it a 5, you call it a fin.
No, well, anyway, I'm distracting from the action. Here we go, John. You know, all right, so as we see play now, we get down to shorthanded. We see all the players are deep stacked, you know, and we're looking in here. And when you're at home, you kind of want to do like the players do. How is this going to play out? Where am I going to get my chips from? How am I going to win this tournament? What do I see developing? And so that's one thing you want to do for home for your game. And same thing like when you're in a hand. You know, you want to kind of play even though you're not in the hand. You want to guess like, you know, what does my opponent have here? So in this situation, from a player's perspective, if I was sitting at this table in the final 3, I would be thinking, all right, who do I want to be up against?
Right, yeah.
You know? And I think both players, well, both players, all 3 players, you know, are going to be thinking different things.
Right.
But to me, it seems like John is playing aggressively, which is great, you need to do, and he has that gear. But I think skill is going to win out here, and I think it's going to come down to Derek or Blair.
So pocket 10s, ace 8, queen tray. We could see some fireworks here, depending on the flop. Looks like we had an exposed card.
And that is not by any means to demean or to take anything away from John. He is certainly
okay, now look at this.
His way here. John has got, look at this. Now, John, look at how quick he's acting, though. Now, this could be a sign of fatigue. I mean, he really is acting quickly here when he actually has 3rd pair on the board, but he does have the open-ended straight.
Blair's got the gutter ball straight draw, and Derek caught the queen. So again, a little something for everybody here.
Yeah, but that's an easy fold for Blair, not so much for Derek because he's flop top pair. And this is where John can get in trouble. And he's got to, you know, take his time.
Look at that.
Wow.
That is the king of diamonds,
unless of course, the deck just is going to come out and save you every
right,
time.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's really what needs to happen when you don't have as much skill as the other player, and why poker is so great and why anybody can win. Because aggression and the deck saving you overcomes a lot of faults in the game that players don't always see.
James Larson alongside Ken and James. It's the James Gang broadcasting here from California, straight up 10 o'clock here on the West Coast. Want to let you know your late local news will follow tonight's broadcast, depending on when we get off. It may be bars and tone at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Great. No, I
it
think
could be the morning newscast.
No, I think this is going to tie up here. If I had to guess, I'm going to give it 2 hours.
Yeah, I think 12 bars and tone. We're telling them how we make sausage again here at the sausage shop. All right, Derek with queen 7, Blair with ace 10. Hey, Drea. Blair's going to raise it up. Now, since you were gone, we saw Blair and Derek kind of battling each other, just kind of going back and forth.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I expect that,
kind
yeah.
of a little.
But did John stay out of the way? Or
he did for the most part. We saw a big hero call by Derek with ace high, and then 4 hands later, we saw a huge hero call by Blake with just ace high. So, you know, a little bit of the meta games are starting here. Well, they've started. They've been going on for a while. 10, 9, 6, couple of clubbies. Blair pairs his 10. Nothing there for Johnny, just king high. So you can see 14%. Great to have the percentages. Great to have the stack sizes, and great to have the position they're at on the table. These guys are doing a great job with the graphics.
They sure are.
Blair's going to take down the pot.
And I really like commentating these short-handed tables and a lot of the, like you said, the metagame. people don't, you know, people don't, when you think of the metagame, that's a phrase that's tossed around. What do we mean by the metagame, James?
Well, just the mindset, the chess, the battle of the wits, the smarts, you know, the back and forth, you know. And to me, it can be confusing when I'm on the felt. It's like I start to triple guess myself on what's going through their mind. Is it a value bet? Does he want me to call? Does he not want me to call? So for me, my brain gets moving a little too fast. I prefer to be up here in the booth watching these guys do it, and I respect people that can make it and play poker at this level. It's cool to watch.
Yeah.
And I'm fortunate to be in a field where I get to watch a lot of it. I just wish the tables weren't 9 hours long. I'd take 4.5. Jack 6 here against Ace King.
You talk about timing. So this hand is probably not much going to happen in this hand. So I'll if there is, we'll get back to it. But you talk about timing, and it's an interesting because when you're really in the zone, we call it, you know, being in the zone as a player, time just seems to collapse, and it's almost like. It's not almost like, it's like there is no time.
Right.
I mean, 8 hours just goes like that.
Sure. You forget that you're tired. Yeah. You forget that you're hungry.
Well, you're not tired, and you're not hungry. No. You're just you're there.
It's a it's a high. It's you're in the moment, you know, and you're playing for an S load of cash here, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, but that even goes out of your mind, you know?
It has to, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. You're just really focused on doing what you're doing while you're doing it. Which takes a lot of skill, by the way.
Yeah.
You're not even thinking about what you're doing. You're just executing. I mean, that's when you're really in the zone.
And that's not the Twilight Zone.
No, that's the metagame zone. So I'm not sure exactly what happened here pre-flop. I guess Derek did Derek limp in or did he raise? He limped in. So slow playing, once again, we see getting the player in trouble and getting out flopped. I'm not a proponent of slow playing, especially short-handed. But it's so tempting. It's easy to say.
Player's going to make the call. The two pair are good. Eights and deuces. Player's going to win the hand. And again, he got the best of Derek there on this time, but they've gone back and forth. Now it's going to be Derek's turn. But it's poker, so it
Wait, Derek. Oh, Derek won.
Blair
won that. Yeah.
Derek just with the ace high.
Derek is the one that just, you know, tried to play it tricky. Sorry about that. I had it.
Second time he's limped with Ace King, I believe.
Second time, yeah. We have intel here, folks.
We do. We got Kurt from the Windy City.
We have a great crew supporting us. Marketing. You guys have put together a really good team. I'm just the last kind of Oreo in the box. But it's nice to come on board and work with professionals, I'll tell you.
And again, watch our complete episodes, and you can do that by finding out when they air. Go to our webpage. That's www.hptpoker.com. Find out what city. Just put in your zip code. We've got a pretty user-friendly webpage, and it'll tell you when the show airs. And if you've got a satellite dish, it's on about 12 times a week. All you got to do is type in HPT Poker.
DirecTV, it's on. It's easy to find.
It's really easy to find.
It really depends on your cable provider. And I've had, I'll be honest, you know, it can be difficult sometimes finding it because, like you say, it's syndicated, so it's on a different broadcaster in each market. So, but hopefully, some people are more tech savvy than me. They can find their smart TV and type in Heartland Poker Tour, and they'll find exactly where it's at, what time.
On the website, there is a locator. So for me, I type in 52404.
On the website.
Yeah, and it tells me.
But, track us down. We'd love to have you as part of our family and watching us each and every week. And we're going to crown a season champion as well as today's champion at the conclusion of this show.
And the good thing, we did crown that. I've got the name of that person. And by the way, the good thing about watching our show, it's not bogged down with commercial spots. It's all action. Our commercial breaks are short and to the point. The only thing you got to put up with is me and this joker talking through 44 minutes of it. So we apologize in advance. 2 jacks and a 6 here. Neither.
Derek taking a stab with king high, and John rightly defending with ace high. This is good.
John's
he's got a pair.
Yeah, so he's got jacks
and sixes. That's even better than ace high.
I learned that in Super System. That was in Chapter 1.
Yeah, it goes check,
a
check.
pair is better than ace-high.
Check, check, and
look at this, a full house
there it
now on
is.
the river.
Now the question is, will John try to seek some value here? He should maybe bet about 125,000. Oh, it's a little heavy.
It's a little on the heavy side.
225,000 is bet.
Yeah, Blair quickly folds.
Oh, Blair did not hit. I hit 7 high, my fault. No, this is all going live, guys. So, I mean, to input everything that you're seeing as it happens, it is a Herculean task. Is that a word? Every Herculean task.
We've got our thesaurus, our Webster's over here.
You never know what's going to come out of my mouth. I mean, we'll have a whole new dictionary by the time I'm done. But I like to go for the flavor rather than just the technical exactness of everything. So here we go. All right. Derek opening up. Now he's done with limping with his premium hands. He's going to open up with jacks. John quickly folds his 9-5 suited, and Blair, will he defend from the big line with 10-9? He does.
And Blair makes the call.
Raised to 250 and called, so we got a $500,000 pot, 580 of the pot.
10-9 pocket jacks and the flop. Queen, Jack, Deuce. So great
trips.
flop for Derek here.
Now look at this.
Look at
Yeah.
Open-ended straight drop for Blair. I'm getting
This
excited.
And you know,
7, not an 8.
see, now this is where Derek's losing a little value by not betting the flop because Blair definitely wouldn't have gone away. Now he's going to be making a pot-sized bet. It looks like about 500,000. I like it. Well, now he's trying to. You know, look at this little Derek here. Derek here, he is an actor. He looked like he was going to bet, then he went back.
He's kind of done this. He's kind of done. He's done that a few times.
He likes to throw a lot of tells out there, reverse tells.
Yeah.
And things like that. But he's got some genuine ones too.
Look at that. Blair's going to fold that. Give credit where credit's due, huh? I mean,
he could have easily.
easily.
He's got a stack of, what is it, 5.6 million. It was less than 10% of his stack, but he's only got one card to go, so he knows he was only 19% to win. So 1.1 million pot. Yeah, he was only getting 3 to 1, and he was about 5 to 1 dog. These guys are so good, man. They just don't make mistakes.
Seeing a poker clinic right here on the HPT. James Larson, Ken James. Our producer with us today, Jeff Merkin. We've got Kirk. How do you say your last name? Fala. That's what I thought. Kirk Fala.
Yeah.
He's running the live stream. We got Zach Howard over there helping us out. Craig Casino just texted and said these guys are playing some great poker. You are exactly right, Stacey.
They really are. Yep. They deserve to be here.
But they sure do. You know, when you go through this huge field.
It looks like 5.5 for Blair, the chip leader now. He's taking over the chip lead to 3.6 to 3.8 million. And,
that is if Kirk got it right.
I'm sure he's right.
He's close.
So it looks like the cream is rising to the top, is exactly as we predicted. So
speaking of cream, can I get a coffee back here?
Gambling, you know, it's showing the skill because Blair started at this table, one of the short stacks, and he is slowly amassing the chip lead.
Queen Jack against 9-6. King 4 deuce.
He is a tactician going to work.
Tactician. How do you get a job as a tactician? Turn card is the 10 of spades. Merkin's playing his game.
Yeah, he's not going to be on the sidelines. He's playing.
So Derek now here with an open-ended. In the lead, too. Derek's going to take this down. We are taking a 15-minute break after this level.
Really? How much time do we have to go? I just got
Looks
back.
like Derek's got a AA battery, or is that a 9-volt battery in front of him?
Oh, he does. I saw one back here, too.
A lot of batteries hanging around here.
Yeah, no.
Just a 9-volt in front. That might be his card protector.
Yeah, well, people got to get their charge.
Just don't put it on your tongue. Yeah.
Also, you can check out our upcoming events at HPT Poker.
Hey, I got just, is this right? We have now over 550 listeners?
Yeah,
550
yeah.
viewers on Twitch.
Sure are, yeah.
Great to have you guys with us.
That's fantastic. It makes us feel good
really
to have that many.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Have you joining us. Yes, the stream is delayed for 15 minutes.
A little shorter than that tonight. It's about 8 minutes, I
It's
think.
about 8 minutes, yeah. Well, we're collapsing time here. Somebody says these announcers SMH. What does
That's
that mean?
shaking my head.
Are what?
Shaking my head. So these announcers. At least
Shaking my head.
I like the
yeah.
little head.
Don't
though.
worry, I shake my head. I'm like a bobblehead doll.
Hey, listen, you know, I'm a rounder. You're exactly right. I'm shaking my head at my own commentary. All right, action over here to Derek. He's got the dolly partner. Talk about how any ace is good here three-handed. When I say good, you probably want to open up with any ace, right, Ken?
Thanks, Uncle Ron. Yeah, three-handed, you know, definitely any ace, any Broadway, suited connectors, even suited gappers, probably 8 and above, single suited gappers, you know, queen 9 and above, off.
The flop is king 10, Trey, couple of spades.
Not a real big fan of big little, you know, like hands like this queen deuce. But as you get into king high and ace high.
Go to the turn card now. That turn card is the 4 of hearts. It's going to be a check, check, check now.
Blair knows when to shut down. Really managing.
He really does.
Really managing his hands well. You know, takes stabs at pots to try and pick them up. When it doesn't work, he backs off.
Whatever card it is, the 9 of clubs. Johnny checks over to Blair. Blair checks.
Yep, and he knows when to give it up, and he does. So anyway, back to opening values. You know, three-handed, it's an art form. It really is. You know, and you also your pacing, your timing. Have a lot to do with it. Your frequency, knowing when to put your foot on the gas, when to take it off. In 2 minutes, we're going to go on a 15-minute break. But, you know, yeah, players out there, you know, your three-handed opening hand ranges also depends on your chip stack, your chip position. You know, a lot comes into play into selecting the hand to play, and then, of course, how to play it.
All right, this might be the last hand before our 15-minute break. Queen 5 for Blair, King Jack for John.
He has King Jack, Johnny does, on the button and opens up. This is standard. He opens for 200K. And Blair with Queen 5. If he wants, he can 3-bet on a move here or just give it up. I like just giving it up, and he does. Derek is probably just going to find the muck, and we'll get one more hand before we go to break. Any questions coming in for us?
Yeah, we're getting a few here. All right. So
we'll deal with the questions when we come back from break. And those of you who want to send us any comments, questions on Twitch, you can do that. Or I'm at Kenna_James. And Mr. Larson over here.
At HPTJAYMZ. So keep them coming. It's 1 o'clock, though, out on the East Coast there. 12 o'clock in the Central Time Zone. But just 10:15 here in beautiful California. It was nice to jog around Lincoln today and check out the local area. It's, you know, when I come out here, it's a lot like being in the Midwest.
Wow, you know, look at, see, here's that big little again. John defending out of position with it. You know, it's a little bit of a stretch, and he's going to not find much here, so hopefully he doesn't get in too much trouble here.
Flop is Queen, Jack 5, so Blair in the lead with his King Queen, paired his Queen there to go ahead even further.
Yeah, and I expect him to continue. But these are one of the hands, though. If the Jack wasn't there, I don't mind checking back because, you know, the King makes you 2-pair. You're not really afraid of an overcard. And sometimes you can elicit a bluff on a turn from your opponent. But with the Jack and the 2 spades out there, I like the C-bet by Blair. you know, most of the time here, and John's going to find the muck, and they're probably going to take us to break, eh? Hope you'll stick with us. We're having a good time. It's late night poker here on the HPT.
It is late night poker, but we're not going to leave. We're not going to. The stream will be down, not down, but we take a 15-minute break while we go ahead and take this break. And before we go, it's anybody's game. Who do you like now, Canada? Can you give me a prediction? I keep asking.
No, I told you last time, and I'm going to stick with it. Blair, I agree with you. Blair is the cream rising to the top.
You're agreeing with me now. You didn't agree when we were 9-handed. You're agreeing with me now that we're 3-handed.
Well, no, I said it the last break.
Yeah, that's true, when we were 4-handed.
But, you know, I don't count Derek out. I mean, Derek, one of these guys, Derek and John, I think, is going to get in a hand, and then it's going to be a heads-up battle, and as you know, anything can happen when it's heads-up.
All right, folks, don't go too far. 15 minutes, and we'll be back. 3-handed poker right here on the HPT.
You say goodbye, and I say hello. Hello, hello. I don't know why I say goodbye. I say hello. Hello.
competitive. And again, if you want to watch the live stream, if you have to get out of here, just go to Twitch or go to our webpage. We're calling the cards in the back. We have over 520 people watching the live stream right now. And when you players get home, when you guys get home, we're going to post this on YouTube as well, so you can rewatch it after the fact. Ben Irwin, I want to thank you for everything you've done. Give him a round of applause. Ben Irwin from the Rockies, our championship open, $2,500 event. We did a prize pool of $971,000. It was fantastic, so thank you. And your staff has done a great job. Dealers like this guy right here, thank you for everything you do. I haven't seen a misdeal all week. I haven't seen one misdeal. It's pretty cool. Thank you. So we'll be getting the cards started here momentarily. Thanks for coming out, everybody.
Sit down there, boss. Kirk, you can throw us on the video. Oh, yeah. How you doing, everybody? It's James Larson, and welcome back to the HPT Poker here from the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. I am alongside our producer from Los Angeles, California, Hollywood, Mr. Jeff Merkin. Now, Jeff, we bring you in before Kenna comes back. What have you thought of the poker we've seen so far?
Well, first of all, I am the most expensive bathroom break guy in the business.
Right, yeah, you really are.
I think the poker, I think we've seen some very skilled poker here today. And I think that these guys, as you have said earlier, really have shown that they deserve to be here. Blair is just a terrific poker player. He was third short, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
fourth short coming in. He's now the chip leader. Derek is second in chips and remains, well, actually, he's now third in chips. John, our chip leader to start the day, has been playing pretty well. A couple of iffy calls there in the middle. I think he's getting a little tired. It's a long 3 days for these guys.
Just talked to the guys about that when we returned from the break, and I jokingly walked down and said, "Hey guys, do you mind if we wrap this up tomorrow?" And they all looked at me like I was crazy. I said, "No, I'm just joking. We'll get her in tonight."
But if you look at the table, you have to say that both Blair and Derek have an advantage over John. They're both young and good-shape guys.
Right.
And John, although not in shape and really been older than the other fellows, I don't know if we've talked about this, but he has quite a storied past. He's a San Francisco police officer. He was a Coast Guard first and destroyed guy. He's been shot twice, stabbed twice, all in service of his country.
Unbelievable.
And his city, and I think there's something to be said for that. Anybody who's willing to put themselves in the way of a bullet.
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. And we'll see if he can be our next HPT champion. It's really too close to call right now. Honestly, Jeff, it's anybody's game. I hate to sound cliche, but it's anybody's game.
Well, that's very true, and I hate to sound cliche, but we have no dog in the hunt. We are completely involved.
No.
We can't affect our
No, absolutely not.
We can't affect their play, but we do enjoy watching it.
Yeah, it's fun to watch this competitive poker, and Kenna talked about it. The cream really has risen to the top, if you will. You know, we're seeing some great poker.
Derek folds his A4. He can't call it no raise there, especially to Blair, chip leader.
And that raise to 285 will win Blair the pot.
Blair is going to win that pot, and we've talked about this too. Quite a contingent of listeners and viewers in the Kansas City market. I didn't know this guy had so many friends.
Well, I can think if just his family tuned in, we'd have 1,000 viewers.
I walked up to him at the break, and I called him Grant, and I said, "I'm so sorry. I've been talking to your brother on the live stream here, going back and forth with the comments." So that's good, and we keep talking about how happy we are about the amount of viewers because it is fun.
We miss the Hinkles, particularly Uncle Ron.
Uncle Ron, yeah.
Being here. We wish they could have joined us, but we'll be in Kansas City soon enough, and hopefully we'll have a full Hinkle contingent.
We took pictures with Uncle Ron. Marissa was out there with us that week and took a bunch of pictures, and I always love getting back to the Kansas City area. Boy, I went to some divey bar that night after, the night before that. I'll have to think of the name of that. These guys would probably remember what I was talking about. But always a good time in Kansas City, and always a big event. It's a hotbed for poker.
Yeah, and we had some good poker there, and our player of the year actually came from there.
Yeah. All right, so 3 players going to the flop
With
here.
a
All 3
bunch of
players.
mediocre hands.
Yeah, 7, 6, 10, 4, 6, 5.
All rainbows, those suits.
3-handed poker, and look at the flop. 8, 7, 6.
pairs
So
for Derek.
a little bit of something for Derek and Blair there. And really, John even gets a piece of it because a 5 makes him a straight.
If he's betting a gutter here.
Right.
But apparently he is.
So that's why, you know, you see that happen with hands like this with 3-handed. You get a weird flop like that, 8, 7, 6. All of a sudden, you could see 1 or 2 people eliminated. You know, we've never seen that here on the HPT, Jeff, a double elimination to end a tournament.
But not to end the tournament. Now, I think that Kevin would say that John took the initiative, maybe in the wrong place.
John bets 150,000.
Smooth call by Blair.
Now we're back to Derek.
Now over to Derek. Derek who flopped 2 pair.
Now, if Kenneth wasn't bathing or eating or whatever he's doing, he would probably tell us what Derek should do, but I would expect to raise him.
Well, and you know, there's some coordination out there, right? Kenneth's to my left here. There's 6, 7, 8, 2 clubs out there. Yes, Derek flopped 2 pair, but he's got to be a little worried about, you know, what could happen if he doesn't improve those 2 pair, but he is going to raise it up here. The pink chips are 100K chips.
850,000 now.
850.
So John can't make this call. Yeah, John can't make this call.
850,000.
Yeah, Blair on the other hand has got the 6s. Yeah.
And Johnny's trying to take a look at the stack.
I think this is Hollywood.
I think it's Hollywood too.
I should know Hollywood.
Yeah, right. Oh, it's a.
And Kenna threw a couple bites of fried rice, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but I did hear him say this is good. This tanking is good for Blair because it gives him an opportunity to think about what he should do with his hand. And Blair's in a good spot. He's got middle pair or bottom pair with an open-ended straight draw.
I'm not sure I would call it a good spot. I would call it a reasonable spot.
He's in a spot.
Well, he'll be in a spot if he calls that. We shall see. Again, Kenna would tell us how we time.
Oh, Blair's going to quickly. Blair folds.
Now, did he overbet that, in your opinion, Jim?
I don't know. That'd be a question for Kenna, but no, I don't think so.
Now, my sense is he may have overbet. Although, again, with the coordination out there.
Yeah, that's what I talked about. Yeah, and the clubs and the straight draw, but we will never know. Now, we used to have the rapid cam. As a producer, what do you think of that? Being able to peek at the next card. For us, it slowed the game down, and we just got tired of using it.
Well, I mean, it's obviously interesting on one level, but you know, I have a fantasy cam at home, and not that one.
Okay, yeah. Starting to scare me here, there, Merck.
That fantasy involves winning the World Series of Poker.
Right.
You know, it's fantasy. If you don't call the bet, it doesn't matter what the next card is because you are not in the hand.
Right, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
3 places next out does win almost 92,000.
So you only have to put up with me for one more hand.
Well, it's always nice to have you here on the web stream. We haven't
enjoy it,
haven't had a chance to do this for a while.
I cannot give you the insight that Kenna can. I don't have the voice that you have.
Well, but you've got some good stuff, though, and you know, you either love Jeff Merkin or you hate him on the live stream because we've seen that.
I've seen a lot of hate.
Well, you know, there's something to be said about that.
Not everybody's favorite.
Every show needs a good foil, right?
I like sitting on the side and cracking wise, and every once in a while you'll repeat something I say.
Johnny's going to fold.
Blair with King 10.
Back to Blair. Blair has 120,000 up in the big line.
So King 10, Ace 5 here, a couple of playable hands. Three-handed. Blair's going to make that call.
So here we go. The flop action to the flop.
Ben Irwin on the mic.
Yeah, it does a great job on the mic. The flop is 9, 8, 4, couple of hearts. I kind of gave Ben a little bit of a hard time. He gets so involved with it. He in some ways, he almost says too much on the mic. He says, all right, Bill's got half his, you know, the amount already invested because he's in the small
I don't want to tell you that he was talking to me about your...
Well, that's fine. Yeah, you know, it's okay.
He loves it here.
He does a great job. So full of energy to see somebody, you know.
He's been a lovely host, a terrific host.
He has.
Starts with the golf tournament and barbecue.
Yeah, and then we went from there into the steakhouse a couple nights later. And You know, it sounds like an infomercial, but folks, I totally mean everything I'm saying here. The food there was wonderful.
We travel a lot. And
sure do.
Before I worked for the HPT, I worked on a show where I traveled every week, and I've been in hotels and casinos all across the country. I have to tell you, the Pleasure Valley is a Class A establishment. Really a terrific place. Very happy to have been here. Rooms are great.
King of Hearts.
King of Hearts on the turn.
Blair takes the lead.
Yeah, Blair gets from the king there on the turn, and that's just
3 hearts though.
That's just it, Jeff. You know, we're on the road so often. It's nice to have a place to one-stop shop here, like we have everything you need right here, and it's been fantastic. Blair's going to make a wager. 7 pink chips. It's always fun when we introduce the pink chips into play.
700,000. An ace, flush draw.
Blair with just kings here in the lead.
And Derek has declared himself all
Wow. Can you believe that? Wow, huge hand. Unbelievable. That's what I say, huh?
We have Derek now declaring himself all in. We're getting a count on those chips.
Boy, this is good.
That is somewhat curious.
What is air? Yeah, it is very curious.
But maybe effective. Can Blair call it?
Now that is strong. As Kenneth says from the side, that is strong. Unbelievable. An all-in raise.
Probably with his chips, is that a tell?
I really think Blair's gonna make this call. I really do. Unbelievable.
Well, obviously for Derek's turn in life.
Yeah, this would be for all the marbles.
1 million to call. That's half a stack. Literally exactly half a stack.
On a bluff.
No, it's all of Derek's stack.
All right, so we have total wagers 2,780,000. So there's just over a $2 million raise.
Yeah, he's covering. Yeah.
Kenna pointing out that Derek is clutching himself, covering himself.
Yeah, look at that. He's got his hand up on his shoulder. Oh, look at that. Now he's moving the hand around a little bit. Let's see if Blair can pick up on this. Oh, man. He makes the call. Ladies and gentlemen, this is huge. The hand of the tournament. The hand of the tournament, folks, but it's not over yet, okay? Any heart, any ace. So Blair in good shape, but any heart, it's 80-20 here. Maybe it was the tells. You know, maybe it was the tells. Kirk noticed him. It's the 10. So 2 pair, and that is going to do it. Unbelievable. We're heads up just like that. Sounds good. Thanks for stopping by, Jeff. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And go Dodgers next year, my friend.
HPTpoker.com, HPTpoker.com, Twitch on the live stream, and thank you guys very much.
Thanks, buddy. Always a good job.
Tuning in here. Back is Ken and James.
Blair,
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That is incredible.
Unbelievable. But you know, on the river card there, any heart, any ace, he had a 20% chance, but talk about the play. Why did he do it, and did you like it or did you hate it?
Whose play?
Now, the play of Derek.
Well, I don't like it. You know, you always leave yourself an out, and he did leave himself an out, but he doesn't know that the 5 of hearts is even good. I mean, I got to give him credit for a bold move and, you know, the aggressive play. I mean, I give him credit for that. I mean, it takes a lot of courage to do that with all this money on the line. What's the difference between third and second?
Well, why don't we look that up in my handy-dandy calculator?
Well, this is the difference for playing for the win instead of, you know, playing to just cash up.
About 92,000 basically for third.
$92,000
$138. Well, no, 138 for second. So 92,000 is what third place paid.
Oh, so
and 138.
So about 45,000. $45,000
It's
difference,
a car,
guys.
It's a used
It's more
Escalade.
than a car. It's, I mean, it's just, you know, it's your credit card payments for the year.
Right.
I mean, for some of us. No, I'm just kidding.
Right,
But
yeah.
I mean, no, guys. I mean, just
that was just what I just witnessed there, and I was watching on the side, so I couldn't get quite the heads up on view, and I didn't see exactly the whole hand how it played out. So I'm gonna, when we get into the studio to do the live show, I'm sure that one is definitely gonna make the cut, and it's gonna be really fun to dissect and talk about, because there's certainly a lot going on in that hand. And Blair, from Blair's perspective, I mean, geez, even if you think you're right and you've got the tell on the guy, you still got to pull the trigger.
Right.
And he's in a spot where he could be drawing dead.
Right.
You know, he's just got top pair. He's got one pair. He can't beat two pair. He can't beat the flush. And if his opponent does have the flush, which is what he's representing,
yeah,
you're drawing dead.
We talked about the tells, though, and that's something I'm going to want to ask Blair after this event's over, no matter where he finishes, whether he wins this thing or gets second. Why did he make that call? And we need to write that down and remember to ask him that. Why did he make the call there? And he must have figured something out. You know, he must have had a read on his opponent, which is so important. Now my question, it now turns to this heads-up poker. How do you see this playing out, and how does Blair continue his success to take down his first HPT title?
Great question. First of all, I want to finish up on this hand,
sure,
and then I'll get to answering that. As you see, they're pulling the money out.
Yeah, it's always fun.
That's how they did it in Las Vegas back at the World Series of Poker. Is they brought all the money out in these big boxes at the security.
Remember, the
guards.
security guard had the shotgun.
Yeah, the shotgun, and
the
they
dogs,
brought box after box after box of
yeah.
cash. It was really fun, so I like that they're bringing that out in the box. Anyway, back to this hand. It's just how does he make that call? So much of it. Look at the blind counts there, 70. So he's got him 2-1.
Yeah, just to,
a little more than 2-1.
Yeah, Blair's got 9.1 million. John with 4 million. So
that makes a big difference.
Huge difference.
So I'll talk about strategy about that in a minute, but. Anyway, I'm trying to complete my thought on this hand. It's just got me so amazed.
Unbelievable.
But sometimes, you just get the feel. It's also a feel in the hand, and you feel where your opponent is at, and you feel like he doesn't want you to call, that he is making a move, and you're just going to take a stand regardless of the amount of chips. You're going to trust your read. And Blair is that type of player where he just... he's going to trust his read. He trusts in himself. He trusts in his game. He's just not going to take the safe play. And that's really a big difference between the champion and the guy who finishes in second or third. And both these guys, and I hand it to Derek too, he's willing to put it all on the... excuse me, that rice just came up. He's willing to put it all on the line, for the championship. And wow, I'm just very impressed.
It's unbelievable. We're going to find out how this all shakes out. So we're going to take a quick break here, about a 5-minute break. Yeah, we're going to set for heads up. So we're going to come back in 5 minutes, and we will have the conclusion. Will it be Blair or will it be John? Heads Up Poker's coming up next, right here on the HPT.
Missouri. And we have John Sheehan from Nevada, California. Guys, let's go ahead and shuffle up and cards in the air. Blair versus Johnny for the title.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, James Larson back here at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort alongside my broadcast partner, Kenny James. It's time for Heads Up Poker. It is straight up 11 o'clock here on a Tuesday night. We've been going for 5 hours, 6 hours now, and we are ready to crown that champion. I bring in our color commentator, Kenny James. Kenna, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, it is. What are we playing for? How much difference besides the trophy and the HPT championship?
223, 411.
Yep.
Minus 137, 931.
Almost
so,
100. Almost 100 G's.
100 G's is the difference.
And as somebody who's played for $500,000 heads up, I can tell you, it's a thought that's ever present in the back of your mind.
Look at this flop right off the gate. 669. Blair flopping 3 of a kind.
Wow.
Only
well,
one
in cases like this, though, you want your opponent to flop something.
Yeah, you want your opponent to have a 9 or...
Yeah, or something, or a straight draw or something, but he doesn't. So, all right, now you asked me before we went on the break as far as strategy here. Obviously, I mean, maybe not so obvious to some, but I think, you know, Blair is the superior strategist and player, and skill-wise, technique-wise, as I mentioned, in many ways, his bet sizing, knowing where he's at in the hand, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what does Johnny need to do to overcome that? Well, actually, the opposite of what you think. Instead of, you know, playing really smart poker, he should really look to try and get his chips in, gamble it up, and try and play the luck card as much as he can. And really play very careless and reckless and fast, and you know, and really throw his opponent off kilter. And that's how I lost my championship. It was my opponent's first tournament ever, and he really had no fear of losing. And one of the toughest players to beat is the one who doesn't fear losing.
Sure.
Now, on the other side, for Blair, he's going to want to play small pots and just grind it out, lengthen the match as long as he can, wear his opponent down, not get involved in big pots, and just chip away, chip away, chip away, rather than look for one big spot to get it all in. So they should have opposite agenda, these two. Let's see how it plays out.
All right, well, when I went out there, I shook both of the hands of both players, and I looked at both of them and I said, you know what, guys? Have fun, you know. You make it through 437 entries. You're at Heads Up Poker. Have some fun out there. Take it seriously, but have a little bit of fun, you know.
Yeah.
You're on national TV. You're somewhat of a free roll. 100,000 between the first and second, but you've already hit a 6-figure score. You're on TV. Smile and let's all have drinks in the center bar when this thing's over. By the way, they're buying. I'm not. I'll tell you that right now. All right, so it's 285,000. I think Blair's going to really put the test to John here. I think he's going to try to push him around a little bit. You think he's going to maybe play a little slow and steady? I think he's going to come in there and start jabbing early and try to get this thing over with within the half hour.
We'll see.
10-8 versus the old 10-8 versus 10-7.
Yeah, well, you know, Blair's in position here. That's why I think he's opening here.
Flop is king 4 deuce.
John, can he steal position by leading here, or maybe looking to go for a check raise? These are the type of things, the playmaking plays that you want to employ when you're short-handed. You can't always be looking to flop a pair.
Blair's going to win.
Yep.
Boy,
you know, because it's only 33%, you know, 2-to-1 against to even flop a pair, you're going to have to open up a lot of creative play. Check raise bluffs, donk betting bluffs, you know, floating in position, a lot of different things, situational playmaking that you need to incorporate when you get down short-handed heads up like this.
You know what Blair Hinkle's got to be thinking is, day 2 I had 35,000 chips, and now he's close to taking down his first HPT title. But he's got to get through John. And I've said this all day. John has played some great poker. John's played better poker than I thought he was going to play. When I first sized him up, he's really impressed me.
He stayed aggressive. He stayed determined. He's done a lot of things right himself.
Yeah, he really has. He's played.
Now
he's played a good game.
Here he's limping on the button, giving his opponent a free flop. I don't like this. Again, he's playing into Blair's strategy.
Flop is ace-4 tray.
Yeah, the worse your hand, the more you want to raise on the button, or just give it up. But you know, these players should be raising 90% of the time when they have the button.
Hear that a lot from poker coaches and professionals. Heads up with the button. And that's a fold. Haven't seen the players talk a whole lot here yet. Heads up. It's
well,
pretty serious.
they're you know, they're not there to socialize. They're there to take care of business. TCB, as Elvis would say, taking care of business.
Taking care of business. You know, I'm a talker. You know me. I can't shut up. That's my problem.
You should be a commentator.
I should be a commentator. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, good question. How long do you think this is going to take? Our producer was asking that. Maybe a prediction. I think we know who we're going to go with for a prediction, but how long do you think it's going to take?
Less than an hour.
I'm going to say 35 minutes.
I'll say 45 minutes.
I'm going to say 37 is my final answer. 37. So a couple of hands for both players here. Jack-7, Ace-Jack, because we're playing heads up. So now John definitely needs to re-raise this, doesn't he?
I like a big re-raise, you know. I think you should just start setting the tone that I'm going to play big pots, I'm going to play fast. I mean, here he has the hand to do it, but he's got to do it with hands when he doesn't have a hand as well. That's going to give him the best shot to win, you know. And, you know, and John is the type of guy that could do it, too.
You know what I've noticed about Blair? We haven't seen him run into too much bad luck or go on tilt, but he seems like a hard guy to really tilt. You know, Blair really
I
just.
don't think he's going to tilt at all.
I didn't. That's what I said. He's a guy that just,
Yeah.
you know. Well, now it's down to heads up. He's got the chip. We'll see what happens, but he's just very even keel. He's been even keel from the entire tournament, from the day I saw him on day 2. You know, when I got here, it's just he's been even keel the whole time. Win or lose, I think he's just a tough person to put on tilt, to get on tilt. Which is good, you know. I tilt very easily. I've seen you tilt a few times too, brother.
Really?
Yeah, we weren't even playing cards. John is going to make the call.
See here again, John limping on the button. I don't like this strategy. And Blair's response is great, even though he has king high here. Is when your opponent is giving you free flops and you're out of position, I like just taking them.
Okay, this is going to be trouble here, possibly for Blair. An open-ender for John and a gutter ball for Blair.
It's only going to be trouble if he semi-bluffs with a raise here, which is what he should do.
Johnny makes it 400.
And he does. Nice one, Johnny. Good. You know, he actually, you know, as the card's laid now, he has the worst hand, but he's semi-bluffing. And the whole idea of semi-bluffing, obviously, is to try and win the pot without necessarily making your hand, and he does just that. So good play instead of just, you know, the temptation is just to call and make your hand before you bet it so you don't get raised off of it. But that's just too much of an advantage to give up when your head's up. You got to maximize your semi-bluff opportunities when you have them.
This is the HPT broadcasting this exclusive episode here of the Final Table Live, Thunder Valley Casino Resort. I'm James Larson alongside Kenneth James.
I'm here.
And we want to thank everybody for their tweets and their comments. We're going to
probably stop with us.
Yeah, it's been fun. We're going to stop taking the Twitter questions, but seriously, thanks, folks, for being so interactive.
We are? We're going to start taking Twitter
questions.
I don't think I even got one.
And the flop is out. 7 of clubs, 8 of
All right, the flop is
spades,
king, 8-7, couple of spades. So an open-ender there for Johnny. Blair with just queen high.
John again here now with an open-ended straight, and once again with you know, Takes down another pot with a nice semi-bluff there.
A little bit of momentum going John's way. First place, 223,411. Second place, 137,931. So these two between them are going to take out of this property about $370,000 between the two of them.
That's all right. This property, a lot more than that came into the
Right,
property.
yeah, exactly.
It's okay to give us a few of the peasants.
Yeah, exactly.
Some seed to take home and plant and harvest.
Want to thank our director, Kevin Bove.
And our producer's shaking his head. Oh my God! I hired this guy.
Can we get him an eye patch? Let's do an episode. I want you to wear an eye patch.
Give me the eye patch.
All right, so it's Jack 6 against 6 straight. Heads up poker, you're just kind of waiting for something to give, aren't you? Here, it's kind of back,
you're not.
forth, back, forth, and then bam, and then bam.
You're not waiting. I'm sorry to disagree with you.
You disagree all you want.
But,
disagree all you want.
But no, I don't think you're sitting back, especially if you're John. You're out there attacking. You're trying to make something happen. And look at this.
Both players.
Well, now they both have the same gutter ball straight draw, but John's got him out kicked. And see, now this is where if John can keep his foot on the gas, he could really change the momentum of this. I don't think he should slow down. I think he should just keep going after it. But he just makes, he's tempted into making the call on this one. Maybe he'll put in a raise on the turn. Let's see what happens. Oh, okay. Now they both make the straight, so this hand is pretty much over. Oh, unless a 10
the 10 shows up, exactly.
You know what? If John gets all in here, he could be free rolling on Blair, right?
Absolutely.
Because it's you know, because you've automatically got half the pot locked up. And the experience of Blair should come into show here and just make the call here because he obviously doesn't have the nuts.
The bet is 900,000.
You don't want to get all your money in with a negative free roll on the other player. So I expect him to just call here.
Blair makes that call of 900,000.
Okay, so the call is made.
Great poise.
You see the percentages there, 55-45.
And that card is the 4
And it's not the 10, it's the 4 of hearts.
Safe.
So it's all safe. We can talk about something else now.
Well, they actually could make a huge bluff here and move all in.
That's a good
and
point.
And represent the flush.
That's a good point.
I think, you know, worse would be to make some type of small bet and then get check raised and have to make a tough decision. You know, he could move all in here. And, but I think he's just going to elect to check, and he does.
Check. He's counting it out there. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Somebody was counting.
That
on
was Ben
fingers
Irwin.
like
Yeah, it was Ben
to
Irwin.
me?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
James was counting on his fingers.
I know.
1,
I was
2, 3, 4, 5. Wow.
All right. Just in case this thing wraps up in the next few hands, I just want to throw out there again. Thank you to our great HPT poker crew for everything they do. They were here early morning, setting up today. They set up all afternoon long, and just want to say thanks to Kevin Bove and his gang and everybody for the hard work. This stuff is a lot of heavy lifting and a lot of cables and a lot of connectors. So thanks, guys, for all the great sounds and images that you give to us each and every week right here on the good old HPT.
A couple of questions from the gallery on Twitch. One is, who are the announcers? I'm Kenna James, sitting alongside the great James Lawson. The James gang with you tonight. And what is the prize pool? The total prize pool was nearly $1 million, $974,947. Hey, that's like a little transposition there. 437 players in the field. You're watching the final two, with a first place prize on the line of $223,411. Second place, $137,931. Just catching up on a couple of these. It's great to have your interaction here online. So just see if there's any other questions I know a lot of great comments from people. It's really nice. And Mubat posted all the prize pool there for us. Thank you,
Mubat. That's some kind of a automated thing, or I think maybe
Mubat is automated.
Maybe that's either Corey or somebody else.
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
Mubat.
it wasn't a 10K buy-in, Harbing. It was 2,500. And there's people answering the questions for us, so that's great. But we just want to know we do tend to look in on your comments from time to time. We enjoy. You know, that's what this streaming is all about, to get some of the interaction from you guys. Back to the action. Here we got John with the old King Dewey.
King Deuce, Trey Deuce. The flop is Jack 9 Trey.
And John has been grinding it out. He's up 600,000 since we got to heads up. So he has the early advantage, which is extremely important when you start heads up as a over a 2-to-1 disadvantage.
That river card is the 7 of
River card, 7 of diamonds. So John's got the check mark.
John is going to want to get some value here. He can't, no. What?
I think Blair already folded.
Okay.
Blair folded. All right, so we're watching this championship here, but we've got some poker going on in Vegas this weekend. So
we do?
How do you think that's going to shake down? The November 9 kicks back up, and always a real exciting
that little tournament.
As a matter of fact, that's why I was going to have Lon McCarron in with me for about a half hour, and he said, look, James, I got preparation to do. I got to get my stuff, but that's always exciting.
It's great. Lon is a great guy. I
He
played
really
golf
is.
with him. He came up and supported our event.
Yeah.
Played some golf with Lon this week.
Yeah.
He's been a friend of mine for the last couple years. Get to know him. And really nice guy. Great commentator.
We respect everything the World Series does. We all play those events, and we even promote the World Series. And you know, while I'm at it, the WPT, it's the same. It's the same way. We're all friends in business, and we wish them the best of luck as we do the WSOP. And we all work together. I talked about Matt Savage earlier. I'll give him a shout out again. I've learned a lot from a guy like Matt Savage and Lon McCarron, and I've interviewed Lon a few times, and just nice guy. You know, it's good to see guys at the top are great people. 9-7 going up against 6. Us jerks are hanging out down here.
So Blair raised here with 9-7 on the button. Is called by John with 6-5. John's got another open-ended straight here. So, you know, it's not just flopping pairs. You know, heads-up play, it's flopping hands in which you can bluff, you know, and semi-bluff with. That's really important, and that's what you're seeing right here.
So 225,000.
If neither player improves, John should win this hand.
Turn card, Queen of Clubs.
Now I expect Blair to slow down here, and now Johnny should fire the river no matter what.
And look at that.
And he should fight. He should win this pot. He's got to fire. He's got to fire. He's got to realize it's his only way to win the hand. Come on, muster up the courage. No, he doesn't. He gives up. He gives up, and Blair's going to win this hand.
Check, check. Blair's going to win the hand. The 9.
So this is a
9 times.
Yeah, 9 high wins. And this is where that early strategy I was talking about, that, you know, if Johnny just had a little more aggression and kept his aggression up here, he would have won this pot. And he cannot give up any pot in which he has 8 outs or more.
That's Cash Carpenter cheering very loudly in the audience. I think he may have been drinking earlier today, so it looks like he has. Steve Fox is next to him, so Fox will probably talk his ear off, and maybe he'll have to go out in the lobby. Great to see a lot of friends out here this week. Just a lot, you know, with being the Championship Open, we saw a lot of our regular players, a lot of new players, and it was just a lot of fun.
Yep, sure was.
James Larson alongside Kenneth James. The action continues.
Here we are. Blair.
Johnny makes the call, 120. Blair checks.
We're looking for Johnny's cards. Haven't seen him yet, but Blair raising with 10-5. Johnny, King 4.
Flop a couple of jacks and an ace.
And this is one of those where you need to know what the value of your hand is in these situations. Johnny should know King High is good here.
Turn cards, 3 diamonds.
Not give his opponent a free card, but he doesn't.
River card. How about the ace of clubs?
Ace of clubs on
he
the river.
knows for sure it's good now.
And
yeah, he's just giving too many free cards, too many free situations, and what will end up happening is Blair will just wait him out.
Kill 420 says if your opponent is better, you definitely want to increase variance.
Absolutely. He said it more succinctly than I did. I think I said some baloney like, just, play some optimum, just raise, be aggressive.
Make sure to...
I'm trying to find a way to say it like that, yeah, increase the variance.
Try and join us here on the HPT. All the information on the website, hptpoker.com. We'll be in St. Louis, right outside of St. Louis, in St. Charles, Missouri. That'll be coming up at our next event, and then after that, Kansas City. And remember, the Player of the Year, that all starts over because we actually named our Player of the Year after the weekend here, and his name, the winner, is Ryan Greger. He's the official Season 12 Player of the Year. Congratulations to Mr. Greger. He finished 2nd at Vicksburg, 7th at Gates, 12th at Peppermill. Total earnings, $164,666.
Congratulations.
Blair's going to check. Turn card now is the Ace of Hearts, so 3 hearts on board.
Johnny will check the turn.
These are spots where you're wondering, should I bet and try and pick up the pot? My opponent's shown weakness on every street.
And Blair will bet $275,000.
Yep.
What are we going to call that? 275?
275 and a call.
It's a nice call. Nice call by John here.
Now we go to the river card. That's the 10 of clubs.
And now I expect Blair to shut down here. And not, again, he wants to reduce variance while Johnny should be wanting to increase variance. So I don't expect him to double bluff here on the river, although it probably would get through. Well, it's still on Johnny. He may be looking to. No, he checks. Okay, and nope. Blair is gonna go. He's actually gonna go the other way. Forget what I say. He's playing better than me. He's gonna go ahead and double barrel bluff here. Turn and river. This would be a hell of a call by Johnny. I'll tell you, if he makes this call, things could turn around. Very quickly.
You're right about that.
I mean, to call with King High and be right. Huge, huge. What's he gonna do? Yeah. So how about the instincts with Blair here to double barrel bluff, turn and river, and pick up these valuable pots,
We continue here from the Thunder Valley Casino Resort.
Yeah, I don't like Johnny's play there. If he's going to call turn and he thinks he's got the best hand to run a call down, call it all the way down. Otherwise, just give it up.
137,000 for second, almost 138. For first, 223, 411. Had a prize pool of 972,000 roughly here. Great poker hotbed, just outside of Sacramento, California, here in Lincoln, California, the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. 437 entries. Chips in play, I think roughly 13 million, I think is the last number I saw. So at the end of the day, one of these players will have them all and the title. John's going to raise it up here to 300,000. Blair with just 5 tray here.
Wow. Is he really thinking about defending here?
Blair is going to make the call, hoping to get lucky here on the flop. 630,000 in the flop, and in the pot. The flop is Jack 7 tray. So
this is a rare misstep by Blair here. I think
Blair catches a piece of that with the tray.
You can give some of the hands up, and here he could have given this up easily, but now he's flopped pair under pair, and he's gonna lose a few chips in this pot now.
So you bet a 450. 450,000 chip bet by John.
See, there's only two ways that Blair can win this. He either can get really lucky.
No, he's going to get out of the way.
No, there you go.
Good
That's
instincts
how he
there.
wins. Yeah, really good. I like it.
That's good stuff.
That is good stuff.
You know, what I really think is going on here is I think Mr. Hinkle's just had a read on his opponents all afternoon. I really do.
Can we mention this guy?
Well, why wouldn't we? He's the director of operations. I think we should.
Ken Lambert, director of operations.
He's the boss.
Just walked into the room. When your boss comes in over your shoulder, you just feel a presence come in the room. It's kind of like the guy behind the curtain, except this guy, it's the the wizard behind the curtain.
Yeah,
this is the wizard.
Ken's been in poker a lot of years, and you know that. You guys go way back, and he's got some great Stewie Younger stories, and Doyle Brunson stories, and all kinds of great stories.
Met him hanging around the Binion's gambling hall.
Right.
And somebody felt sorry for him, and I think they just said, "Hey, run this place," and he did. And turned that place into a gold mine.
Yeah, those are the good old years back in Vegas, you know. I mean, you guys were a part of that. The flop was 8, Trey Deuce.
All right, so here we got...
John catches a piece of it with the tray.
You know, it's so much of this heads up is who's flopping pairs, who's flopping, draws. How can you maximize your value? Oh, this is great for John. But I prefer having initiative here rather than letting your opponent. I'm sorry, I didn't see that Blair had also flopped top pair. I apologize out there, guys.
Blair has 9-6.
Oh, it is a 9, not an 8. So, okay. So now I'm doing a double. This is what's called a double reverse.
Yeah.
Okay, so John picks up an important pot. Can we just X that hand
well,
out?
Unfortunately, it's live, though. It's live.
All right, so that one's probably not going to make the TV show. What's that? 7 hours into the broadcast, they let me off the hook.
Hey, there's Cash. Looks like he's got something to eat. He's bringing over a meal. We're following Cash here vicariously as he's making his way into the crowd. Looks like it might be some kind of a pasta dish.
Hey, guys, when you get a chance, let's get an updated chip count. It seems like John has been chipping away up here. Those are, I know those are $500,000 apiece, so that's that's $2 million. And then those pink are how much now?
The pinks are 100K chips.
100K, and it looks like he's almost got 400,000 there.
Look at this,
there
pocket queens. Boy, we could see some chips flying here.
Yeah, but he has closed the gap. He's only a 2-to-1 chip advantage now. When we started heads-up play, he was a little bit more than 2-to-1 chip advantage.
So the raise is the 360 here. Both players have a hand. Queens going up against King 10.
Yep, John's got the superior hand and position.
The flop, a couple of 7s and a jack.
This is going to save Blair because he doesn't catch any piece of this flop, or if he'd have caught a 10, he'd have been in real trouble here.
And that is a wager of about $500,000, it looks like. Maybe 600,000. 600 it is. And look at that, Blair's going to get out of the way.
This is another good play by Blair. He doesn't overplay his hand. Even though, I'm telling you, when your head's up, Broadway looks pretty big.
Are you surprised?
Look, we asked for it. We get it.
There
it is. Less than 2-to-1 now as John is creeping up. Oops, there's that Rice again. 69 big blinds to 39 big blinds.
Are you surprised Blair didn't re-raise there? The heads up with King 10. A lot of times you'd see a re-raise there. I mean, he's glad he did.
But not out of position.
Right, correct.
And because he was out of position, he just flatted, and I think that was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
All right. We got some water. Feed.
All right.
Water
Both
the
players
horses.
with
okay,
clubs
here we go.
here. 6
All right,
straight,
let's get
9
into
deuce.
this here now. This is getting more and more interesting as we get down to the pipe here. So now Blair just limping on the button. This is very interesting here.
5 Trey deuce.
Okay, so John's flopped. They both flopped a pair. Blair with second pair. John with bottom pair. I expect it to go bet call here.
125. 425, we're going to get a call.
Yep.
Here we go to the turn.
Be interesting. Let's see what happens on the turn.
Go to the turn card now. It's the 8 of hearts, so it doesn't really change much.
Nope. I like, you know, do you like Blair betting here? Or do you like him taking the card for free and going to the river?
Boy, I don't know. It's
I prefer betting and then electing to, you know, stay in the lead and then make your reassess.
Yeah, I guess.
Especially when you've got additional outs here, and not give your opponent a chance to draw out for free. Look at this nice fold by John, folding a pair. I'm telling you, when your head's up and you're flopping pairs and making pairs, it's not so easy to get away from it as it is when you're watching it here and you can see the cards.
James Larson hanging out with Kenny James, our producer, Jeff Merkin, and the entire HPT staff. We will not leave until we crown a champion here from Thunder Valley.
Somebody said thanks to the commentators. That's nice. Thanks, guys.
we got one. Good one. I actually want to say thanks to the entire staff here. Can't thank them enough for just an awesome week that we've had here in just outside of Sacramento, California, here in Lincoln. I always love being in California. I don't get out here enough. Anytime I'm in this area or the Los Angeles area, I just absolutely love the great state. And the Dodgers made it close this year, but no cigar.
Somebody in the feed is counting the amount of 10K bundles on the table.
Yeah,
I counted 23 of them.
Well, that's how you get $230,000 is what they did.
That's right. I get it.
I know.
I'm just nice. It's cool that you know, observation is such a key trait to be a great poker player, and nothing escapes our Twitch followers. They're counting the money. They know how much is out there. Sterling silver bracelet.
Here's a hand. Ace 5, King Jack. Should see some aggressive play here pre-flop. It's going to be a raise to 250.
Good call, James. There you go.
250 by Blair.
Mr. John, you gonna flat or you gonna 3-bet?
You know,
this is where he should flat because he's out of position, but you know.
That's a 3-bet.
But based on our earlier conversation about, you know, stepping up the variance, that's exactly what you want to do.
How value is that suited Ace 5 heads up?
Very, you know, it's just, well, the suit adds about 3%, but just Ace high is generally good.
That's why I asked.
But now the challenge for Blair is he's being forced, even though he knows he probably has the best hand, to play an inflated pot, which now increases variance. And see, this is what's great.
Wow.
You know,
wow.
This is a great play. He wants to reduce variance, not increase it, even if he thinks he has the best hand. So, you know, this is starting to play. When we think about the storylines, this is what we're talking about, you know. If the roles were reversed there, Blair would have just flatted with the King Jack. And he should, because he, you know, we say he's got the edge. But John, we want him to increase variance, so he raised with it, and he ends up winning the pot.
So as a poker coach, why don't you grade these two real quick, starting with John, on the night, not just heads up, but on the night.
Wow.
A plus being the best.
I really hate doing that but you know, I will say John is playing tonight. B+ poker. And Blair A+.
A+.
Yeah, a whole grade ahead. He's definitely a level above.
You know what he's done successfully is just not got himself into any trouble. You know, he's just played a good, clean game.
Pretty much so. You know. Very small missteps on his part.
Very small, yeah. Minimizing his risk. Ben, you got to learn not to stand directly in front of the camera. It's a rule. They teach you that in broadcasting school. When the red light's on, you don't stand in front of the camera.
Right, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he went to poker school. I forgot. He didn't go to TV school. Good point.
Unless you're Bo Derek, then you can stand with your back to the camera.
So Kenneth James, my broadcast partner, will actually drive back to Vegas. So that'll be a nice drive. Maybe you stop by Reno, Tahoe on your way?
I might. Going to go up around Lake Tahoe for sure. It's a beautiful country.
Sure is, especially this time of year.
I like the drive. Then in a couple of weeks, it's on to St. Louis.
On to St. Louis, more poker. Maybe you'll be at that final table, and I'll have to bring in Jeff Merkin to call 8 hours of poker with me. They might run us out of the town.
I'm trying to convince him to let me commentate in the third person.
Yeah, that'd be kind of fun, wouldn't it? You know what we'll do is we'll just put a microphone on you, and you can just talk really quietly.
Right at the
now
table.
I got 9-4. I hope nobody can hear me. I'm going to re-raise. Yeah, you don't get to look at anybody else's cards, too.
You know, somebody says in the Twitter feed, you know, the rail is 4 deep. You know, and let's be honest, okay? If you're not the one that's playing for $250,000, you know, and it gets late at night sometimes,
and it's very late.
You'd rather
in
go lay in
City.
your hotel bed and watch us.
It's 1:30 in Kansas City for these rail of Blair here, so they're up late. They're probably having a couple of drinks though, is what I'm guessing. All right, so the raise now is up to 350,000 by Blair Hinkle.
Wow, John making the call here, huh?
Just taking a.
So I see. Oh no, it's 2:30 to call. He hasn't made the call yet.
No, he's not going to make the call.
Nope.
He's going to fold.
So Blair now mixing up his play here. Oh, momentum is huge.
That's the question.
Momentum shifts, especially, you know, as the blinds increase, you know, you can really get on mini rushes in these things. And it means a lot. Like when you win 4 or 5 hands in a row, because the blinds and antes are and the hands are coming so quick, it can really be devastating.
What's the longest heads-up match you've ever been a part of in a tournament?
The WPT heads-up, we played, I don't know how long we played, but heads-up, the whole table.
And you got second,
right? The whole table was over 8 hours, yeah, second. A little over $500,000, but it was a long one.
All right, the flop here, a couple of 5s and a deuce. Looks like John is going to check. Blair bets 125,000.
Yeah.
John's going to make the call. We go to the turn card now. Queen of diamonds now on the turn, helping neither player.
No, but John senses that king high is probably good in this spot, and he makes a good call out of position. It'd be great if he could find another call here again, but he doesn't. And this is the kind of play that is really going to go against John. He needs to kind of creatively define his hand better. Either donk bet in here or check raise the flop. King high is going to be good on a lot of flops. You know, the average hand heads up post flop is probably around king high. You know, obviously it depends on board texture and a lot of things, but.
Kirk, you're trying to shut down the production here. He just ran into our table. He's done a great job up until right then.
So here we are now. Looks like John's got the button with ace-jack, a premium hand. This should just probably be a raised fold, I'm anticipating.
Going to go up to 300,000. Blair's going to look down at trade dues. That'll quickly get in the muck. So out here on the west, it's 11:36. We started heads up, or we started poker rather around 4:15. So not bad. This is about average for us, our final table. It's not over yet, though, my friend. Let me tell you that.
They're laughing at Cash at the Twitter feed, saying that Cash is definitely dozing.
I saw that. Yeah, you know, so many times I've seen people fall asleep out in the gallery, out in the chairs.
Shit, are you kidding? I've done it on the table. That's embarrassing. The old head starts to bob a little bit.
Yeah, I love it, though. These guys, look at them out there. Oh, Cash has got a drink now. We got to get a cash cam. The cash cam. Looks like it might be a Jack and Coke. Anyway, back to the action here. Player with 10-9 at clubs.
260,000.
Look at this.
Johnny.
Raised at 260,000, and Johnny's going to make the call, ladies and gentlemen.
The 5-3.
He makes the call. Mixing it up a little bit. The flop is King 7-6, so a couple of clubs for Blair.
Yeah,
but
he's
John
got,
with the gutter ball.
John, they both have draw-type hands. Blair's obviously much superior with the flush draw rather than the gut shot straight and position. I expect him to win this pot unless John can find lightning in the bottle and have an offsuit 4 come in. He needs something, some kind of magic like that to happen, it feels like, to really turn this around.
215,000 is the bet.
And that is a fold. Johnny's going to fold. He wears that HPT hat pretty nice.
And see, things are going Blair's way. You can kind of sense it. These pots aren't real big, but he just keeps winning. Oh, Cash is actually doing table service.
That drink was for Cash.
Wow. Wasn't, look at a little smile from the kid. I like it. Nice looking guy, huh? Everybody seems like a kid to me. I'm 52 now.
Look at Cash getting a shout out now. Cash has really turned into a celebrity. You know, he's been on the broadcast now. He's been out there getting drinks. They give him a call out. So
here we go. John is got the 9/8 suit down the button here.
We're not playing poker after hours. Poker after hours here at the Red Lantern. Heads up action. Johnny, so let's make it 300,000.
Going to go up to 300,000. Blair's going to fold.
I like that. You know, you can defend with king high, but Blair mentally now should be saying, I'm not going to play many pots out of position. I'm going to play my pots in position.
It's James Larson and Kenny James here on twitch.tv/HPTPoker. And I have to say that this is really great to have the interaction with the fans on the side of the screen. This is fun, you know?
Yeah,
sometimes I turn it off, but it's good. And we're hearing a lot of stuff here from Jake Lipton. We've got the grinding it out, gentlemen, and we got Uncle Ron. Uncle Ron, you're keeping us all very entertained here.
Okay, wait a minute. What's happening here?
Well, we got Ace Jack going up against 6-5.
So it's raised to 260 by Blair with the Ace Jack.
260. Here we go.
Makes the call
by John. I'm sorry.
Ace Jack 6-5. We go to the flop, 2 7s and an 8. So open-ended here for John.
See, these are the type of pots that John has got to wrestle away from Blair. I expect Blair to bet, but John could easily take control of this pot with a check raise instead of a call. Check raise to like just like about 475. 475.
We're going to call at
215.
Wow. Well, you can check raise the turn then.
Turn card now is the 10 of spades.
See, it's going to be tougher for him to get away with this now because Blair has got the gut shot here. Oh.
And the river is the tray of hearts.
John,
you got excited there, didn't you?
You got to find the trigger here, John. You got to find the trigger. You might not get through, but. Yeah, no. Blair's just going to check this.
He's going to check this, and he's going to take the pot of about 980,000.
Wow, why is he going to bet here? It's interesting. I guess he's trying to get an 8 to fold.
And a quick fold, so
I don't necessarily agree with that bet by Blair. He already had the hand one, but you know, John is going to have to get some creativity.
All right, James Larson alongside Ken and James. We're keeping you entertained. It's been a long day, so I want to thank everybody again for joining us here. And don't forget, we're going to be in St. Charles here, our next event. That's about 10 days away. And then after that, we're going to be hanging out in beautiful Kansas City, Missouri. I know a lot of people are out there Royals this year, they
City,
played all right.
here I come.
Yeah, I'm a Royals fan too. Actually, went to a couple games. I'm a Royals fan and a Twins fan. But anyway, all the information is on the webpage at hptpoker.com. But again, I want to thank each and every one of you for watching tonight's broadcast. And we get back to the action now. And look at this, John with King Jack, Blair with 4 deuce. I don't know why I said look at this. Probably not much going to happen here as Blair folds his hand. A lot of players have been showing their cards. We've seen that a lot.
There's no money on the golf cards here available for you.
Yeah, very important that when you flop draws, like open-ended straights and flush draws, especially in heads-up situation, these are like power draws when you're heads up. And you got to play them like made hands and really play them strong, especially if you're trailing in chips, and be willing to gamble. And that's how you can really claw your way back into this match. But it seems like that John is playing straightforward and just willing to try and make his hand before he bets it, which is if you're on a full table and the blinds and innings aren't high, that's a proper way to play it, but not when you get heads up.
I like that hat, brother. It's a nice hat.
Thank you. It's the same one that John's wearing down there, I think. Isn't it?
Well, yours has like a big flower on it. Anyway, back to the action here. King Trey, 6-5.
Blair on the button. Probably going to raise with King High. Oh, wait. Well, no, we got it switched around there. No, we had it switched up there. Sorry. Graphic had me messed up there.
745,000.
So John raised on the button rather, and Blair 3-bet with
the King High.
So Blair's in stroke here. He's in stroke, and as our producer Jeff said, how much is tempo and streaks important? What was the word you used? Momentum. It's definitely got the momentum.
Have you ever seen somebody fall asleep at the table while playing heads-up poker? Because that would be somewhat of a problem. They get blinded out.
Yeah, no, I've seen it in cash. I've played, yeah, there's some people I played in marathon cash game heads-up that, struggling to stay awake. Get on the end of one of those 18-hour sessions.
Right. All right, 10-6 against King 5. It's been a while since we've seen both players have really decent hands, post-flop or pre-flop.
You're not going to get a lot of decent hands sometimes when you're heads up. You're going to get a lot of junk.
Sure.
It's who can win with the junk, who can win with the margin that, chip away here. Wow, look at this.
Turn card now is the 8 of spades. So an open-ender here for Blair Hinkle.
Looks like Blair just value owning here. John betting and Blair just calling.
Blair with the best of it too, the draw, and he's got the 10s, and John's getting fold. So the momentum seems to be changing a little bit here now.
I don't know, I think he's had it for a while.
Well, John had it when we first started with what I was saying, just the overall session.
Yep.
Started off with John. Then it just kind of got back and forth in the middle. Now momentum with Mr. Hinkle. Some of the guys online are saying these guys are passive, and I've heard people say heads-up poker can be boring. I like watching it because, again, it's you're probably not going to see aces and kings a lot. You're not going to see big. You're going to see the small ball, the little cards, the middle cards. You never know. Your opponent could be on anything heads up. That's what makes it fun to watch.
It is.
I think we should shut the whole cards off for a while and try to guess what they have.
And
it might make our broadcast better.
And as far as passive, that's exactly what Blair wants. He wants to not poke the bear and just keep chipping away. And he has raised his lead to over 3-1 now, by the way. So, except with that pot right there.
Sounded like you were possessed there for a second. So,
Oh, yeah, I had a little vibration.
Yeah, you did have a little vibrato in your voice there.
I did. It's kind of cool. Came
right.
out of me.
If you were to pull aside John, what advice would you give to John to pull him aside as a poker coach? What would you tell him in 10 seconds or less?
Step up your aggression. Anytime you flop 6 outs or more, to play for it all. Be willing to play for it all. When you have the button, be more aggressive. And be ready to get your chips in and just play for it at every
play
every
for it,
opportunity.
exactly.
Rather than this grind out play, which is definitely in favor of Blair.
This will be the last hand of this level, gentlemen.
Last hand of this level, you heard Ben Irwin just say.
Once again, here's a spot where, you know, John could have 3-bet pre. Blair probably would have called him. They would have played an inflated pot, and then John would have won a much bigger pot.
Flop is queen 9-7, so both players catching a piece of that. Blair with the 7, John with the queen. That's a bet. He gives me a bet of 400,000.
He might get some value here. Blair might look him up with a pair.
We're going to get a call. Here we go to the river.
We go to that river card. And it's the tray of clubs, ladies and gentlemen.
Bet sizing is very important here to get value. I look for about 600,000.
500,000.
That's even better.
500,000.
That's even better. And, you know, I think John's played this hand, you know, fairly well. I would have liked to have him 3-bet pre-flop, but other than that, he's played it well, and he might get the value here. I like his bet sizing on the river. You can see he's put, anytime you get your opponent and you made a bet and they're like, you know, they're squirming in their seat, you know you've done the right thing. And Blair's definitely squirming here.
It's fun to watch your opponent squirming in their seat, isn't it? Get it?
And he's gonna pay off. So
gonna pay it off.
This is, I give credit for John here. You know, he needed this pot and he got it. He played it well.
And ladies and gentlemen, this match is far from over. Okay, it is far from over. And we're seeing some good play down the end here. We've seen good play all night. You know, we've seen great play.
Less than 2-1 chip lead now.
John's hanging around. Got to get one rounders references there at least once in a. Again, folks, join us here on the HPT. Hey, there's a real quick chip counts. 52 bigs for Blair, 29 for John, 8.4 to 4.7. What I was going to say is join us here on the HPT Poker, the tour. You can just check out everything at the webpage. That's www.hptpoker.com. Who knows, maybe you'll be playing for the life-changing cash as we crisscross the country. And remember, plane tickets these days, if you book them out early enough, are fairly inexpensive. Get to the property and get into a qualifier. We got guys that get into these things for sometimes $85 or $365, and you know, it's a great return on your investment if you can do it that way. I also know a guy that played 6 qualifiers and didn't make it this time. So
I had to
so you had to buy in. Yeah, exactly.
But it was worth it. It was worth it. Came out a winner.
All right, couple of kings now. King 8 versus King 6.
Yep.
Wow, look at this.
More important is who has position, obviously. Position heads up is so important, and John with position here and initiative with King 8 should win this pot.
Flop is Ace 10-4 rainbow.
You know, a really advanced play here. Well, he doesn't get a chance to check raise bluff Blair here because John just checks it right back.
Turn card now is the King of Spades, so.
Yep. This is probably going to be a bet and call.
It's 200,000. As you can see, the 8 will play.
For river card, 5 and 9.
So John does have the check mark here, and Blair could lose 300,000-400,000 here. If he, if he decides to bet the river here, maybe a half a million.
I would go for a blocking bet here more than anything, but it looks like he's made a value bet.
350, 450.
Yeah, that's more of a value bet. I think this is, Blair, who's just excellent at bet sizing, I think makes a small misstep here. I think he should have made a blocking bet of more of like about 225,000 instead of a value bet, thinking that his hand is. He thinks his hand is best, but it's really not. He's only going to get called when he's beat.
Yeah.
And he is going to get called here.
No, there's Kenny Lambert.
I don't know what's taking so long.
He's going to make the call, and I think Blair thought he was good there, and he's like, oh,
Yeah.
King 8.
Both players show pair of kings.
So the 8 will play. Pair of kings, ace, 10, 8 is how that runs out.
See, and you can see.
You see that? Yeah.
You can see Blair biting his lip there. It's kind of like a fighter taking a surprise shot to the chin.
Yeah, to the ding.
Yeah, because
Ding.
he's played. It's very rare that he missteps, and I think he's figuring out. Shit. Shoot.
7-second delay, I hope. Kirk, tip, beep.
Let it go.
The intranet. By the way, I'm James Larson. That was Kenna James. I didn't drop that. That was Kenna James for the FCC. Or anybody listening.
Anyway, that's a key pot. Oh, I must. My producer is telling me that even though we're on the internet, I must apologize profusely for my profanity.
There should be no youngsters up at this hour anyway. It's 11:52 on the west. Almost 3 a.m.
Back to the action. All right, Blair on the button with King 7. He raises to 350, and now John out of position but has the better hand with King 9. Let's see if he just calls or 3-bets. With the Kenna James talk, he should be 3-betting and trying to increase variance. And it looks like he may just be doing that.
King 7, King 9.
Look at this.
Look at this action. That's 8. That's 75. 885?
Well, we're up to 860 now.
860.
Nice. Look at this. Look at this. Now, look at John coming back.
I know,
leading
right.
at it. He wins that last pot, gives him some confidence. Blair loses the last pot, maybe making a misstep in his own mind. It may shake him up a little bit here.
We're in the 7th round of this 12 bout. Our producer's looking at us like.
Well, the 6th round definitely went to John. He got the score, the 10-9 on the last round. This one, look at this. This is a battle of very similar hands, and in one in which that Blair should have the advantage since he has the button. But John is fighting to take it away from him, and Blair's not going to have it. He's going to defend.
Oh man, look at this. That's the 4-bet, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Katie barred the door. Hats and glasses off.
One more. You got to give me one more.
Wow.
1.9.
John, can you pull the trigger and move all in? I'll simply stand up and whip myself with my belt.
Please do this, John, for all of us involved.
You'll hear the whipping.
Get him in the middle.
Oh, wow.
Get him in the middle.
Don't call. Don't call. Shove or fold. How can you defend? Oh, my goodness. Oh, this is it. I'm on pins and needles. I've got a pin cushion I'm sitting on.
You're sitting on a pin
This
cushion.
is fantastic. I love this. We've got a 2-bet, a 3-bet, a 4-bet, and both players have very little.
King 9, King 7. Oh, look at this. Look at that. That one's going to make the broadcast. I'm going to tell you that right now. That hand makes the broadcast.
If you say so.
Well, it's up to the producer, but I'm going to guess it. I'm going to guess that one goes in the broadcast. Unbelievable, folks. Yeah, you are watching exclusive coverage of this HPT
That
final
was
table
awesome, man.
here on
That was
Twitch.tv.
awesome.
Having a great time. Kenny James, James Larson. I'm getting my 3rd win, man. Watching a hand like that gets the blood going. You were sitting on a pin cushion.
I was. Can you pull that out?
Yeah, hold on, let me
Reach in
get it.
and pull that out. Thank you. Thank you. Oof, much better now.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Golly, this Blair. What an instincts.
He's an animal, this guy.
Yeah, that was just gorgeous.
Okay, now
That was
both players
gorgeous
have a
poker.
queen. John's got a real hand here, though, with Queen Jack of Hearts.
And
Notice,
he's got the button, too.
if we're talking quieter, it's because this whole room's gotten quieter, and we're not far from the action.
Now, we got to make sure that we definitely don't ever want to influence
That makes it 450,000.
Blair's going to fold his hand.
That $450,000 wins him the pot.
Producer Jeff.
He's producing.
He's just pointed out the facts.
Hey, do you want to say it, Jeff?
That both players have shared the same high card 3 hands in a row. What relevance that has, I have no idea. That's why he's the producer and I'm just the. Okay, but not the 4th hand, Jeff. As you can see, it's they share a card though. Indeed they do. They share the.
Alrighty.
Listen to the thundering of applause.
Yeah, let's get a shot from the gallery here in the audience because I think, you know, we started with about 15.
There
We're down to
is.
6.
Yes, you got it.
We're down to 6. We got Steve Fox to the far left, Cash, some random guy standing. We got the Lamberts in the back.
We got a nice couple in the back.
That's
right?
Ken Lambert, the boss.
Well, you didn't have to.
Oh, sorry.
send him out like that.
These are props that we have. These are our
Jeez,
prop players in the crowd. Steve Fox, by the way, good friend of ours. A lot of the crew members. He was out with us all weekend, having some fun and some steaks and some dinners, and he made it today too. He was proud of himself for that. You never know who's coming through here. It's like a ghost. Oh, this time it's our director, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin.
Kevin doing a great job. He's from Detroit, Michigan. He flies into
That's
all
it.
of our events, and he's been doing this just as long as me. We both started about 8 years ago on the show. Wow, look at this flop here. 2 queens and a king. Good flop for Johnny. We'll see if Blair tries to represent a queen. We'll see. No, too easy.
This is going to be it. He's selective. You know, when you're making plays like, you know, and that was a play. He had the worst hand with the king 7. He made a huge 4-bet. You want to be selective in your playmaking. You know, you don't want to just be out there bluffing, you know, every hand. You want to be selective and timing.
You don't want to be bluffing every hand, do you? Mike Anderson from Madison, Minnesota says, Kenna, where are you currently living?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Las Vegas. Kenna, when I fly out there, is always my transportation. Thanks. Last time we were out there, we stayed at the MGM Signature, and thanks for the ride. It was a great week until you and I went over to New York, and dumped a pile of money at the blackjack. Or no, it was a Hard Rock.
I was just a witness.
Yeah, you were a witness. Yeah. All right, action continues.
I don't have any. I have no questions.
Yeah, they get a big crowd.
All right, James Larson alongside Kenna James.
John on the button here, 5-4, reasonable. Connecting cards on the button, reasonable enough to just double the blinds. You know. He's, you know, I gotta hand it to this guy. He is hanging tough.
Hanging tough like the new kid's gonna make a bet to 300,000, and look at this. Okay, so heads up.
What? Oh, Blair's got the 2 kings. That's what. Look at this.
So how do you play this? You were just raised to. Do you just flat here, or do you?
This is a hand heads up now.
You don't want your fish to get away.
Play.
Yeah.
You can slow play and just flat.
Yeah, just like you did, because you want to keep him on the hook here.
Well, the reason is because it's so rare when you're heads up to get this type of. You know,
Okay. Now, good news. Well, good news for Blair here. His opponent caught up, and his opponent has a spade in his hand. That's good too. Blair has a higher spade. All this is good for Blair Hinkle.
425,000 is the wager on the flop.
It's fantastic. It's perfect, right?
Well, it depends on whose perspective you're looking
For
from.
Blair.
For John.
For Blair, it's
Blair,
fantastic. Now, do you want Blair to call this again?
Yes.
No reason to raise yet. He's got the better flush draw. He's got the kings. Doesn't know that he has the bet. He doesn't know his opponent has 5-4.
Looks like he's not going to be content to do that. And, you know, by raising here, though, you could get your opponent to make a big semi-bluff with a worse flush draw, which is exactly what happens here.
I think John likes his hand.
No, I don't think so. I think he realizes he's in trouble, but he might just have too much to get away. Because he's not only got the pair, but he's got a, you know.
That's what I mean.
In his
I
own
think
mind, he thinks he may have draws to the flush.
Yeah, I didn't say he loved his hand. I think he kind of likes his hand.
Nah, I disagree. I don't think he likes it at all.
You don't think he likes it at all?
No, I think he's maybe even thinking about folding, which would be the right thing to do. And he
He's gonna
does.
do that.
Wow.
Give credit. You know what? He didn't like his hand.
Hey,
oh,
man,
I'm a little
you're
delirious.
the voice. That's why you got the golden pipes.
It's okay.
You're the
I was
golden
homeless
pipes.
before this job. They heard me on
You got
this.
the golden pipes. You can't have everything.
No, you're
can't
right.
have all
Yeah.
that. No,
You got
let
the
me
looks.
have a
I
little
got
bit of
the exactly.
poker knowledge.
Exactly.
But I mean, I'm telling you, you got everything else.
It's great to see you again, Ken. We had a good weekend.
Yeah, we
all
did.
right, back to the action here. Haven't really seen any big swings yet.
You're a swinger.
I'm looking for a swing. That's what I'm looking for is a swing.
That's what I heard.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Marcus. If they have any coffee back there, can you see if they have any coffee left? Thank you, buddy. Just one or two.
Sure.
All
Cream,
right, so
cream and splendid.
Blair's going to raise it. King 4 is going to win the hand. James Larson, Kenny James here, and it's getting late here. It's 12:03, so we are into Thursday now. Or yeah, Wednesday. I'm sorry, we are into Wednesday. We're on TV, Kenny. Into Wednesday here.
Hey,
Want to thank
guys,
everybody
I'm
for
sorry,
joining us.
I'm reading the.
Yeah, exactly. Uncle Ron's really been entertaining here. He's been very entertaining. Let's get back to the action here, John, with Queen 7.
But Uncle Ron says that they didn't even chop money-wise. That's not true.
He's just joking around.
I don't think they've done any chop money.
All right, Queen 7 going up against 9-5. We've been playing heads up for about an hour now, you think?
Definitely over 37 minutes, which is what you put in. So I win that bet.
Yeah, you win.
Yeah,
you get. Well, you got about an hour of bar time left, so there's a picture of me with a motorcycle jumping over me with the.
We're not in Vegas anymore, are we?
We're not. That's all right. I got a flight at my Escalade's coming at 4:55. True story. 4:55.
4:55 in the morning?
Yes, that's when my car is coming.
To fly home?
To fly me to the Delta Gate in Sacramento. 4:55.
Really?
So may just stay up the entire time.
Oh.
Come on. You can sleep on the plane. I got a 4-hour flight.
Man, you work hard.
There's going to be first actor on the button. 81.
Okay, here we go. On the button. Blair with the old working 9 to 5. The Dolly Parton.
The millennials don't know what the Dolly Parton is because they don't remember the show or the song. I barely do. Just like we call Sammy Hagar the 55 with the I can't drive 55. Now the speed limit's 75 in most states.
Yeah.
I can't drive 75.
Wow, well that's strong.
Yeah. I'm an old 80s hair metal guy. No, let's see, Poker Telegraph.
There we go, 52.
Ask Kenneth James about his quote on Premier Poker Leagues, "There's no bad beats, just not enough alcohol."
Who said that?
Poker Telegraph, Eric.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
no
I
bad
love
beats, just not enough alcohol. Now, what does that mean?
That's what I pull out from that now and then. I always used to say that, man. Just not enough bad. There's no bad beats in poker, just not enough alcohol. Oh man, that's a good one, Telegraph.
I like the Telegraph.
The Telegraph.
He's a good guy. He's been very interactive tonight.
Yeah, but he's the one that was bagging on us early, I think.
Oh, no, Telegraph would never bag on us.
Oh, he
He's
wasn't?
good.
That was
No,
somebody else?
That was somebody else.
Saying they're going to turn off the volume.
Oh, that's okay. You know, I would turn it off maybe too. All right, King 7 going up against Queen 10. 2 deuces and a 9. Oh, yeah, well, that person might get barred. Okay, turn card now, 5 of clubs.
This guy says these guys aren't playing any of Elvis' top 10 hands.
Oh.
Oh, that's funny, man.
Let's move on to the next hand.
I know some of these comments are too.
I think to make this final table a little more enjoyable, heads up, maybe we could pipe some Megadeth or Iron Maiden in the background while these guys are playing.
Brett McCat. These guys playing.
You don't have friends.
Hey, by the way, I have a top 10. My top 10. And if you email me, Kenna@KennaJames.com, I will send you my top 10 category hands. How about that? Just for our Twitch followers tonight.
Yeah, just for the Twitch. Oh, this guy says you don't have any friends. These are pretty good comments.
Who's he talking to?
I don't know, but it's just funny. Whoever he's talking to, it's funny. All right, Jack 7 against 10 trade.
Okay, yeah, back to the
action. We keep.
Plus, the producer just walked in.
Yeah, we keep. All right, the flop. Look at this. 2 aces and a jack. Blair flopping aces and jacks.
Yep. Sure did.
2 diamonds though for John. So.
Oh yeah, this is again one of those powered, semi bluffs, and now John's picked up a 3. Oh, he could get in real trouble now. Because if you're gonna bluff, you want to bluff early in the hand, not late in the hand. And the semi bluff is a type of a bluff, so now it's almost too late to pull the semi bluff. I think just a call for value here and try and make your hands the right play.
Up to 450,000.
But he now decides to make the semi-bluff on the turn because he's picked up the pair along with it. Little does he know that his pair is no good. I don't think his semi-bluff is going to work. I think he's going to have to make the flush in order to win this hand.
Blair's going to make that call.
John's got nothing but a prayer and diamonds left to come on the river.
We go to the river card. It's the King of Hearts. Blair has the check mark.
Yeah, this
aces
is going to be
jacks.
Ill-timed bluff. Not going to work.
25,000 is the bet here on the river.
Not going to work.
625,000.
Blair is going to sniff this out like a bloodhound. Oh, what? What?
Wow.
A rare miscall by Kenna James.
Missed it. By who?
Wow. Man, Kenna James really miscalled that. Here I am. I'm talking about myself in the third person.
I was a little freaked out, okay.
You can talk. You can tell it's late. Look I got everybody. I guess I can't talk in the third person around you
guys. Well, no, because you get confused, so I thought you were having another senior moment.
I get confused. I did get confused at that end. I thought for sure Blair was going to pay him off there. Wow, he's just going to give him credit for 3 aces?
Wow, what a show we got here. Still over 400 people watching us online. This is fun. This is when it's fun. Jack Trey now
it's great to have you guys with us, man. We're into the early morning hours, especially if you're on the East Coast or even if you're in the central
if you're
part
in the
of the state.
central,
You're still well after midnight, so thanks for hanging with us. It's a lot of fun. We love reading your comments.
We did get some people from Boston, just Boston. You know what I like about Boston? You know, the clothes you wear. I'm wearing khakis here, and you start your car with the same thing. So you start your car
with
khakis. If you're from Boston, they say, "Hey, where's my khakis?" And if you're looking for your pants, they say, "Where's my khakis?"
I don't get it.
Khakis. Their accent. Okay. He's tired. All right, let's get back to the poker. We are really getting off track here.
You are punch drunk.
Don't
man.
you get it, khakis?
Yeah, I get it now. You're punch drunk, man. It took me like 6 seconds.
9-7, Jack. Right. You're just regular drunk, man.
So, all right. So what happened here? Let's see. Blair limped on the button, and it looks like John has just checked it.
Flop is Jack 9-8. So John flops top pair.
Mm-hmm.
Second pair for Blair, and a straight draw for John.
Yeah, nobody's going anywhere here. See, you can see the intensity tune up here. You can see.
Here we go to the turn.
Blair bets, John calls.
That turn card. 10 of clubs.
That's the 10 of clubs. So I misspoke. John's straight draw. Both their straight draws developing here on the turn.
What do you mean? No. What do you mean? Blair's got the straight.
That's what I said. He just made it straight. I meant to say.
Developing.
He was developing when the card was coming off the top. Now the King of Diamonds.
Wow, look at this. Both these players playing this hand backwards, I feel. And
John looks pretty confident, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he looks confident, but look at this.
Blair makes it 375,000.
Hopefully John can find a good fold here for him.
For his sake.
Yeah, he really can't beat anything except a bluff. And is his opponent going to bluff here? I don't think so. I think he's just upset the way he played this hand.
And that's a fold.
Yeah, and it is. It's a hand he should have won, I think, you know.
I want to give a shout out to Moonbot. You know?
Yeah, Moonbot is on it, man.
Moonbot is working really
Not
hard.
Moonbot, Moobot.
Moobot. This Moobot.
Moobot.
Yeah.
Moobot.
This Moobot's a really hard worker, man.
He is. Get in on the action. Join us for our next
Yeah.
event. Check out the schedule at hptpoker.com. Thank you, Moobot. Moobot. All right, back to the action.
Back to the
We're
action.
still in heads up. Kenna James wins on the bet that it's going to be longer than 37
Yeah,
minutes.
you win on
Heads up
that.
action.
Hey, look, Cash is still here. We got to get him a hat, though. We got to give him an HPT hat. $5 says Steve Fox falls asleep before this thing's over. I've seen him do it before. I've seen him do it before.
Here we are on the button. John's on the button. He raises to 350.
And
So
it's a quick fold.
Quick update on the blinds. Is it 6120 or 4080? 6120
yeah.
with a 10,000 ante.
Let's try it one more time.
80 and once blinds are 80 and 160,000. There they are with the 20,000. Our graphic guys are on.
Our crew's starting to get a little tired. That's okay, though.
80, 160. So that means it's 240 and 80, 280, almost 300,000 a lap every two rounds. 3 rounds, $1 million. So the pressure is getting ratcheted up here.
Ratcheted. Officer Ratchet. All right, ace deuce for Blair here, going up against 7-5.
I'll let you know after the flop.
We're putting on another pot of coffee here at the property, Thunder Valley Casino Resort, inside the Red Lantern Restaurant.
Got a call 190,000 with 7-5. He calls and he outflops.
2 9s and a 7, so John with 2 pair.
So we got a couple different battles going heads up. One is the pre-flop battle, one is the post-flop battle. I don't like John continually checking when he flops a pair.
I know.
You're a favorite when you flop a pair heads up, and you want to get value, not just give your opponents free cards. Blair's just calling for marginal value with ace high here. And let's see the river card.
It's the 4 of diamonds, so
He should bet again to maximize value. And he doesn't.
He doesn't.
And these are the spots. These are the spots where, you know, John is just not going to be able to win this. He's just not going to be able to win it unless he catches lightning in a bottle and a miracle hand. He's just not maximizing his value when he has it, and he's letting his opponent escape and take too many free cards. I mean, these are a couple of things, in my opinion, that is going to inhibit his path to the championship. Unless the deck comes out and saves him and it catches lightning in a battle, like, you know, like aces over kings or set over sad or something like that.
okay, we'll see what John does on the button here.
Now look at though, he's really closed the gap.
He has closed the gap.
He really has closed the gap, but he has outflopped his opponent. You know, the majority of the time.
Not bad.
Not bad for a week's work.
That's going to be a raise up to 160.
Yep, I like this. Good play by John here.
So we are officially playing on Wednesday.
Raise.
It's a re-raise, it looks like.
What? Is that right? Is it total raising?
We're going to go to 585 is what we're going to do. And that's going to do it for that hand.
Yep.
Blair's going to win.
So Blair stepping up the aggression a little bit now, sensing his opponent coming a little bit too close for comfort, says, like one of those dolphins. 20,080 this time. Blair has got the button.
How about this dealer? Guy hasn't made a mistake all night.
He's the cool.
He's the cool dealer.
He's the cool dealer.
Back to the action.
You have any coffee?
Blair will call 160,000.
That'd be great. Maybe a half decaf, half regular.
Johnny, check.
Wow, we have one of the
8-6 going against Jack 5. We got drinks coming.
Yes.
Let's play a flop.
No. All right, 8-6 going against Jack 5.
Deuce of spades, 7 of diamonds, ace of diamonds.
Ace 7 deuce, couple of diamonds.
Player bets, player wins.
All right, action continues here. All right, well.
Okay, sorry, we got some feedback going on.
We got some feedback, yeah. All right, John and Blair continue the heads-up battle. There can only be one champion. There can only be one bracelet, and we're going to find out who that person is going to be here. It may be in the next few hands. It could be 2 hours from now. 6-4 going up against King 7.
Raise. We got a raise.
350K.
350,000.
So the raise is the 350,000 by John. Look at this. That's going to be a re-raise now by Blair, playing right back at him.
Yeah, you know, King High figures to be the best hand. So I think he's 3-betting for value here. And this is... What's up with your feedback over there? You got lacking controls over there?
I just like to hear it. All right, so Blair's going to win that hand. So again, talked about it before. We just haven't seen any big hand versus big hand. It's just been a lot of small balls so far, and these guys are just trying to wear each other down until we find a champion. You know? Now, what could happen here, any one of these hands, if one could get queens and the other could get jacks, and it could, you know, it could all be over. But
could turn on a dime. Well, here we got ace queen.
And a king. We have an ace and a king.
Blair with ace queen on the button and a king. So
this
is
could be a big
probably
hand.
Get raised and
this
call.
could be a big hand right here.
Raise to 350.
Blair's going to make it 350,000.
350,000. Hey, Mubot's there. About updates. Raises the 350.
All right, the flop is
John makes the call. The flop is ace 4 tray. So John here with the gutter ball wheel draw. I'm sorry. Yeah, John with the gutter ball wheel draw. Blair pairs his ace.
Smart bet by Blair not to slow play his hand here.
Bet is 325. John's going to make the call. And we go to that turn card now, and it is the 5. And just like
this is what
that.
I was talking about, this lightning in the bottle, right? Lightning in the bottle. John has found lightning in the bottle. He's got to maximize value now. He's got to look to check raise his opponent here, get maximum value.
It's a bet of 700.
Yeah, he should make it about
600,000.
About 1.5 million.
All in has been
And an
announced.
all in.
All in has been announced. Blair bet 600,000. Johnny has come over the top, declaring himself.
The best Blair can do here is tie him.
You know, Blair's too good. He's going to get away from this. It's too big of a play.
And the writing's kind of on the wall out there, you know, with the...
Yeah, but you know what? There's some deception in this because he thinks, Blair could be thinking if my opponent really had the straight, why would he just move all in?
All right, guys, we are limited up.
I promise you, he's sick of betting that turn.
100,000, 200,000 blinds.
All right. Going up.
That was that lightning in the bottle I was telling you about.
100,000, 200,000 now. I expect us to play, what, 3, 4 more levels before we get out of here, Kenny James?
I don't know, man. Well, you might not make your flight.
Well, no, I've always got Jeff Merkin to fill in here for me when I got to get out of here. 12:21 here, West Coast time. Action continues. Queen 9 against Jack 4.
First Magnet says, Kenna, did you see Marty Gorence over at the Peppermint Go Deep? I did hear that he went deep. Played with him in this tournament. He went deep in this tournament and cashed as well.
Oh, you're a poker
Finished
coach.
28th, yeah.
What would ever happen if all of a sudden, you know, a month down the road, a year down the road, one of your students gets into a tournament and all of a sudden you and your student are heads up for the title?
Oh, it's happened.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it has.
Well, you know, not actually, no. That hasn't happened, but I've been heads up with a significant other.
Oh, wow. No kidding.
Yeah.
That had to be awkward.
It was in my best interest to chop.
Right. You know, we saw Vincent Fiorenza, who won our Florida event. His mother was at his final table at a Michigan event, and I said, you can't 4-bet your mom, okay? You just can't 4-bet mom.
I can.
All right, here we got a king.
All the
and an
great
ace.
poker players can. Okay, so we have a raise and a call by John in the big blind here with just an ace.
And a flop.
John seemingly content to take flops and not get into raising wars pre-flop and try and outplay his opponent post-flop. Whether he can or not, I guess that's what we're here to find out. He's definitely has the ability to outflop his opponent. Whether he can outplay him or not is another story.
Turn card now is a 6 of spades. So John with 2 pair now, 10s and 6s.
He already had the best hand, but this is going to give him a little more confidence. Now he's going to lead in. And it's going to put Blair in a tough spot because Blair's got actually king high, but he's also got the gut shot straight draw. 600,000 is a lot to call. It's as you can see, it's 10% of his stack. So he elects to fold.
And Blair's going to fold.
And you can see, Blair with the tilt of the head there. You can see their physical body positions have changed. And it looks like...
Can we throw the chip counts up real quick?
Look at this. John is taking over the chip lead, I believe.
Yeah, we're going to pop up the chip counts here. Look at that. 6.8 million to 6.2.
You got to love the HPT.
You got to love it. Crawled his way right back into this thing.
Crawled his way back in. He was a 3-to-1 chip disadvantage at one point.
Yeah.
Now he's taking it over.
Yeah.
He's leaped.
It took him some time. He didn't just take the... It wasn't just a leap right off the bat.
That's true.
You know,
he's crawled and then he's leaped.
Yeah, he just leaped there.
I love this guy, man. He lives and gives him some shit. I have to, man. These guys.
You have to.
He's such a good-looking dude,
well,
man.
Well, thank you, pal.
I gotta knock him down a couple of pegs. He got too much going on.
All right, folks. The action will continue, and you know, through some of this poker, it's been nice to listen to these guys.
Hugo Dogger says, "Kenna, you tweet in the third person also all the time."
Yeah.
You know. My bust out tweet yesterday. Actually, I had somebody else tweeting me, Hugo Dog. I had somebody else tweeting for me yesterday while I was playing. So some of those third-person tweets were actually third-person.
This could be trouble for Blair. He's got a king. His opponent has an ace. You know, heads-up poker.
Mm-hmm.
And he's reaching for raising chips as he should. He's going to go up to 300, 400,000.
Wow. You know, this could.
Re-raised to 1.1. Oh, just like that.
Look at this. You know, and this could mean we're starting to see perhaps I use the word perhaps a little fissure in Blair's game here. Could it be a little leak in the dam? Could it be a little crack?
Nah.
No?
No.
All right.
Pretty much tied up here.
I mean, John is stuck with him. And
John is leaping and crawling at the same time. It's a crawl.
Look at how he open folds the button. I think he should look at this. Well, and he's absolutely right. It was 10-3 against Jack 10. So how about John doing everything right? Hey, you know, is that look at, we got a couple of rail people on the rail that's they're right up there close. They're perched on up there.
They're perched. All right, Blair wakes up with a hand here. King, queen, but John just with a 9 trade.
Raise to 400,000.
Blair raised up to 400,000.
To raise to 400,000. I think John will probably get rid of this.
We still got over 400 or so people.
He's gonna fold up. He shows the 9 trade.
Following us here on Twitch is so cool, man.
Yeah,
So,
you can see Dan from Hold'em Radio
hey,
back there.
Chainsaw Poker says hi. Is that Alan?
I don't think so.
Chainsaw? All the way back home now? I saw him getting in the limo early this morning. It's all the way back home, I guess.
Yeah, I think I heard he was trying to talk the limo driver down, and it was a free ride.
There's Corey, our executive marketing director, peering around.
Hanging around. All the bosses are here. It makes me nervous. We had
around.
Ken Lambert behind us. Now we got Corey Stewart.
They're all here.
We got Jeff Merkin over here.
Then we got us two yahoos.
All right, 9-8 going up against King Trey.
Raise to 400,000.
Johnny's going to raise it up.
Moo Boot.
Who's Moo Boot, Corey? Who controls Moo Boot?
It's
yeah.
secret.
Who's that?
Moobot. Moobot.
How do they know like our prize pool and all that? I want to meet this Mobot.
Nah, let's let him be a secret. Let's let him be a secret.
I said, Mobot, you're the best. And they never said anything back to me. Oh, look, Mobot even tells our delay.
Cash does need an HPT hat.
Yeah.
Grant Hinkle says.
Get him a hat, Mobot.
Hugo Donger. If Blair folded, then it was the right play. Period.
All right, that's a fold. Why don't we go ahead and take a half-hour break so we can at least
Are we
get
taking
to
a break?
I'd like to take a full half hour.
No, we're not going to take a half-hour break.
Let's go. How about 45 minutes?
You don't have a half hour. You got a plane to catch. This is really cool, man. All right,
look at the rails standing up. They're serious there. Cash sitting down though. We need to get him a hat.
So, is that Frenchie falling asleep over there? Wow, he's got drool coming out.
Look, drool coming out of his mouth.
Oh my God!
Someone get him a Kleenex. He's got drool coming out of his mouth, for God's sake.
He's got that head. You know, the head is back, and then it comes forward. It snaps you back into reality.
I'm told Moobot isn't even a real person. Now I'm really upset.
Well, hey, man, you know Hey, do you know when you're physically asleep, you're spiritually awake?
Are you saying I'm asleep when I don't know it? Oh, look at Foxy. The drool's coming out of his beard.
That's actually true. How did you know? How did you know you were
I don't know, but
asleep?
Merkin fell asleep a couple times. You took a picture.
Okay, back to the
action.
We're getting punchy, guys. We're getting punch drunk. Oh my God, what's going on? We're losing it.
All right. Blair's got an ace. John doesn't. Moving on to the next hand.
But he's out of position. And let's see. Action on John on the button. He just calls. See, you can't get lazy here. John just flippantly throws the chip into the pot. I mean, your opponent can see that's weak. I think, as long as they're watching, they're not asleep like you. And he is. And Blair raises 575.
And a fold, just like that.
A spattering of applause.
Show that to Stewart. He's got to see. Just hand him your phone. All right, action continues here from the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. James Larson alongside the great Kenna James, who's a professional poker player and a poker coach.
Wow, I've heard of Alexander the Great, but I don't know anybody named Kenna. that could be called
Blair
great.
now with a fun little hand here. 9-6 of diamonds.
Yep. On the button.
On the
raises
button,
it
you
up.
know, suited up. Suited
Looking like
gapper.
he's got little ivy, poison ivy there.
Yeah, he's got, oh, he bent his hand back, too. I thought he was going to take his hand off. Did you see that? He bent it back like this. He might have poison ivy. I heard he was camping last week. Oh, he's got the heebie-jeebies. The flop is 2 5s and a 7. Oh, God. Now John's got to worry about getting some of this poison ivy from the car.
John's got the best hand.
Oh, God, he's itchy. He's itchy. Oh, boy. We're seeing everything now. Now we've even got to deal with poison ivy at the table.
So
wow.
We ordered coffee a while
Yeah,
ago.
we sure did, folks. Having a good time, though. And once again, thanks for staying up late with us here. It's 12:32 on the Pacific Coast. So we're going to try to wrap this thing up in the next couple of hours.
We don't have any say in that. That's
I'm starting to get itchy just thinking about it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, absolutely. We need someone to come in here and tap
I feel
us
like
out.
I feel like it's the Jerry Lewis telethon all over again.
Okay, Queen 8 going up against 7-6.
Okay, here we are. They can probably hear us laughing out there.
Yeah. Hey, there's Dan from Hold'em Radio in the back. He did a great job on our updates.
He really did.
He's a fantastic individual.
He followed us around the golf course.
Oh, did he?
Brought us beer, brought us all.
Hey, there's our coffee. All right, here we go. Queen 8 going up against 7-6. The flop is Ace 8-6, couple of spades.
Now, yeah, but each player's flopped a pair. That's what's interesting here.
An 8 and a 6. John got the best of it.
John betting, and Blair probably going to find a call here with the pair, trying to improve.
He's bending those hands again.
325, yep, and he does. But can you just see the little incidentals, like, you know, how Blair put those chips in the pot with just a little bit of extra flair? It just sensed a little bit of anger.
Now
Very
the
light,
ace of
very
clubs comes, so both players now with a 2 pair, aces and 8s and aces and 6.
Yep.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Sorry, we just got our coffee.
Oh, not too slurpy, please, on the microphone. Thank you. All right, the bet now is going to be 500,000. We go to the river now. It's not an 8 or a 6, so John's got the best of it here. You see his check mark. Blair's going to check over to him. And I think John maybe will do the same thing. He's going to do that.
Yep.
He's going to show his 8. He reluctantly kind of.
Let's look at John now. I mean, let's look at Blair's reaction. I want to see Blair's reaction if we can get it. Yep, the little wipe of the brow, a little bit of concern.
The rail looks concerned. They're all standing up. A little clapping by that guy on the
there
right.
we go.
Now the other guy clapped.
Oh,
look, Cash is drinking a beer.
John's brought in a couple of cheerleaders, it looks like.
Yep, Cash has got the beer.
He's called his brother, and it looks like.
Fox is woken up. That's good. We got Foxy up.
And you can definitely see, look at the chip proportionately, just visually here. As you see, John has definitely opened up a lead. He's opened up a cut. He's opened up a cut over the eye.
Yeah.
Yep. Blair is bleeding here. He's now.
Oh, he's bleeding, and he's got the poison oak all over his arms. All right, 8-7 going up against 10-6.
And Chainsaw Poker makes a good comment. Guy loses every time, both miss, and doesn't win enough when he outflops. Well, I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I'm assuming you're talking about John. But either way, he's opened up a chip advantage here.
All spades on the flop. Jack 6 tray. John's, both players going to check that. Jack 6 tray, spade flop. Turn card now is the 10 of clubs. So John improves his hand here to 2 pair.
Yeah, he's
10s and 6s.
Definitely, but now, yep, he's taking the right time to bet now too. Wow. See, this is the time you can see with the fold. You see the little bit of anger in the fold, and the look over. You can see a little bit of disgust coming in. And this is where you really got to be careful, because Blair knows he should win this. He probably feels like he should win it, but he feels it's slipping away. And the frustration can easily creep in here. And you can just sense it in the players. Look at the body position. One's forward, one's back. John's, you know, he can smell it. He can smell it. Very important for Blair to maintain his composure here, because he's getting out flopped. His opponent is getting better hands. Everything going John's way.
Raise the 400.
Decides to raise up to 400,000.
Here he's got the button, and in one of these spots, if Blair's not careful, he may just snap and go off and try and make some type of foolish play. And in that case, we will have a shocking and surprising finish to this event. And here's exactly what I'm talking about.
1,025,000.
Big raise.
And you can see that frustration in the fold. And here's the mistake, though, in my estimation. Instead of re-raising all in, just calling and giving your opponent a chance to outflop you. You think you got him at this spot when you got your foot on the throat, and you don't, you let him off. See, and then now Blair with initiative and now the lead, fighting back.
Check.
All right, so Blair checks. He's got the best of it with his queen. Now John might get a little frisky here. Yeah, he is baiting him.
His opponent.
John, I could see maybe making a bet here. He's just trying to figure out how much. The pot's 2.1, no bet.
Nice check back.
Turn card now is the king of diamonds.
Wow. Now Blair's thinking, why did I check that flop?
Right.
And now I'm going to bet when I could possibly be beat. He's definitely, I mean, even if he wins this pot, you know, he's off his game. And I think. But winning this pot could just right his ship.
750,000 in the fold, so Blair's going to win the hand.
Yeah, and that's going to pull him back even in chips. And that's going to right the ship right there. That's going to right the ship.
So 6.7 to 6.4. Yeah.
Thanks for the graphics, guys.
Yeah, appreciate that.
You know what? That's going to right. That's going to stop the bleeding. And I'm telling you, this could be the pivot hand, because when he got re-raised, if John would have shoved with the ace-8, he can't call with the queen-9, and you know, the bleeding would have continued.
All right, Blair wakes up here with ace-10. And look at this. This could be the hand of the night. Ace-10, king-jack. We'll see how aggressive this gets pre-flop. Right now, 400,000. And just a call by John. A lot of times you'd see a re-raise there. Heads up, you know, king-jack.
Yep. Oh, look, John showing.
Okay, his flop was ace-9-6, couple of clubs. John checks. Blair caught an ace there, proving his hand to a pair. Looks like he's going to bet 300 and a quarter.
325,000.
John will find a fold here.
Maybe one more street? No?
No.
No. You're right again. Are you ever wrong?
All the time. Just like a clock, twice a day. Bless you.
Thank you.
So, you know, Blair's definitely righted the ship. I'm telling you, that might have been the pivot hand. If we look back, they look back on this, that, I hope they include that in the broadcast, that ace-8 hand that John elected to just flat the 3-bet.
It's like one of the guys on the rails having a vodka cranberry, it appears. All right, 8-2 for John. He's going to fold. Blair wins.
Folds the button. You know, and producer Merck, producer Jeff, he called it about the momentum earlier.
He did call it.
The momentum is shift back and forth, and now it's over on Blair's column. And you can see the body posture changes, the facial expressions change. And you got to notice that when you're out there playing and you're playing for all this money and your head's up, you got to notice those little incidentals and those behaviors in your opponent and know when you've got them frustrated. And that's what I wanted John to notice when, you know, before the cards were dealt, how he was splashing his chips, how he was mucking his hand, and know that they're ready to go off.
King Jack against 9-5. Raises to 400,000. We're in a marathon session here. Flop is ace, queen, trey. We've had some pretty long heads-up battles here on the HPT, and I got a feeling this will be one of them. Player's going to win that hand.
And Brett McCat makes a good comment that with both players at just over 30 big blinds, this could be either player's game.
Absolutely.
You know,
absolutely.
The blinds are so high now in relationship to the stack sizes that this could, you know, one key hand could swing this either way.
All right, the action continues. James and Kenna with you. Make sure to check out our webpage at hptpoker.com. We'll have full episodes on there. And most importantly, we have our list of our upcoming stops. A lot of people ask me, when does the tour start and when does the tour end? Well, we really don't have an end. It goes all year.
No, but I mean maybe for player of the year.
Nah, they're not asking about that. For player of the year, yes, that resets here after this event. But for the most part, we're on the road 12 months a year doing an event. You know, we take the summer off for the WSOP, but if you're looking to find us, get on the webpage, hptpoker.com. There's too much money out there. You don't want to miss out. Ace, king, deuce is the flop. We got a new guy out there calling the action. I think that's one of the staff members here. All right, we go to the turn card now. And that turn card is the Jack of Spades. A lot of royalty out there. Blair's got the best of it right now with his kings.
And Blair just roping his opponent at this point.
6 of hearts is the river card. He's going to check again, and he's going to win this pot. He's not going to get paid on the end, but the kings are going to be good to take down the pot.
You know, there's a lot more to this play than what appears, because now he also gets the added value of letting his opponent see that I just checked down second pair, so that when he does bet in his opponent's mind, he's thinking, oh, he's got more than second pair, you know? So there's little seeds that you plant along the way and this type of things.
Lisa from Des Moines just tweeted me at @HPTJames and wanted to know what our favorite part of the weekend was, and I guess I'll go first. For me, it was just seeing all of our old friends that we are used to seeing. A lot of them came out here. How about you, for you, Kenna? What was your favorite part of the weekend?
That was like a very little, you know, favorite part of it.
It was my favorite part. I got to run into all kinds of people I hadn't seen in a while, including you. I kind of haven't seen you since Vegas, pal.
It was nice to see. My favorite part was the golf.
I missed that, yeah.
I was out there golfing. There's deer on the course. There's wild turkeys. Literally, like, you know, they
saw a lot of crows,
they were
too.
just like walk right up to the cart.
Well, I don't know if he's building a considerable lead, Murphy. Can we get the chip counts pulled up? I think you're wrong. Let's go ahead and take a look at the chip counts. 8.4 to 4.7. Boy, that doesn't take long, does it?
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it's almost a 2-to-1. Yeah. See, that's why he's the producer.
Yeah, I know, boss. You were right. All right, 8-7 going up against 6 tray. I got to keep talking before I raise to 450.
And now John fighting for momentum here. He senses the momentum switched. And how will Blair respond? Will he sense that his opponent is trying to fight back and not let him off the hook, or is he just going to fold and give him some salve for the wound?
A little salve for the wound, huh?
Salve for the wound.
All right, well. Yeah, Lisa from Des Moines, or Jeff Merkin said his favorite part of the weekend was your question. So thank you for hitting us up here at @HPTJames. My second favorite part was the meal we had at the steakhouse. Steakhouse was absolutely phenomenal. I had the 8-ounce filet. It's fantastic. Good stuff. I'm sad you missed us, but you were out with Poker Cat. You guys were out having dinner that night. That's what you were doing. I'm just telling everybody how we make the sausage here at the sausage factory. Who paid for the meal, you or Kat? I don't know the answer. Yeah, of course he did, yeah. All right. There was no candles. Might have been a violin or two. James Larson alongside Kenna James as we broadcast from the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. I want to thank THCODER for the sponsorship. King Deuce, 10-6. To call in a check.
John just calling on the button with the King Deuce. Mixing up his play now.
Flop is King 9-8, so John out flopping Blair. Gut shot for Blair. A 7 makes him a straight.
Why did he just call it to mix up his play? I think John's really feeling the finish line now. He wants to mix up the play. He wants to get his opponent into the middle of the ring where he can slice his throat and watch him bleed out.
450,000. 450,000.
That's 450,000.
It's just wow, and look at this. And Blair's just following along here.
Tray of hearts now on the river. So John's got the check mark, as you can see.
This is going to be the last hand of the level.
You know, probably going through John's mind is that one time he made that value bet he thought was at the end, and John had the King 8, and he didn't actually have the best hand. But he pushes that thought aside and makes the value bet, and Blair doesn't. Oh, John has got, you know what, I'm sorry guys, it is late, I gotta have more coffee. It's John with the Kings and Blair with
We can rewind
nothing.
it, it's fine. Can you guys rewind it, please?
I'm sorry guys, I'm sorry guys. All right, I'm gonna get back in this. So John has got the top pair here. This is huge. I don't expect this to get through. I mean, how could John possibly fold top pair here? He'd have to be asleep to fold this hand.
Yeah, he's going to make the call. So Blair's going to put his hand in the muck, and he's going to see the bad news. That's a pretty big pot, too. Can we get a chip count when you get a second, Kurt?
Yeah,
Let's get an updated chip count.
And can we see Blair's response? I like to see, it's like the actors that are, you know, you like to see the actor's response. Sometimes their response tells you so much. Look, there's this response. He's out of his chair. He's knocked him off his chair. Oh, we're going on a break. That's why he's off the chair.
All right, folks, we're going to step aside for a quick 7-minute break, and we hope you don't go too far. I know it's late here. It's 12:50 in L.A. or wherever we're at, Sacramento, but try to stick around. Heads Up Poker continues right here from the Thunder Valley Casino Resort.
at 30, 100, 200. It was. Now they're 41. Okay. So 40, 153. Cool. All right.
What is it?
40 ante, 153.
40,000 ante, 150. 300,000 on the line. Shuffle of a deal. Shuffle. Go ahead. All right, Blair's going to be first act here on the button. What was it?
600.
600,000 is raised by Blair. Over to Johnny.
50, 300,000. Blinds 150, 300,000 with a 40K ante.
And Blair's going to raise it up to 600,000 here with his King 10.
Yep. Right back at it.
Johnny's going to re-raise.
And a re-raise.
By John with A6. Blair donning now the white hoodie.
2.2.
Everybody had a little break here. And Blair's going to fold.
Wow. I like both players playing this spot. You know, it's so tempting. You get
The
these
two
type
of us
of
are
hands
helpless
to,
at this table,
you know,
aren't we?
when you're just battling, there's a chip count, 23 big
Neither of
blinds
us
to
can
19.
reach.
And now it's swung back in John's favor. This is
Okay, I
New
am,
York, LA, back and
150?
forth, back and forth. New York,
And
LA,
40.
back and forth, back and forth.
New York, LA.
Yep, that's what this is. It's, you know, it's
Cross country flight.
So yeah, it is cross country, cross country.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, you know,
All right.
sometimes we don't know what things mean. We just have to go along with it.
Exactly. All right, action over here.
I
John's
do it with
got
you
the
all
King
the
Jack.
time.
Why, thank you.
All right, John on the button with Kenneth James, King Jack. Is he
He's
good?
got the KJ.
Open up for a raise.
Yeah.
You know, it's so important. You know, we're late in the night now. These guys have been playing all day. You've got to stay alert. You got to stay conscious. You got to be playing in present time and not get tired. So important.
Looks like about 700,000. 900,000. Well, Blair's got a real hand here.
Yep. You know, Blair's in a tough spot. Does he want to play for it all?
Right.
And
just thinking that.
Just go for it, or you know, but his problem is he knows he's probably or in his mind he feels like he's probably the better player.
Wow, and he's going to fold that.
And the reason is it's too much for him to just flat. So he feels like he should shove or not. And if he shoves and he's against the bigger ace, there goes the championship. He'd rather grind it out. This goes back to the very first part when I was talking about the different strategies. But now, because it's been so long, the blinds and aces have gone up so high.
Okay.
Blair is almost forced to gamble.
Have we seen either player go all in heads up yet?
Yeah, yeah, we have.
Twice?
We saw it when John had the straight, remember? And he moved all
Okay,
in.
yeah. It hasn't been a lot, though.
No.
You know, it really hasn't.
No. 600,000. We're going to see it this level for sure.
Raised to 600 by Blair with his 9-7 of clubs.
Again, John holds the better hand. To the flop we go.
And the flop is ace for Trey.
This should go to the player in position.
Yeah, exactly.
Check a C-bet and a fold. That's my guess.
Blair is sporting that white hoodie now. It's getting a little chilly here as it's...
Yeah, the people have emptied out.
The people have emptied out. We still have a few regulars, and even Steve Fox went up to his room. He's got to catch a flight, too.
No rest for the weary as these guys have been playing all day, 3 days, at least 3 days straight. You know. But a good prize waiting for the victor.
They're going to give us... Oh.
There we go.
You know, there's one guy in the audience. It's Cash. Cash is the only guy in the audience.
He woke up. He woke up.
Look at Cash. He's in the back. He wants to get out of the way.
That is going to be first stack on the button.
John's got queen 4.
Call.
Huddling? They've been huddling him the whole time.
Second option.
Queen 4 going up against Jack 7.
That's good.
And the flop is 10, 5, 4, a couple of spades. John pairs his 4. No help there for Blair. That's
Sorry, I'm chewing a chocolate walnut.
It's a bet of 350,000. John's going to win.
You got him?
James Larson alongside Kenny James. Happy to be with you here on a beautiful Wednesday morning.
Eye of God says going to be a long night. Yes, it is. You have a flight in a few hours.
I'll be just fine. I'm not flying the plane. That's the important thing. We did officially miss last call. That happened about 10 minutes ago, and that's okay. We're off the booze tonight. It's straight coffee, and you know, it is what it is, okay? All right, we could get some action here. Blair's got Jack, Queen Jack, and John's got the ace this time. I got a feeling John might be a little more aggressive with this.
1.1 million.
For chips. Yeah, I think he's just going to make the call.
Really?
He's just going to make the call, looks like. Or no, he raised it. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
he raised to
you're
1.1. I'm just fine. Jeremy screwed me up.
So John raising to 1.1 million. 800,000 to call for Blair. I mean, he is really being tested, this Blair. I'm telling you, and he's made so many right decisions all night long, but this is eventually he's got to wear on you. You get these hands like King 10.
Is he playing a little too tight though at this point? Be honest. You've given him an A-. Now he makes that call, but has he played a little too tight tonight? These last few hands, you don't think so?
No. You know, only once or twice I see anything even questionable. Now Blair's got the open-ended straight. Great check here by John. A bet certainly is not going to get through here with Blair with an open-ended straight and 2 overs. This is a big hand here for Blair.
All spades. Neither player has a spade, as you can see that.
I mean, Blair in position with 2 overs and an open-ended straight. He should win this pot.
No, I don't think Johnny's going to get too cute with this. You know, 3 spades out there. Didn't catch any of it.
It's a really good play by John, too, you know? I mean, he doesn't...
Oh, thanks.
He raises, gets max value when he had the best hand. Here, got really out-flopped and gets away from it. Excuse me.
It's that mothball you ate. All right, you can see there, 7.1 to 6 million. So, you know, it's still somewhat of a virtual tie here, you know. 7 to 6. It's real close.
It is very close. Anything can happen. It's so important to maintain control here.
Both players with a queen in their hand. Queen tray, queen 7.
Late in the game.
I see somebody with a video camera behind John there. So it's check, check here.
John just limping. They're checking in the big blind. To the flop we go.
And look at this flop. King, queen, 10. So they both flop a queen, middle pair.
Blair sensing that middle pair is probably good here.
It's a quick call, 350 and a
quick
call.
Call by John.
Right now the 7 does play for Blair. Now
Not
it
anymore,
doesn't.
so this
Now
is
it
going to be
doesn't.
chopped. I expect this
check.
to, you know, get checked down here.
And the river card is the ace of diamonds now. So kings and 10s with the ace. Kings and queens and 10s with the ace. Both have the same hand.
Chop, chop. No. Oh, you have a flush. Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's a flush. That's a flush. He made a flush on the end.
Wow, how did we miss
I almost
that?
got by with the. I almost got by with a chop.
Oh, the fire alarm's going off. That's why. A flush there on the end. I'm sorry, folks.
Blair may be losing some value.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering that too.
Well, he was just setting up. He was setting up his opponent to elicit a bluff on the river.
Oh, you got the
instead
ante?
of, you know, betting. He didn't think his opponent probably had to call him.
The person who wins the last.
His best play, he thought, was to check and try and elicit a bluff, which did not happen.
To 1:13 out here
No problem.
on the California time as we are trying to wrap up this HPT Championship. It was a $2,500 event. Had over 400 players, a prize pool of $971,000, almost $972,000. And we are down to our final two. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. This doesn't bother me at all. I love watching this, and it's exciting. I don't care if we play till 9 o'clock in the morning. I won't be here for all of it. But he's going to raise to $600,000. John makes the call. Let's go ahead and go to the flop. It's ace 10-4.
John once again starting with the best hand, flopping the best hand. Makes it awful tough.
450,000.
That is 450,000 chips. Johnny is going to make the call. Blair not worried about that ace. Turn card now is a king.
This is going to give enough value for Blair to check and hopefully show down for value.
Now it's the jack of diamonds.
He's not going to like it when he sees that, especially now. Wow.
600,000 is the bet.
Really, really nice value bet here by John, and Blair might be tempted to pay this off.
Why can't he sniff this out?
He should be able to, because he realizes that John has been playing pretty passive and probably wouldn't be betting less than king deuce. So I think he should be able to get away from this. Only frustration would make him call here.
A queen beats him here. An ace beats him here. Look at this,
he's
folks.
Gonna represent,
Uh-oh.
Wow, he's going to represent the queen. And this might get through.
Wow. How much?
This might get through.
1.750, ladies and gentlemen.
I think it's going to get through.
And now John's thinking the same thing.
This is just such a beautiful bluff. Whether it works or not, this is just such a beautiful bluff by Blair.
This is where experience really, matters, know, and we're seeing that right now.
I think this is going to get through.
It looks like it's going to get through.
Now John is taking his time, and I really like that. He's going to take his time and really consider, is it likely that my opponent has a queen in his hand the way this hand is played all the way through?
Because he's thinking the same thing. Just a queen now beats me here. Could easily have a queen in his hand.
Well, or two pair beats him, but what's his most likely hand? Wow, is he going to call this?
How much? How much?
John has shown a propensity to call in spots where many other players would fold, which makes him a very dangerous player to try and bluff.
It looks like he wants to.
If he is to be bluffed, now would be the time, and that's what Blair's thinking.
He looks like he wants to phone a friend.
Wow.
He's looking for help.
This is a key hand.
That's a big hand here.
Huge. Huge. Will he find the call? Wow, man.
You see, he's got the check mark there. He has the best hand.
Yeah, this is just so much going on here.
I don't blame him for taking his time. I don't blame him at all.
No, are you kidding? This
big
is
decision.
Awesome that he does take the time and just didn't find the muck right.
Yeah, this is far from Hollywood, and he's thinking about making this. I think right now.
I think he senses he's got the best hand, but
again, he's just trying to figure out what his opponent could have. He could easily have that queen, though. Just like we said, he could easily have it.
It's 1.2 million for him to call, which is a third of his stack. When your opponent bets a third of your stack, and the only thing you can beat is a bluff, believe me, it is tough to
and there's
call.
there's 4.5 million in the middle. Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh!
He made it. Flip it over, Johnny.
Jeremy goes.
King deuce?
He goes king deuce 4. He even shocked Jeremy.
Wow. big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big hand here.
That is
not
some
easy.
moxie. That is some moxie from John.
Okay,
tough.
now Blair's got to
It's tough,
figure
Blair.
out.
Oh,
He's
my
got to
gosh.
cool his jets off, and he's got to get right back in. He can't worry about that hand. If he dwells on that, he could lose the tournament. He's got to just get right back to it.
Oh my.
Big,
goodness.
big.
You know, in the end, I think Blair made the correct play, but against the wrong player.
Correct play against the wrong player.
Left at this level. Johnny's going to be first to act on the button.
All right, Johnny with 7 tray here. Might just release his hand. We'll see. Just get back to stacking his chips. He's going to do just that.
Exactly.
You know, we've seen that before. You know, he's got a crappy hand, even if it's on the button. It's like, let's get back to stacking these chips. He likes doing it.
Well, I mean, there's just so much adrenaline, so much that's going through.
I'd like to see a chip count here if we could, Kirk. Kirk Falla, the executive producer on the web stream
Right
today.
there, 8 million to 5.6.
Yeah, 8 to 5.6, yeah. It's so great having this RFID technology, and
How much?
especially when it's working great.
150, 300,000 on the blind,
Yeah.
40,080, 13 minutes left at this level.
13 minutes to go. You heard that. 26 big
There
blinds
it
to
is.
18. 8 million to 5.6. Wow. We've
You
seen it
called
go
it,
back
James.
and
You
forth.
called it. Will Blair keep it together? You know, that's liable to shake anybody up.
Now, I said it about 2 hours ago, and you remember me saying, I said, Blair seems like a guy that doesn't normally tilt. So we're going to find out. You know, this is our test to see.
Well, he's raising on the button here with 4-3. And look at John's defending.
Yeah, he's got the
He's
Motown.
just not giving him any air.
He'd really not.
John has got the knee on the throat and just not giving anything up.
Queen 10-7.
Such an important part of heads-up poker is just your propensity to defend.
Now he's just coming up.
Attack.
See, yep.
And here, John defended, but Blair kept attacking, and he used his position with his aggressiveness to win the pot.
And this is how you get back on track, because you win a pot like that. You throw out chips and you drag them, and you're right back on track.
It's the mark of a champion to win the pot after you lose one.
40,080, 150, 300,000 on the buttons.
James Larson and Kenny James with you. Our producer is Jeff Merkin. Our director is Kevin Bove. Glad to be with you here in hour number 8 of this HPT final table. We started with 9, and now we are down to our final 2. Blair's got a real hand here. King Jack.
300,000 is our big blind. And Johnny's going to make the call.
Johnny's going to make the call.
John defending now with 6-3. Well, I'm sorry, not defending, he just limped.
850.
What's it?
850.
Yeah, Blair's got to raise this up to 850. Johnny's going to quickly fold. Can't let guys see flops with hands like 6 trays, especially when they're running well, because you're just going to get in trouble. So wisely there, Blair raises it up. And I think that probably evens up the match right there.
Sorry.
You know, you see that 7 million to 6.6. A couple of nice guys here at the final table. I'm not talking about us, these two poker players. It's been fun talking to them during the breaks.
10 minutes left at this level, 40,000.
And neither of them seem to be getting fatigued at all. You know, they'll sleep tomorrow.
They're not as fatigued as our viewers. We've dropped about 100 viewers.
Look at this now. Okay, so Blair's got a real hand here. Ace King. John raises to 600,000. What do you want to see Blair do with the Ace King?
Johnny's going to make the call, 600,000.
Oh, he did raise it. You make the call, sorry.
See a flop.
I guess he did probably what you wanted. He raised it up. Flop is ace, queen, tray, couple of diamonds.
Blair's going to bet.
Probably gonna put a nail in this scoff.
Hitting hard.
That's 450,000. And a quick fold.
New York, LA, back and forth, back and forth. And now Blair's probably gone into the chip lead. He sure has.
7.2 to 6.3.
Boom, New York, LA, back and forth.
When will this thing, when will it break? What's the hand going to be? Is it going to be this hand, the next hand, an hour from now, 2 hours from now? Stay tuned. We're not going anywhere. Keep it right here at hptpoker.com. We've got all our sponsors out of the way. Our commercials have aired, so all we got to do is crown a champion. We're all out of breaks. We're in the fourth quarter, ladies and gentlemen, and it's in overtime.
The home stretch.
Well, we thought that a couple of hours ago.
600 total.
And I think maybe it'll be just one of these weird hands, like 7-5 against 8 trade. They both pop a piece, but got to see a flop to do that.
Did you say pop a piece?
Pop a piece.
Pop a piece.
I can say pop a piece.
Can we coin that phrase? Pop a piece.
Pop a piece. Yeah, let's find out. How many hands have we played heads up?
Has it been over 37 minutes?
Yeah, I got a feeling it's been over 37 minutes there. Pal. If you have any questions for us, you can hit us up on Twitter at HPTJAYMZ. We thank you for... Roger Campbell just texted me. Are you still up? Yes, sir. He was our bubbler at the final table. Our TV bubble.
Okay, what's happening? Yeah.
Queen Jack against 10-6.
Blair makes the call. Option 2, Johnny. He's going to check his option.
Blair just makes the call.
Wow, just limps the button with the Queen Jack. That's a different play.
Okay, interesting flop here. 2 clubs, King 8 tray.
Wow, now John with the flush draw. Again, when you get these power draws, you should play him fast. Heads up, and he does.
Blair holds it.
Blair's going to fold it. Johnny's going to take it down.
Blair wishing he probably would have raised that pre-flop.
Our crew is wondering if they get paid by the hand. How does this work?
Jeremy, what's the total chips in play? Do you know? Oh God. It's less than that.
Yeah, 437 times 30,000.
And now John is going to find himself on
13
button.
Okay. It just makes it easier for me to know.
Okay, John's got 9-8 there with a 6 tray.
He's got some maintenance to do with all these chips.
Plus change. Johnny's going to be first to act here on the button.
John's first is 9-8.
Players, that's just over 13.1 million chips in play. Johnny makes the call. Blair checks his option. Let's see the flop.
All right, we go to the flop. 2 kings and a 4.
1
club out there.
Blair checks. Johnny checks. Let's see the turn. Turn card is deuce of spades.
Now Blair could steal position here, lead out, and win this pot, and he does. He's probably going to get through. Nice play. Nice play to pick up a small pot for Blair. Like that. Little things make a difference.
Okay.
This time Blair will have the button.
I want to ask our producer, Jeff Merkin, did you see this thing going this long, Jeff? Yeah, Jeff did see it coming, and I kind of thought maybe we might run into this too. You know, we started the day off running a little bit behind schedules. We returned 18 players instead of our normal 9 today, but we caught up during the day. But then things really slowed down here in the final hours of play.
Blair's going to be first to act.
Blair with ace deuce against John's 7 tray. Expect to get a raise out of Blair here, and John will probably get his cards in the muck.
600,000.
Probably get those in the muck before we can even, or make the call.
Johnny makes the call. And let's see a flop.
Flop is king 8-6.
Johnny checks over to Blair.
Chainsaw Poker is asking if we skipped levels. We didn't skip any levels, did we?
It went from 8160 to 153. So he's saying we should have had a 1 in 200.
Okay, gotcha. We didn't have a 1 in 200K? Yeah, we had a 1 in 200K. We've done everything. We haven't skipped a level, have we, Kurt? We haven't skipped a level. No. So, Alan, to answer your question, there was no level skipped. Yeah, we would never just do that anyway.
Hey, not skip. He means not skip a level, but was there? So we're sure there was a 100, 200.
There was a 100, 200. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
All right, action.
I'm not the.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm sorry. Put the wrong chips out there. So you want to call? Sure. How's that?
Well, let me look at my cards.
Yeah, maybe you'll raise.
John with the king.
You're fine?
With an ace.
No, I'm going to.
And now Blair raising things up here with the option.
Raise 825.
Going to raise to 825,000. Johnny folds.
Just a quick reminder for our next event in Missouri, the Ameristar Casino Resort and Spa in St. Charles. Event 1A starts October 27th. 100,000 guaranteed prize pool, $350 buy-in. Has 3 start days, 27th, 28th, and 29th of October. The main event starts November 4th.
Can you tell we're getting tired?
Our next HPT event, $1,650 buy-in. And there'll be 3 starting flights over November 4th and 5th. Hope you can join us.
And maybe while we're there, we can go to a St. Louis Rams football game. Oh, sugar. They moved to Los Angeles. We've got, our producers got tickets.
And here we go. Now John in the big blind after facing a raise on the button from Blair with 10 deuce, 3 bets it, and is going to win the pot. He double-fisted those 2 chips there.
Blair folds and Johnny's going to win the pot.
Yeah, we've got all kinds of great events going on, so just check out hptpoker.com. And I love going to all these Ameristar properties. You talk about premier properties in the country. Ameristar's got them, and we call St. Charles our home. If you guys are wondering, we do all of our studio work in St. Louis, which is about 40 minutes from where we stay in St. Charles at a studio called Avatar. And that's where we go in. Great studio. We work with those guys on a kind of a monthly basis.
No, he just raised to
put together the programs that air nationally. And for all those program information, again, check out the webpage, hptpoker.com. Yeah, and our home office is also in St. Charles. So a lot of fun things coming down the road, and we're booking. We're trying to figure out who's on the button.
Who's got the button?
And it should be John.
Yes.
Look at John. You know, we've had this happen a lot over the years, where sometimes as it gets late at night, forget who's got the button. Maybe the dealer didn't move the puck, but we do have the RFID technology recording everything. Hey, look who's in the corner there. Cash is really trying to escape the cameras, but we're kind of like TMZ. You can't get too far. We'll find you, Cash.
9 deuce.
He's just a blur back there. He's out of focus. That doesn't make me Harvey.
Unless they were 9 deuce, then I'd love to see.
Yeah.
All right, so here, Blair on the button here with 8-7 off.
150, 300,000. Johnny's first act.
Ace 10 against ace 7.
Oops, we had it backwards there. Sorry about that. John with the ace 10.
Going to raise to 600,000.
Who's got the button where? Now will Blair defend in the big blind with 8-7?
$350,000 for Blair to make this call.
All in.
Player's going to move all in.
Wow. Oh, man.
This could be the misstep.
This could be it.
Here.
He's got to make this call.
Does he have me covered?
I think he is going to make it.
Johnny's asked to see who has.
I just need to know if he's got me covered or not.
Wow.
I believe Blair's got him covered.
Misstep here.
Yeah, Blair has him covered.
I don't know what Blair is thinking.
3, 4, 5.
You know, I mean, is he got
very
tired?
close. I think you've got about 5.7.
Why would
He's got about 6.1. If you want to know for sure, we'll get an exact count.
I think this might be it.
It's the first time this has happened, so. But I think
John's got to make this call, right?
It doesn't have to.
I mean, it's the first time that Blair has done this, so he could be
that's a good
leveraging
point.
his image, and maybe it'll get through, but I think it's a severe misstep. Even if it does get through, I think it's a, you know, that's a wild play.
I call.
Well, I think he's going to fold it.
He says call.
He's
Wow.
going to
All
fold.
right. Johnny says call.
Oh, he said call.
Ace of clubs,
He said
10 of
call.
hearts.
This is it.
This is going to be big.
Wow,
This is
Blair-
going to be big.
Blair,
All in 6.3, all in 7.2. So Blair still will have chips if he doesn't
Everybody's
improve.
live.
He'll have $1 million, 900,000 if he doesn't improve.
What a shocking turn of events.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 big blinds. Good
All right,
point.
Blair does have Johnny covered. Both players all in here. Blair
Okay, so
has
you
8
see
of
the
hearts,
tail of
7
the tape
clubs.
here. Ace 10
Johnny
going up
has
against
ace
Ace
of
7.
clubs,
Blair
10
hoping to
hearts.
get
Johnny's
lucky
trying to
here.
leave a lead, but it's turn line.
If he
To the
improves,
flop.
he could end the tournament right here. I'm going to stand up. That's how excited
Yeah,
I am.
me too.
I'm standing up.
Me too. I'm standing up.
Let's go to the flop. It's king, queen,
He's out
7.
He's out
He's outflopped him. He's got 7s. Look at that. He's putting the hoodie up and he's smiling.
Ace 10 jack.
He's 2
Ace
cards
10
away
jack.
from being our newest HPT champion.
Plenty of outs. He's got to fly to jack, a 10,
Jack.
or an ace.
Let's see the turn card.
Let's go to that turn card.
Turn.
What is it?
Turn card.
It's another 7. Unbelievable.
Wow, now he's down to a jack.
Down to just a jack. He can feel it. He's 1 card away from being our next HPT champion.
We'll see what happens.
It comes down to the river card.
Let's see the river card.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen.
River card is the 6
It's
of
the
diamonds.
6 of diamonds, and that's it. We have a new winner. Blair Hinkle has won it all.
I decided to take a gamble and
And this is
Yeah.
one of those cases. I mean,
really well played, Johnny.
Thank you.
John has just really played toe-to-toe with him all night long. He can't with him all night long. He gets it in with the best of it, and then it's just what we thought the opposite had to happen.
I did,
you know, that John had to find
it's
lightning in the bottle. That John had to find lightning in the bottle and you know, get lucky. And the script got flipped on us.
That really
It was
was.
Dan, you want
actually
exact
the
counts?
opposite.
Unbelievable. We saw some great poker. And I'm proud to say we have our brand new HPT champion, Blair Hinkle, bested the field of over 400 people, and he is going to go home with over $220,000, but not for nothing.
I am shocked.
John played great poker, and he's going to go home, and we're going to interview the players and do a little wrap-up. But thanks for joining us. We're going to head down to the felt now and go ahead and talk to our champion.
Thanks, guys. It's great having you here.
Okay, me first. Am I going to stand?
Just get it in bed. That's all you gotta do.
Hi.
You can't wear them down.
I saw her back there.
There you go.
He can't have anything to do with it.
Hold on 1 second. Is this good for you?
Mr. Johnny Trips.
Oh, shit. Man.
Okay. One, the amount? 137. Okay, you're good?
That's nice.
John, you good? Big, here we go. 3, big smile for you, Dre. 3, 2, and...
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Mr. Johnny Trips going out in second place. It was an up and down day. How are you feeling?
a little more drama there. Up and down, up and down, up and down.
Which way do you want them? Okay. You good?
Okay, 3, 2.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Mr. Johnny Trips going home in second place. It was an up and down day, all day, big swings. How are you feeling right now?
A little tired, a little disappointed. I had a lot of fun though. It was really good.
Do you feel you played that last hand well? Do you think you could have done anything differently?
Yeah, I did. I did. You know, I thought I had him, and I acted on it. He made the hand, so he wins. Blair's a fabulous player.
So $137,000. What are you going to do with the money?
I don't know yet.
Maybe a gift for your wife?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And do you have any plans to celebrate?
My brother's here, so we'll do something for a couple hours before we head back.
All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Give a hand, guys. Nice job.
Watch out for all this stuff spilled all over the plate.
Sure. So on this one, thanks, James. I'm here with Brent. Right, I'm here. I'm here.
Can we pull the dealer?
Yeah, sure. No,
Sorry.
And it's when the first question is,
and then spitch that one.
you pushed all in when he called and the cards turned over. What was going through your head? Because he was behind. He pushed all in. He called. Okay. When you saw the cards, what was going through your head? Okay. Well, yeah, because he was behind.
Okay.
Just think of the situation, right? He's behind in the hand, and you know he makes an aggressive bluff. He gets called. He's behind in the hand. So what's he? Let's go. Right. Exactly. What's going through your head? Right. It was a grueling match. How do you feel right now? Any plans for the money? We know that his wife's opened a bridal store, but we may or may not see that. So just a generic. Any plans for the money?
You good?
We're good.
Cool.
In 3, big smiles from you. You can do whatever you want. But big smiles from Chris.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have you come all the way forward. We're trying to avoid the blue light, so almost lean in.
Just literally touching the table, Drea.
Literally come in all the way in, just because we're trying to get the blue light out.
Well, you pushed all in, he called, the cards turned over, what was going through your head? That's the question. Ready? But thanks, James, first. In 3, 2.
Thanks, James. I'm here with our latest HPT champ. Let's give it up for Blair Hinkle. It's been a long day there. What was going through your head in that last hand? You pushed all in, he called. What were you thinking?
Well, originally I was thinking he's not that strong, and I looked at the 7-8 and I was thinking, well, I'd rather just take this down pre-flop because it seemed like he'd been hitting a lot of hands on the flop and later, so I figured, you know, what the heck, 7-8's not that bad. I'll shove it in and he'll just fold. And then he goes, you know, this might be it. And my heart starts pounding. And I'm like, uh-oh, I think I screwed up. I'm going to have to get lucky. And fortunately, I did.
Well, you came in as a short stack today. At what point did you think, I'm going to win this thing, I'm going to take it home?
I try to keep myself from thinking like for sure I'm going to win this, but tell myself keep playing well. Once I was able to get up there in chips with the top 3, so I was one of the top 3 with sorry. Oh my God,
I know,
my
it's been a
brain's
long
fried.
day.
Derek and John.
Yeah, once I got up there in chips with Derek and John, I felt like I could really work my game around the table and keep building chips and, you know, without too many all-ins, I guess.
How did you maintain focus all day? I mean, you guys have been playing all day.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've been playing poker for a long time, so you just kind of get used to the rhythm. But after this weekend, I'm pretty dead. It's been a long one, and it's been a grind for sure.
So over $200,000. What are your plans for the money?
Well, my wife just started a business, a bridal boutique in Kansas City.
Oh, that's nice.
So this is nice to have that cushion because she's just opened it, and obviously business is just getting started. So it's kind of like backup money. Just be safe with it. She's doing great, but it's just nice to have the extra money on the side.
Well, congratulations to you. I know it's been a long day, so we'll let you get going.
All right.
There you guys have it. That's going to do it for us here at Thunder Valley. Blair Hinkle, our latest HPT champ. Back to you guys.
Hold on. Close up of you. Thanks a lot, Blair. Back to you guys. Just real stuff because they are theoretically in Thunder Valley, so we need to be clean with that. Okay?
Just her?
Just her. But you'll be looking in. No, you stay if you don't mind.
Okay.
Just giving us one more second.
Okay.
Look at him, turn, and then give it to me. Okay.
Thanks a lot, Blair. Back to you guys.
Great.
Good.
Okay, great. Thank you. Very good. Very good.
Spin the camera around.
That's awesome.
You spin that around.
Congratulations.
All right.
Tough.
We're going to set this up for pictures of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, that's going to wrap it up here from the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. And, wow, anything you want to say about that last hand before we get out of here, Kenna?
Shocking. I can't wait to talk to Blair and find out what was going through his mind there. You know, but these guys just playing hours and hours and hours and just grinding it away. And just finally want to say great thanks to Ben Erwin, everybody here at Thunder Valley Casino. Just been a great tournament, a great championship, you know. And this is the pinnacle of the HPT, and it was great to finish it off here.
We want to thank everybody for tuning into the live stream. Over 500 people. Thank you so much for that. And again, check out the website and join us at hptpoker.com. Who knows, maybe you'll be playing for the life-changing cash. For our producer, Jeff Merkin, our director, Kevin Bove, I'm James Larson. He's Kenneth James. And we'll see you next time on the HPT.
Thank you.